Performance. The performance is dedicated to raising awareness of the climate crisis and the vital importance of coexistence and connection between nature and humanity. We kindly ask you to refer to the program leaflet for further information. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming this meaningful performance with a big round of applause. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2025 International Conference. I am Min Jung-hyun from the Financial Supervisory Service, and I will be the MC for today's conference. Today's conference will consist of 2 sessions joined by leading experts across various sectors. Each session will feature 4 presentations followed by a panel discussion. And this conference provides simultaneous interpretation in Korean and English. Please tune to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. And now, without further ado, to officially mark the opening of this conference, we will invite Mr. Lee Chan-jin, Governor of the Financial Supervisory Service, onto the stage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
지금 요즘 제가 좀 상황이 없긴 없습니다. 이 자리에
I'm afraid I'm still new to the office, and this is such an honor to be here with you. Hello everyone, I am Lee Chan-jin, Governor of the Financial Supervisory Service. I'd like to extend my welcome to all of you joining today's international conference. First of all, I'd like to sincerely thank Mr. Kim Min-seok, the Prime Minister of the ROK, and also Mr. Yoon Hong-sik, Chair of the National Policy Committee. And also my special thanks goes to Mr. Philippe Berthoud, the Ambassador of France to Korea, and also Mr. Peter van der Vliet, the Ambassador of the Netherlands to Korea. My thanks also goes to Mr. Philip van der Hoop, Chair of the European Chamber of Commerce in Korea, and Mr. Yang Jong-hee, Chairman of KB Financial Group, for gracing this event with your presence. I also wish to convey my deep appreciation to President Lee Hang-suk of Ewha Women's University for co-hosting today's conference. And also my thanks goes to the distinguished speakers and panel chairs. The new administration has identified responding to the climate crisis and pursuing sustainable energy transition as a key strategy. And in line with this strategy, the government aims to reduce reliance on fossil fuels. However, such a transition inevitably entails not only economic gains but also social cost. The Framework Act on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth stipulates the principle of just transition to protect the public from the impacts of the climate change. Therefore, the financial sector must not only provide capital, but also during the climate response process, we need to work to mitigate the social cost. I'd like to share the policy directions of the Financial Supervisory Service for sustainable response to the climate crisis. First, the FSS will support the smooth provision of financing to low-carbon transition sectors. Korea's economy has a high dependence on manufacturing. So in response to this reality, the FSS is pursuing green innovation policy measures to ensure stable flow of funds into environmentally friendly sectors. In addition, even if short-term results may be slow, we are establishing institutional foundations for transition finance to support industries that contribute to carbon reduction in the medium to long term. We also urge all the financial institutions here to join forces with their expertise and resources to ensure financing flows smoothly in response to the transition needs of high-carbon industries. Second, we will strengthen international solidarity and cooperation. The climate crisis is a global challenge that transcends borders. So, together with the financial institutions, we have conducted climate stress tests. In the short term, it may incur some cost. However, in the longer term, we can contribute to the society as a whole. In line with this, the FSS will ensure that this climate risk measures and assessment are conducted on a regular basis by the financial institutions. So I'd like to urge all the financial institutions to embed all these measures within your companies. Third, we will communicate with diverse stakeholders throughout the climate crisis response process. Responding to the climate crisis and achieving sustainable growth can only be realized when government, finance, businesses, and local communities cooperate in mutual trust. The international community also emphasizes this point. Through the principles for responsible banking and the principles for responsible investment, the international community is also stressing that finance must support sustainable economic activities. The FSS will closely examine both the economic outcomes and the social cost arising from the climate response process. We will also actively support the financial sector in fulfilling its essential role as a bridge between society and the financial market. Climate change is undoubtedly a crisis, but depending on our response, it can also be turned into a new opportunity. The cases of climate risk analysis and financial provision utilizing AI discussed here today will spread widely across Korea's financial sector. Furthermore, I look forward to Korea's financial sector playing a greater role in supporting the development of green energy ecosystem and facilitating corporate investment in carbon reduction. Once again, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who joined us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Lee. Next, President Lee Hyang-suk of Ewha Women's University, the co-host of today's conference, will grace the stage for her welcome remarks. Let us invite her onto the stage with a big round of applause.
Hello. I'm President Lee Hyang-suk from Ewha Women's University. So FSS and Ewha University is co-hosting Next Gen Climate Risk Management with AI Tech International Conference today, and I'd like to welcome all the participants. I'm very happy to co-host this conference together with FSS, and I'd like to thank Governor Lee Chan-jin and stakeholders. And despite their busy schedules, we have great distinguished guests. We have Ambassador Philip Bertu from Frank's Embassy, and also Ambassador Peter van der Willet from Netherlands Embassy. And also we have Prime Minister Kim Min-seok and also Chairman Yoon Hwan-hong, who's going to deliver their congratulatory remarks through video clips. I'd like to thank you all. Today's event matches to Ewha's vision, which we want to grow the talents that can lead the future together, responding to climate change and also recent technologies. In September 2015, UN SDG was selected, and it's been 10 years. But still, in 2024, we recorded the most hottest year of all. And also, it is very timely to come up with policies to deal with such climate risks. Just like the comments from Kristalina Georgiyeva, the director of IMF, our daily life is confronting to climate risks. So in order to deal with this, Ewha Women's University is continuously contributing to the society based on UN SDGs. And also, we have built Climate Environment Conversion Research Center so that we can more precisely estimate the risks that arises from climate risks. So preemptive measurement and action for climate risks is very necessary. And in order to do so, AI is more than just a simple tool. It's going to be our strategic partner. And also, university education is inevitable. We have to come up with AI and human-focused education programs. And we are looking for a talent who is creative and who can lead the future together with AI. So under AI for All Ihwa slogan, starting last semester, the university is coming up with more AI relevant education programs. And also, recently, the Education Ministry selected our research center as their partner to support the innovation programs. So our research center is making its great outcome these days. And the society requires the talents that can converge technology and humanities. And we believe that Ihwa can preemptively deal with such requirements from the society. And such a response to climate change requires collaboration with academics and industries and governments and its agencies. And I hope this conference is going to be a turning point where we can come up with new innovative ideas to deal with climate risks. And I'd like to thank everyone who makes speech and the panelists. And I hope this is going to be a very meaningful round. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have several distinguished guests who have taken time to join us in celebrating this conference. First, I would like to introduce two special guests who have sent video messages to share their congratulations. Let us first welcome Prime Minister Kim Min-seok.
반갑습니다.
Hello, everyone.
금융감독원과 이화여대가 공동 주최한 2025
It is a great honor to celebrate the opening of the 2025 International Conference jointly hosted by the Financial Supervisory Service and Ihwa Women's University. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Governor Lee Chan-jin of the FSS and President Lee Hang-suk of Ihwa Women's University for preparing this meaningful event. I also welcome Mr. Philip Bert, Ambassador of France to Korea, Mr. Peter van der Vliet, Ambassador of the Netherlands to Korea, and all other distinguished guests and participants. The climate crisis now threatens human life with an unprecedented force. This summer, Korea also suffered from record-breaking heavy rains.
이제 생존의 문제입니다.
The climate crisis is now a matter of survival.
에너지로의 전환은
Reducing carbon emissions and accelerating the transition to eco-friendly energy can no longer be delayed. The Korean government has launched a national energy transition project with the goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. We are expanding next-gen power grids and building RE100 industrial complexes, connecting entire nation through an energy highway. We are also striving to ensure that technological innovation in the process of energy transition creates a virtuous cycle that contributes to economic growth. However, this transition cannot be achieved by government alone. More capital must be invested in facilities that can withstand extreme natural disasters and in technologies that can reduce carbon emissions more efficiently. I trust that financial community will provide creative solutions. The Korean government will do its utmost to walk this path together with you. Thank you.
We thank the Prime Minister for his gracious message. Next, we have Mr. Yoon Han-hong, Chair of the National Policy Committee of the National Assembly. Let us hear from him.
안녕하세요. 국회 정무위원장.
Distinguished guest, I'm Yoon Han-hong, Chairman of National Policy Committee. FSS and Ihwa Women's University co-host 2025 International Conference today, and I'd like to sincerely congratulate this co-hosted event. First, to Governor Lee Chan-jin of SS for creating this meaningful event, and President Lee Hang-suk of Ihwa Women's University, and experts who will introduce knowledge on using AI and low-carbon tech for climate risk management. I sincerely send my gratitude.
또한 바쁘신 일정에도
Also, despite their busy schedule, we have congratulatory remarks from Ambassador Philip Bertu from Frank's Embassy and Ambassador Peter van de Vliet from Netherlands Embassy. Thank you, and I send a warm welcome to you. Extreme hot weather, heavy rain, and drought that have been occurring for years show that climate risk doesn't occur sporadically anymore, but constantly happening in our daily lives. And at this moment, the international society is making various efforts to deal with climate risk. However, the policies on climate risk, which we never experienced before, requires completely different approach and perspectives from past solutions. Using AI and low-carbon conversion technology mitigates climate risks, and domestic and overseas institutions are going to share such practices in this conference, so I believe the event is very timely and meaningful. By gathering wisdom from multiple institutions, practical solutions could be introduced today, and I hope it's going to be a very productive discussion round. Thank you.
We thank Chair Yoon for his kind remarks. Moving on, we are honored to have with us distinguished guests who made time in their busy schedule to join today's conference. Now, let us welcome the Honorable Philippe Bertu, Ambassador of France to Korea, onto the stage with a big round of applause.
Mr. Governor, Mrs. President, Mr. Ambassador, cher Peter, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's a great honor to address you today at this international conference organized by the Financial Supervisory Service, and I want to warmly thank our Korean hosts for their generous hospitality and for providing this platform for dialogue, which highlights the importance we attached all to strengthening international financial cooperation. France and Korea share more than economic ties. We share essential priorities in terms of governance, financial stability, transparency, well-regulated markets. These are the foundations for sustainable and inclusive growth. In today's interconnected world, where challenges such as cyber threats, climate change, market volatility transcend borders, ensuring the resilience of our financial systems requires close cooperation, exchanging expertise, aligning regulatory standards, and coordinating crisis readiness. This shared responsibility has been at the heart of our cooperation. Since 2016, South Korea and France have co-chaired the G20's International Financial Architecture Working Group. Together, we have driven discussions on strengthening the global financial safety net, reforming multilateral development banks, promoting debt sustainability, and exploring the microfinancial implications of central bank digital currencies. Our collaboration has helped shape policy frameworks that are both inclusive and resilient, benefiting advanced and emerging economies alike. This commitment to stability is also reflected in the strength and openness of France's own financial sector. Since Brexit, Paris has become the leading European hub for investment, banking. Paris has attracted around 40% of all financial service jobs relocated from London. France has also become the primary European center for leading global banks such as JP Morgan, Bank of America, Citi, Goldman Sachs, and Morgan Stanley, as well as top investment firms such as BlackRock. This success rests on strong fundamentals, a deep pool of talent, competence, and responsive supervisory authorities, and attracting living environments as exemplified by the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. And ambitious political and fiscal reforms that have enhanced our competitiveness. This solid foundation based on innovation, transparency, and high regulatory standards enables us to pursue ambitious partnerships abroad, in particular with South Korea, in areas such as sustainable finance, financial innovation, and above all, financial stability. Looking ahead, our priority regarding financial stability is clear: to translate shared principles into tangible results. And by strengthening bilateral exchanges, deepening technical cooperation, and working side by side in global forums, France, South Korea, and other like-minded partners can shape a robust, forward-looking, and transparent financial architecture, resilient to emerging risks. On climate change, we celebrate this year the 10-year anniversary of the Paris Agreement. And let's use this celebration of a major multilateral milestone to make further progress on the protection of our planet in the interests of the future generations. On AI, France organized this year in February 2025, the Paris AI Action Summit, in which sustainability of AI was at the core of the discussions. And we will make sure that the next presidency on the AI Summit, which will be India, will follow on this track, which is absolutely essential for the sound development in AI and our economies. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, next year will mark the 140th anniversary of France-Korea diplomatic relations, a milestone that speaks to the depth and the continuity of our partnership. It will also be a fitting opportunity to launch new joint initiatives, ensuring our financial cooperation grows even stronger in the years ahead. So I wish you very fruitful discussions during this conference, and thank you very much for your attention. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. The next congratulatory remarks will be delivered by the Honorable Peter van der Vliet, Ambassador of the Netherlands to Korea. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Dear Governor of the Financial Supervisory Service, Mr. Yi Chan-jin, President of Ewha Women's University, Dr. Yi Yang-suk, Chair Philippe, leaders of financial institutions in Korea, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be invited to deliver some congratulatory remarks at this important event organized by the Financial Supervisory Service. And can I, in particular, compliment the FSS for the excellent opening act, which was quite special, I thought. For many years already, the climate crisis has been studied by policymakers and expert panels. Increasingly, however, its severe impact is nowadays also being felt by ordinary citizens around the globe. This past summer, as has been mentioned, has been a particularly challenging one for many. In my country, the Netherlands, like in many other parts of the world, people struggled with extreme heat. And across the globe, unprecedented wildfires, torrential rains, drought, and devastating floods are not only causing human suffering, but also severe economic disruption. Businesses, in particular, are experiencing restrictions on operations due to heat waves and heavy rainfall, as well as increased vulnerability from power grid instability. On top of these physical challenges, the transition towards clean energy is imposing additional financial pressures, rising production costs, declining asset values, and new regulatory demands. At the same time, however, there's also reason for cautious optimism. In Europe, solar power generation has reached the highest level this year. Distributed power generation and responsive energy services are expanding steadily, showing us the opportunities for adaptation and transition. For financial institutions, this means that managing climate-related risks and accelerating the transition to sustainable energy systems has become a central responsibility. In the Netherlands, this is especially urgent given our geographical vulnerability to sea level rise and flooding. As a result, climate adaptation has long been a cornerstone of our national policy. For instance, the Netherlands is setting a global standard for smart, adaptive, and climate-proof urban planning. The city of Rotterdam combines data-led prevention, crisis management, and spatial planning to address challenges such as flooding, heat waves, and rising water levels. Central to this strategy are digital twins, 3D virtual models that simulate real-world environments, enabling planners to visualize and analyze flood scenarios, heat islands, and air quality risks. Other Dutch cities are also pioneering AI-powered environmental monitoring. Platforms such as the Smart City Monitor track traffic flows, visitor patterns, and air quality, supporting data-driven decisions for urban development and adaptation. These innovations extend, of course, internationally, with AI and digital twin tools being applied in urban heat mitigation and scenario modeling in other cities around the world. In the financial sector, the Dutch Central Bank continues to update its guidelines on climate and nature-related risks. In its most recent update, its most recent update of the Dutch Central Bank has strengthened climate risk assessment standards for commercial banks in the Netherlands, requiring more robust stress testing based on AI-driven scenario analysis. This ensures that both physical risks and transition risks are properly addressed. The success of modern artificial intelligence services helps to craft a more accurate climate policy. But powering AI data centers also creates massive energy demand. So there's an interesting dilemma right there. We need AI to help us tackle the climate crisis, but AI also uses up a lot of energy. And of course, renewable energy can resolve this dilemma. Dutch and EU electricity generation from renewable sources is projected to exceed 50% this year. That's good news, but the increase of renewable electricity generation also faces challenges like price volatility, declining subsidies, and political headwinds. The Dutch government is strengthening its support for the green transition through new policy measures and financing, such as the Energy Investment Allowance Program, enabling businesses to deduct 40% of clean technology investments from taxable income. Additionally, the Green Growth Package funds grid updates, hydrogen products, and cost compensation schemes to support energy-intensive industries. In conclusion, the climate crisis is nothing less than an existential challenge for humanity. In this struggle, artificial intelligence will play an indispensable role, helping us assess risks more precisely, design more effective policies, and strengthen the resilience of both societies and economies. I sincerely hope that through the wisdom and experience represented in this room, we can find solutions together to confront this crisis. I congratulate the organizers for preparing and supporting this meaningful event. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the opening session for the 2025 International Conference. We would like to ask for your understanding as the VIP guests will now be making their way out. We will continue with the conference shortly. We kindly ask for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll now begin the first session of today's conference. Session 1 will be moderated by Professor Jung Kwang-min from PUSTAC with insightful presentations and a panel discussion with esteemed experts from the French Prudential Supervision and Resolution Authority, Moody's, HSBC Korea, and the Korea Meteorological Administration. To facilitate understanding for all participants, simultaneous interpretation will be provided throughout the session. Now, without further ado, let us welcome our moderator, Professor Jung, and panelists onto the stage with a big round of applause.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great event, and thank you for having me, in this wonderful event on a very timely topic. And welcome to this first session on the physical climate risk management. To begin with this session, as we all have seen, over the last years, there's a physical climate risk, either in chronic or acute way, is causing all these severe and more frequent natural disasters. And these increasing natural disasters are actually leading to the growing threats to our asset values and financial stability. I just recall myself, a short article published in a science journal 3 years ago by Professor Wagner of Columbia Business School, who argues that climate risk is financial risk. So in that sense, we have to actually look into what we have to do to increase this resilience and also sustainability of the society from the financial industry perspective. In that sense, we have great 4 distinguished speakers for this first session. Let me introduce all these speakers first, and then I will just hand over the microphone to the first speaker, though it's going to be a recorded lecture, right? The first speaker is Mr. Jean Bossinot from ACPR, the French Financial Supervisory Authority. Our next speaker is Ms. Yi Wen-he from Moody's. Please welcome me in introducing our second speaker, Yi Wen-he. And our third speaker is Mr. Thomas de Montmarin from HSBC Seoul. Please join me. And our last speaker is Mr. Sungbo Shim from Korea Meteorological Administration. Please. Okay, so let's get started with Europe, the region that is often regarded as the front runner in embedding this climate risk into the financial regulation. The first presentation, I believe, will help us understand, how the European countries are taking into account this climate risk in their regulatory authority, and what climate scenarios we have to consider to move forward in this regard. So let me introduce our first speaker, Mr. Bosson, to listen to his recorded lecture.
Good morning. It's great to take part into this conference, albeit virtually. I'm Jean Bossinot. I'm director at the ACPR, the French Supervisory Authority, and I'm the head of the Risk and Research Department. 10 years ago, almost to the day, Mark Carney, then governor of the Bank of England and chair of the FSB, gave a very famous speech insisting that climate change was looming just behind the horizon. The tragedy of the horizon is now with us. Climate change is very visible day after day. This summer in Europe, wildfire have burned an area equivalent to 1/10 of Korea. Heat waves have reached extreme temperature, more than 40 degrees in part of Europe, and the Mediterranean Sea was 5 degrees above average. So while climate change is very visible, we are also witnessing, albeit perhaps more discreetly, a complete transformation of the global energy system. This massive and underrated transformation is based on the economics of renewables, with, for example, investment in energy having increased over the past 10 years. But when 10 years ago, we had $1 invested in fossil fuels for $1 invested in renewable energy, now the ratio is more 1 to 2 or 1 to 3. This is on the back of a change in the economics of renewable. The cost of producing electricity out of renewable energy is now below 30 to 40% below the best alternative that you can base on fossil fuels. The speed and the scale of this transformation and of climate change, the two of them, make climate change and the transition a macroeconomic issue that is worthy of central bankers' attention. This is part of macro significant development, just as AI or demography. This is to be considered within and because our mandates, not despite and beyond. Climate-related developments are financial risk drivers, which eventually translate into traditional credit risk, market risk, operational risks. So, in itself, climate-related financial risks are not new risks, just a new risk drivers. We tend to distinguish between two types of risks: the transition risks, everything that can go wrong during the transition. And by the way, let me stress that the transition in itself is not a risk, but it's our best chance to limit the impact of climate change. And physical risk on the other side, the impact of natural catastrophes, natural disasters, and chronic developments. In front of these risks, we have developed collectively in Europe, but also globally, and I'm sure here in Korea as well, a supervisory approach that is very much based on what we have been doing and are doing day in and day out. Climate-related financial risks are considered through the traditional lens of prudential regulation and prudential supervision. This is something that the Basel Committee has clearly explained in 2022, and that has led to the revision of the banking core principles in 2024. Let me highlight three pillars of this approach. The first one is the supervisory expectation, what we as supervisor expect financial institutions to do to consider, assess, manage, and mitigate these risks. The second pillar is stress testing against climate scenarios to exactly understand the nature of the risk we are facing. The third pillar is the development of transition plan and more generally transition planning. This is what financial institutions are doing to develop a consistent business strategy to address not only this risk, but also to grasp these opportunities. From a European perspective, the work has progressed a lot on the first two pillars, and the third one is still work in progress. Supervisory expectation is about scaling up and skilling up the banks. This is what supervisors are expecting banks to be able to do when faced with climate-related issues. In a nutshell, the work started in the late 2010s with the work from the NGFS, a network of central banks and supervisors from all across the globe, working together to put together a compendium of best practices with regard to the supervision of climate-related risks. This has led to a report in 2020, which then was taken up by the ECB and the supervisory arm of the ECB to develop best practices applicable to European banks, which were published in 2020 with the expectation that banks would start moving along toward the best practices. In 2022, the ECB undertook a stock take of the practices and noticed a number of progress. While in 2020, less than 15% of the banks had basic ways of, or basic approaches to identify parts of the climate risk across their portfolio. In 2022, 2 years later, 85% of the banks had at least basic approaches to understand these risks, based on the assessment that for each and every of the supervisory expectations that the ECB had formulated, the supervisory board decided to make this supervisory expectation mandatory by the end of 2024. What you see in this chart is the progress that has been done between 2020, 2022, and 2024. If I take a step back, it's a complete transformation of the way the European banking sector is approaching climate-related issues, having made progress on governance, data, models, products, the way they engage with clients, and so on and so forth. The second pillar on which many work has been developed is the climate stress testing. This is really initially about building capacity. It has proved to be even more effective than that. If you want to assess climate-related risks, you need to take a forward-looking view, and you need to base your assessment on a scenario, bringing together various phenomena that otherwise you will miss when looking at each and every one of them in isolation. So this is the basis of climate stress test. The problem with this approach, or the challenge with this approach, is that this approach has to be forward-looking. You need to look at the future from today up to 2 or even 15 or 20 years ahead. And it has to be scenario-based. You need to explore different future, different plausible future, but different consistent future. That has led the central banks, again part of the NGFS, to develop macro-financial climate scenarios. In essence, the IPCC or the IA climate scenarios don't speak much about the macroeconomy and finance. So it was about complementing what the IPCC community or the IEA had been doing for a while by providing more information on macroeconomic and financial variables for financial institutions to then be able to stress test their portfolios or their business against these scenarios. One should ask, when looking at the effort that goes into this exercise, whether it's worth it. The long-term scenarios are actually very useful for helping banks to think about, develop, and refine their thinking around their business strategy in relation with the transition toward net zero. The short-term scenarios, more recent, the NGFS only published the first set of short-term scenarios a few months ago, are very useful to progress in risk assessment and risk management. What is more interesting is looking at what has happened to the institution that actually took part in the first exercise in France in 2020, and later in other countries, 2021, 2022, etc. In practice, what we have observed is that in these firms that took part in the exercise, the lending practices have changed. When the banks understand better the risk they are confronted with and the future they are navigating towards, they think differently about their lending or their engagement with their clients. In particular, for the fossil fuel dependent firms or for the hard-to-abate sectors, what we see is that the banks don't stop lending to these sectors, but are either charging a higher premium or engaging more intensely to select better the project that they get exposed to. Now, looking forward, it's obvious that the global landscape on climate and climate diplomacy has changed, not for the better, in the past few months. Still, I would remain quite optimistic. What you've learned, you can't unlearn. What you've understood, you cannot de-understand. The future is really different. That is what we have looked and understood in this effort. No matter the future emission pathway, if we have an acceleration of the net zero transition, it will be associated with deep transformation of the economy. If climate change keep on drifting away, we are faced with increased physical risks and the risk of getting past several tipping points. So whatever we look at, what we're doing on climate-related financial risks is something that remains useful and remains a top priority for many of our institutions and many of the authorities and many of our institutions. Is this progress enough? Obviously not. But I would argue that the climate agenda, as it is, as I already said, squarely into our mandates. We're doing just our job, and it contributes to but does not intend to accelerate the transition. By making sure that financial institutions are better at understanding the risk they are faced with in relation with climate change and the transition, they are contributing to delivering a more consistent capital allocation. They are updating their views about business as usual and factoring in the ongoing transformation of the economy and the climate. In that respect, the debate around the fiduciary duty or a mandate overreach in this area is clearly overplayed. When I'm looking ahead, I'm pretty sure on the back of the speed of the progress of the past 10 years and 5 years, that a lot of things will be achieved in the coming years. We know that we are faced with challenges around data and models. On data, there is a lot of progress based on the corporate reporting developments. There will be also progress on governance and processes within the banks. And finally, I hope that it will lead to a reassessment of the strategy and a redesigning of the strategy to make sure that banks and financial institutions have sound objective and achievable targets that contribute to the transition. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks so much, Mr. Bossonneau, for insightful presentation. I think it's quite overview of how the European regulator is approaching to managing these climate risks, and I believe we can actually find the way, from this session, especially on the climate scenarios and also forward-looking technologies. Of course, the forward-looking is quite difficult, so that we need this advancing technology to apply, to increase or improve this accuracy and also prediction. In that sense, let's move to Asia, where we can actually think about how this technology can be used. Actually, one of the most challenge, in this region is, of course, they have the great technologies here, but there are the widening investment and financial protection gap, and also they are quite suffering from the lack of granular data. So in that sense, these technologies would be also very powerful. So let me introduce our second speaker, Ms. Yiwen He from Moody's, to talk about this AI technology use. So please, this is your stage. Yeah, please go ahead here.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank for FSS and also Ewha Women's University for the warm invitation. So for my session, I will be mainly focused on, how climate data and also AI technology can help us to make more smart decisions. All right, so let's get started. Okay, so the first slide, I want to share a few data with you. So if you look at these pictures on the right hand, so what I'm trying to show here is actually for different countries in Asia, they are actually facing different climate risk. Now, we talked about how important or severe climate risk is, but how does that actually link to the financial impact? So these are some data I want to share with you. So what you can see here is, for example, like in Vietnam, they are heavily impacted by typhoon, and also in the Philippines, they're also heavily impacted by the heavy rains. In Indonesia, they're also impacted by sea level rise, for example. So the different color is actually showing how severe the GDP will be actually impacted by the climate physical risk. And you can see there are quite a few places are with very dark green color, meaning they are heavily impacted. So on the left hand, you can see the data that, some of the area, almost like 100% of the GDP will in the Philippines, Vietnam will be actually heavily impacted by the typhoon risk. So in countries like the, for example, like Indonesia, like 60% of the GDP could be impacted by the sea level rise. And my previous, speaker, he mentioned about the latest, NGFS version 5 climate scenarios. So they give like this condition, like in the short term. So in the case of like extreme weather event, so especially in Asia, like by 2040, 30% of the GDP in Japan, South Korea, China could be actually impacted by the physical risk. So this is actually giving you some quick understanding how GDP could be impacted by the physical risk. So this is actually a research recently done by Moody's, on, what are the different kind of physical risk, for example, heat stress, water stress, floods, etc. How are they actually impacting entire Asia market? I don't know whether the visualization would actually work on this one. Oh, it is working. So you can see under different climate physical hazards, you can see the color actually change in the APAC region. So especially like events like heavy rain and also the wildfire, for example, they are quite largely impacted in the entire Asia Pacific region. So I will just let the visual run for a bit. Okay, I think it's done. All right. Now, later on, so when we know like there are severe physical risks that we could potentially facing in the next decade, so what are the gaps in terms of adapted to the climate risk and mitigate the potential risks? So this is also a research recently done by Moody's. So what we can see here on this first chart, so I highlight on South Asia as well as the East Asia and the Pacific. So you can see the percentage. So the blue bar, the color with the blue color is actually the part that are missing. So you can see South Asia or East Asia, we're missing more than like 80% of the adaptation. So this is actually quite severe. So what does that mean in terms of actual amount? So let's take a look here. So you can see there are about 91 billion US dollar by 2030 in the South Asia region. And in the East Asia region, there's like 123 billion US dollar gap. So we understand, these are both, the risk that we are facing, but as well as, for the, banking members here, these are the opportunities that like we need to help companies, borrowers, with, their potential mitigation to the future climate change. All right, now let's move on. So now in terms of how we can bridge the gap, so, the global communities and also in Asia, we are trying to, have like policies and also strategy to help the market to do the transition, especially the strategy on the AI technology. So I list a few, different organizations here. That's a quite interesting one, on the first one, which is UN, United Nations-led initiative. So they're, trying to find whether there are early warnings to, different kind of natural hazards. So basically, we can have more real-time, alert when the natural disaster actually happen in the world. So this is similar towards what the, the Dutch ambassador previously was talking about, build like a digital twin so we can be, aware of what is the real-time, disaster is happening. Now, in the OECD countries, which is also interesting, raised like one key idea is when we leverage on AI, we need to be responsible. So that means like responsible in terms of how AI is providing the information, whether those information are legitimate. At the same time, we're also trying to see, whether we're adding more carbon emissions when we are leveraging on AI, right? So in OECD, and the organization is actually called GPAI, the Global Partnership on AI, is actually asking, us to be careful on the responsibility of using AI in those sense. The final one is actually more, related to Asia Pacific. So the initiative is called Climate Technology Center and Network, CTCN. So the CTCN, they are actually trying to, have AI technology to support the, climate risk mitigation. So they actually have quite a few focus on different industries, namely the water, food, energy, building and infrastructure, sustainable mobility, and etc. So, when we are leveraging on AI technology, so we can actually follow these, initiatives to guide us in terms of the AI technology adoption in the climate actions. All right, talking about all these like high-level trends, so how exactly can AI help us to identify the risk and enable smarter decisions? So I will give you some examples first. So I would believe, when we talk about, leveraging AI, it's actually helping us to consolidate the information because it's all fragmented. So we're seeing common challenges of, for example, like data collection. So where are the data? So, it's all over the place. How can we actually centralize or collect the information? But once we have the data, how are we going to identify and quantify the risk? Because, we especially for the banks, when we assess, physical risks, how are we compare apple to apples, right? And finally, how does that actually translate into the financial impact? It's not only, physical flood risk, it's 1 meter depth, but how does that actually translate into the damage, right? So first part I'm trying to talk is on the data collection. So saying today we're going to measure like a company's physical risk, we can not only look at their headquarters. We need to understand where their facilities are, where their factories are. We need to understand those information. So by leveraging the AI technology, so for example, we can source from the public sources, databases, so we can actually find out, the actual locations, like where those facilities are. And also, as we say, we know what has happened in the past, but how about what's going to happen in the future? We need to leverage AI technology to run through simulations, like what exactly the future, for example, under the RCP 8.5 could actually happen in the real world. And also, I trust, not all of us here are climate scientists or specialists on that. So how are we going to understand these data? So we're trying to leverage the AI agent to help you understand the methodology, understand what's the meaning behind a score, like what is high, mean, medium, and mean, right? So these are on the data part that we're trying to explore. And also, AI technology now can expand into more use cases. So for example, we're looking at property physical risk. So now we are able to use satellite information, use drone. So we can actually fly over those properties to see, what is the roof look like? Is there any like, swimming pools, and there are like lawns in those buildings? So by understanding those information, we can come up with the result. Okay, the roof condition is good, but there are some, high-hanging trees there. So that is potentially, risky for the wildfire, for example. And we can leverage those information to actually help, financial institutions or banks to understand, what's the potential risk. So by leveraging these data, actually, there are a lot less chance for wildfire actually happen. It can actually, a good roof condition can actually protect, buildings from damage, like leaking, etc. So those information are being leveraged by the AI technology right now. And later on, I believe our second panel will more focus on the, transition risk. But what I'm trying to say here is, when public information is available, that's good. We can find a way to, collect the information. But the more challenges is on the SMEs. When the smaller size company, they don't report their, information, and we don't know where to find those information. So we have to leverage on machine learning models or market benchmarks, etc., to actually estimate on the SME's climate risk exposure. So here we are also introduce AI to help us to train a model to understand their potential risk exposure. All right, talking all this, so you can basically have a quick understanding of, the data are all over the place. So how are we going to actually, leverage all this information into one single view? So what we are trying to leverage on AI is, first of all, we need to understand where the input data are coming from. So we talked about, for example, sustainability report, using different databases, public sources. So we need to collect those information as a starting point. Then the next step is running workflows. So this is actually mean differently to different banks, right? So you can set up your workflow. So saying you want to measure, what's the impact of the cash flow due to the physical risk. You can quantify the potential climate-related financial trends, for example. So all those information you can define. So we can leverage AI to use the input information, like the source information. Then we set up a standard. We want to go through these topics of the borrowers, the companies that we are measure. Then finally, we are going to analyze and help us with the decision making. So for example, whether they are highly or moderately exposed to physical risk, and also most importantly, what's next for us. So leveraging AI, they can give us some narratives, how we can engage with the companies, or give us some ideas how we can help them to adapt to the potential risk. So this is giving you a concept how we can work together with AI in a practical way, and then we can define our strategy and make a smarter decision. So with that said, I conclude on my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
So thank you for your very informative talk. This widening investment and financial protection gap tends to give us, the huge social cost. So in that sense, it's not really easy to close this gap. And I believe this AI technology, giving us more granular data, the data collection and technology will give us the idea how we can close this gap in the end. So we have looked at this regulatory ambition in Europe and also this technological innovation from the Asia Pacific area. Then now it's pretty natural to us to question ourselves, how are global financial institutions putting all these ideas into their practice, right? So in that sense, let me invite our Mr. de Montmarin to introduce their approach, HSBC, on this climate risk management. Please. Yeah.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure to speak to all of you. I should start out by saying that I'm not at all a climate risk expert. I'm a risk practitioner. I'm the Chief Risk Officer for HSBC here in Korea. And so what I'd like to share with you today is a little bit about our approach within HSBC for managing climate risk. It's been very useful, actually, that we've had a regulator speak to us first and a data provider speak to us second, because these are themes, within their speeches that are really interwoven in my presentation today. But I think we should revert back to basics just a little bit, and also conscious of our audience today, we may have some financial experts, but perhaps we have some visitors from the university as well, and I think it's important to know what it is that we're talking about. So I'd like you to imagine two families living side by side on a hill. The families decide that they're going to build a house there and move in with their kids. And the first family takes a lot of time to reflect upon how they're going to build this house. They do a strong analysis. They decide to build it with very strong foundations that goes deep into the ground. They study the land and put it in a location which is safe and high enough from the river down to the bottom of the hill. And they use building materials that are very strong as well. And obviously this approach takes a lot of time, takes a lot of effort. The second family has a different approach. They decide to build their house quickly, to be under the roof as fast as possible. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just a different approach, right? And for many years, these two families live side by side on the top of the hill, and nothing much happens, really. And then one summer, the rain comes, maybe stronger than usual. And that year, the river rises higher than usual as well, and the earth beneath these houses begin to shift. One house remains strong and solid. The other house shifts and cracks. Right? Financial institutions are very much like these two houses, in the sense that the decisions that we're making today, the decisions around our regulation, our risk management approach, our credit decisions, our trading and transactions, are going to decide whether our house will stand or whether it will crack and be taken away by the river. All right? A little dramatic, I'm sure, but it's an important distinction to make, that these are very long-term decisions that we're making today. So, I want to talk to you a little bit about how we manage that within HSBC Group. And again, going back to basics, and some of our previous speakers have tackled some of these topics, but I think it's important nonetheless. So, for banks, the risks materialize, as you know, in two large categories of physical risk and transaction risks. Physical risks for banks are primarily experienced through, first of all, our own premises, and we have offices and data centers and call centers in more than 50 countries around the world. But it also translates indirectly through our customers. And our customers are primarily this physical risk through our retail mortgage portfolios. And again, we're present in many, many countries around the world. But also in our wholesale clients' portfolios as well. And our previous speaker spoke about the difficulty of identifying the physical assets of our clients. And I would argue that Korea is an excellent example of that, where you have large multinational chaebols trying to identify where are the physical assets of a group like Samsung. And when I talk about physical assets, we're talking about the warehouses, the fabrication plants, the offices. There's just hundreds and hundreds of locations, which is a real challenge. And then we have obviously our transition risks as well, which is primarily here again experienced through our clients. And the transition risk for our clients is really much that risk of not being able to adapt to change. And that's the regulatory change, which means that their products are no longer compliant. It's the change in customer demands who are looking for lower emission alternatives. All these different things will impact their ability to survive in the future. So HSBC's risk management framework is a foundational document which really sits at the very top of HSBC Group. And the climate aspect of that is managed through the framework like any other risk. It's just an integral part of the risk management approach. It's divided into 5 different steps, but before I talk about those, I just want to talk about our concept of net risk. Within banks, it's very important for us to assess, first of all, the risks that we are taking. We do that by understanding the inherent risks that are around. The inherent risks are those risks which exist without controls in place. We then assess the effectiveness of the controls that we have in our organization to reduce the risk to its residual nature. Facing our risks, we have our resources. And our resources are primarily our workforce's capability, that is their CVs essentially, their experience, and their capacity, how many people we have to manage. It's also our financial strength, which for banks is our earnings, our capital. And all these resources we can put against the risks that we're taking, and at the end we're left with a net risk position for the bank. It's important to understand as well that banks have a net risk position. We have appetite for risk. This is what we do, right? Banks are not trying to reduce the risk to zero, which would be very costly and very difficult to do. And that is a message that is very important, I think, for all staff to understand within the bank, from the CEO all the way down, that we are in the business of taking risks, and it's important to understand what our net risk position is. So, to do that, step 1 is define and enable. Defining and enabling means defining the roles and responsibilities within the bank for managing risks. Within the banks, we use very common models like our 3 lines of defense. First line of defense is the business. The business owns the risk. The business owns the controls that mitigate the risks. The second line is the risk stewards. It is our risk practitioners, our legal experts, our regulatory compliance, our financial crime compliance experts. And they are there to advise. They are the experts. And then finally, the third line of defense is our audit teams. And our audit teams are also there to verify independently that the first and second lines are doing their job properly. When we define and enable, we also set our risk appetite for the bank. We identify a number of key metrics, and we set appetite and tolerance thresholds for the amount of risk that we want to take. And we do this at the very top of the bank. Secondly, identify and assess. And this is really the crux of what we're talking about today. Where is the risk? Where is it situated? How will it materialize? What will be the impact? And that is the most difficult exercise, I think, in managing climate risk today. We manage the risks, as I said, according to our risk appetite to keep it within the boundaries that we have set by implementing controls and monitoring them regularly. We aggregate and report, bringing together the information from across the bank to make better informed decisions. And then finally, we govern. And again, we govern at all levels of the bank. Again, I would quote Mr. Boissino, who spoke before, about the regulatory expectations, which are really aligned to what we're talking about here. The regulatory expectations set slightly differently for our lead regulators, so the HKMA in Hong Kong and the PRA in the UK say it slightly differently, but I think it's the same content. What they're looking for from banks is governance, making sure that we've got the rules in place to manage the bank, that we've got risk management tools, which we're talking about today, that we have stress testing in place, and I think they spoke about that at length. It's really important, not as a predictor of the future, but as a predictor of future outcomes and how we can better prepare for those. And then finally, around aggregation and reporting. Yeah. So HSBC defines a risk taxonomy. I think at this point we're used to taxonomies, but essentially it's just a list of different kind of risks which the bank is looking to manage. Here are a few examples, but there are more than these. Climate risk is not a taxonomy in itself, because climate risk exists across all of these. It is really transverse to the enterprise and has to be managed within all of these different taxonomies, which is key. So today the focus was for us to look at a little bit more on the physical risk side of things. And why did I ask to look at the physical side of things? Well, mainly because This was the easiest thing to do for banks when we started looking at climate risk management, primarily in our retail mortgage portfolios. But what are the impacts that we're looking at, right? So the impacts of climate risk translate directly onto the valuation of the properties that we have in our portfolios, the ability for our customers to repay, the costs of reinstatement or repair, and that's just in the short term. In the longer term, if we're looking at the chronic climate changes that are going to happen, that will impact also the ability for us to have insurances policies in place for our client as well, whether they're insurable or not. And insurance is a really key part, covenant of our loan obligations. And that will lead to higher defaults in our portfolio. So I think there was also a discussion earlier about how do we integrate the impacts of climate risk practically into our banking approaches. And it largely translates into two things. One is loss given default. If the clients default on their mortgages, what is the residual value of the property which they have? And the second one is just the probability of default itself. So what is the likelihood that a customer will be unable to pay to reimburse their loan? And both of those things are impacted by climate risk, and we're trying to integrate into the calculation of probability of default and loss given default the climate component there as well. And my previous presenter spoke about the limitations which we have. And I would think primarily it's data limitations, both in terms of geographic locations of the properties in our portfolio, but also now moving further than that, obviously the quality of the buildings, the other typologies of the properties that we have in our portfolio, not only where they're situated, I think is really key, how old they are, the state of the roof, the other measures that our customers are putting in place to mitigate climate risk in their houses. And that is, I feel, listening to the previous presentation, that we're really at an inflection point for banks. I think up until now, it's been quite an artisanal approach, I would say, frankly. Getting literally a list of addresses for our clients, literally having someone placing dots on a map, of where all these properties are, and then trying to overlay that map with, climate impacts, or making a best guess, essentially, of, where the rising sea levels and how far up they're going to go, et cetera. We do that not only for our customers' mortgage portfolios, but for, as I said, for our own properties as well, for HSBC's buildings around the world. But as I said, up until now, I think it's been a lot of interns doing that work, and I think modernization and use of AI and technology would be very welcome for that. And the third category of clients, which I spoke about briefly before, and which I think will be the biggest challenge for us, is the wholesale portfolio. And when we talk about climate risk management for our wholesale clients, usually the focus is on financing the transition, right? Banks are very interested primarily in leveraging their balance sheet and earning a lot of revenue, and so we really focus on the financing element of that and how we can help our clients change their own infrastructures to make themselves future-proof, but understanding the existing physical risk impacts to their assets is also key, and something that we struggle with a lot today, and that we'll have to improve. So finally, I just want to conclude. I think I've touched on this a little bit before, but really focus on our priorities from a prudential and regulatory perspective from the bank. We need to make sure that our governance really covers all of the aspects of climate risk management throughout the different taxonomies of the bank. We have to make sure that our risk management approach is in line with the appetite that we have set for ourselves in terms of losses from climate risk, in terms of the loss given default and probability of default for our customers as well. The scenario analysis piece is really critical. Maybe we can speak about that maybe in a little bit more detail in the Q&A, but how we actually go about deriving the scenarios, finding meaningful data points to transform these conceptual scenarios into actual impacts which we can model onto our portfolios is really key, and is something that our regulators are looking at more and more closely as we build up our capability. And then finally, this wouldn't be complete without the disclosures piece. the last pillar of regulatory expectations. We've been disclosing in our annual report and accounts of HSBC since, I think, 2020, something like that, in line with the TCFD disclosure requirements. And they've been getting better every year. If you have the chance or the interest, I really encourage you to go and take a look and see how we report on climate risk in our annual report, because it's really a fascinating read. With that, I'll conclude. Thank you very much for your time.
So thank you very much for your global insight. He offered us, very overview of how this global bank's approach to the climate risk management with this governance, climate scenario building, and disclosure in the end. So it's a very great informative talk. With this regulation and technological innovation, also the banking approach on this climate risk management in our mind. Now we turn to this scientific foundation, which will lead us to the next level. The last presentation in this session comes from the Korea Meteorological Administration, which provides the monitoring and the forward-looking climate scenarios and the future plausible consequences from this, which will help policymakers and also the financial institutions make their forward-looking decisions. So let me invite Mr. Shim to speak out his insight on this topic, and please go ahead and give us your insight. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Shim Sung-bo from KMA. So in KMA, regarding climate change response, we have a number of activities. Well, before I begin, I'd like to thank FSS and Ewha Women's University for inviting me to this, precious meeting where all the experts can share their insights. So again, KMA deals with a lot of activities to deal with this climate change. And actually, we just heard from great speeches from our previous speakers. So in KMA, we gather the data regarding climate change, and also we monitor the status, and we also create the data to predict the future. So I'd like to point out those things today. So in case of last year, 2024, not only Korea, but throughout the world, it recorded the hottest year ever. So if you look at the left side, so in the observation era, compared to the pre-industrial level, you can see that the temperature recorded the highest point. So KMA speaks that in 2024, the temperature in Korea reached the highest ever since the observation record, and it exceeded 1.5 Celsius degrees above pre-industrial levels. And when we say 1.5 degrees, we cannot say that the Paris prediction and Paris goal that we made, the promise that we made in the past, not failed. But you can see that the temperature is rising quickly. So we are around the boundary to exceed our tolerance level. So based on this rapid increase of the temperature, we are witnessing a lot of physical risks. And so if you look at the left top, in case of Pakistan, in 2022, there was a serious flood. The land in Pakistan was impacted a lot. And we also have Saudi Arabia and Spain. And so in case of Saudi Arabia, the temperature reached 51 Celsius degrees, so more than 1,300 people died. And in case of Germany, if you look at the middle top, so rainwater level went down a lot. So the shipping wasn't available. And the same story goes to Canada and Spain. So in case of Canada, there was a severe wildfire, so more than 18 million hectares burnt. And actually, Korea had the severe wildfire recently as well. And in Korea, heavy rainfall, so a lot of cities and the land was submerged. So, actually, this kind of climate change is not occurring sporadically. We can see this kind of news almost every single day. So how much is the extreme climate events are occurring in Korea? So we have this disaster events type. So we have this comparison for each 20 years. And among these types, well, if you look at the left side, we have several types: drought, earthquake, and flood, and landslide. So these are directly related to climate change, we can say. So, compared to 40 years ago, the last 20 years had more extreme climate events. The problem is that this kind of climate events is going to happen more in the near future. So that's why we need the measurements needed in the country level. So right now, KMA is conducting various activities. So when so we give the alarm and we have that proper service. But among our activities, I want to mention two parts. First is monitoring, and the second part is prediction, which is indicated on the right side. So moving on to monitoring, actually we have more than 600 weather stations. So I mean, compared to our small land in Korea, we have a number of stations to predict temperature and precipitations. So through the data collected through stations, we can monitor the climate change. And also we have WMO stations. So we also monitor the factors that can impact the climate, such as aerosol uses. And after gathering those data, we analyze this. And so moving on to the right side, so we have climate change scenarios. So we come up with climate change predictions. So we have predictions until 2100. So through this, so actually we contribute our data to IPCC for predicting the climate in the future. And through our activities, we share our data and reports to the public service so that more people can understand the current status and predict the climate change in the future. So these are efforts that we are making. And to talk about more details regarding monitoring works, so if you look at the top right side, top left side, we also have high towers to gather the samples of CO2. So we have this kind of CO2 trend per year. So we have green color and red color. So this is the high quality data of monthly mean CO2 for the last 30 years. Also, we gather the data through GOSAT satellite, and you can see that actually comparing to the international data, we are not behind. So you can see that actually temperature is increasing constantly based on our data, and also So our major stations are located in major cities in Korea, including Seoul and Incheon. So based on these data coming from these stations, we have recorded the temperature change and precipitation change. So you can see that around 2025, well, around 2020, the annual mean is about plus 1.6 Celsius degrees. And moving on to precipitation as well, actually recently the precipitation days is decreasing, but precipitation amount is increasing. That's the trend. So based on such data, we look at the extreme climate events in Korea. So we are witnessing the increase of the temperature, right? So because of that, we are experiencing tropical nights. And you can see the heat wave days and the tropical nights are increasing a lot compared to the past days. On the other hand, in case of cold spell days and icing days, the trend is decreasing a lot. And when we say heavy rain days, it means daily precipitation amount more than 80 millimeters per day, but it's not that much change. And next is, so as I mentioned, we don't only monitor the data, but also we try to come up with a future projection. So we believe that making this kind of reports is very important in our organization. So if you look at the top picture, we call it climate forcing. So I just mentioned about climate forcers, right? That can impact climate changes, such as greenhouse gases and aerosols. So we look at them and we try to study those factors that cause climate change. So we have a lot of input data of those factors, and then we have this climate model where we can simulate this virtual Earth change based on this climate forcing. So not only the temperature, but also we try to compare several interactions such as soil and also Earth and also weather system, and as well as water level. And after simulating this model, we come up with the climate change scenario, which is the future projection. So this is not really confirmed for sure, right? I mean, it really depends on the policy and actions that we are going to take. I mean, actually, this is out of our scope. I mean, is the country going to limit the greenhouse gas emission or not? So, we are going to provide this data to policymakers, and based on this, we will see how the policy is going to be changed and how it's going to impact us. And probably based on this, the policymakers and other scientists can evaluate how this is going to impact our daily lives. So in order to come up with this projection, actually this climate model is very important. So worldwide, there are various efforts to improve the performance of these models. So we call it supercomputing power. So there are a lot of technologies that can operate a lot of GPU and CPU in this supercomputing power. So there are various models compared to the past. I mean, in the past, only the precipitation and radiative and also the sea level was only considered. But today, we can even consider aerosols and vegetation and biogeochemical cycles in our models. So based on these various factors, we can improve the performance of the models. And the result of running this model is going to be included in our projection. And actually, quality of this model increased a lot. And actually, when we think about the scope of the model, in the past it was only 500 kilometer resolution, but now today we can actually have very downscaled kilometers, which is like about 110 kilometers. But still, there are a lot of gaps among the models to impact the policymakers when they make policies. So that's why KMA is trying to come up with a more accurate outcomes of the models. So we need a very high resolutions. And actually, IPCC is providing the guide for running the models. And right now, our resolution is about 140 kilometers. Well, that standard is provided by IPCC. And based on that, actually, we are downscaling this model. So East Asia is about 25 kilometers, but we can correct the kilometers into 1 kilometer just for South Korea. And there were several good points that were mentioned about the data and conditions in the regions from the previous speeches. And actually, Korea has a lot of geo characteristics. I mean, we are surrounded by the ocean, but also we live in the land where there is a high mountains. So as we have high resolutions, we can have very corrective outcomes just for the country. So this kind of regional level data can be utilized in various industries such as agriculture and other industries as well. So monitoring and projection materials are created from KMA, and we want everyone to use this data. And we have this portal, and anyone can access to it and use it easily and effectively. And actually, this is for free. So, and not only the weather, but also climate data, and also we give aerial observation records as well. And not only the recent data, but the data starts from 1904 to 2025 today. And also on the right side, we have climate change scenarios that are provided to everyone. So also we provide extreme weather information. And also we have the projection for each industry, and those kind of projection data reports are provided to everyone. So we have the QR data, so you can just scan it and actually experience this page. So I'd like to introduce you about our scenario briefly. So this is the data that shows the plausible future in South Korea. So if we are going to be really active to reduce the emissions, or if we are going to keep the current level of emissions, what's going to happen in Korea? So we compare this future. So actually, if we take, if we go with really aggressive action, then we can, have the temperature rise by 2.3 to 6.3 Celsius degrees. But if we don't take any action, the maximum temperature increase can be like 6.3 or above. And if the temperature goes up, of course, we are going to experience severe heat wave and tropical nights. So that projection is indicated on the right side. So right now, there is about 8.8 days of heat wave per year on average. Under SSP 5 expectation 8.5, the heat wave may increase by 10 times maximum. And also tropical nights. Right now, we have 3.2 days of tropical night per year on average. But if we don't take any action based on SSPS 5, the tropical night will last about 68.4 days per year. So we can see that if we take action, we can keep the current level of temperature rise. But if we don't take any action, we are going to be severely exposed to heat wave and tropical nights. So actually the conclusion of this data is that we need to take action. And what other problems are we facing at the moment? So actually in Korea, Korea is known for having 4 specific seasons. So yes, we do have very beautiful nature and seasons, but we are shifting from temperate country to subtropical country. So here I show you the 4 scenarios from SSP1 to SSP5. So it shows how the country is going to be changed from temperate to subtropical. So the very severe case is on the right side. So if we don't take any action, so like more than 90% of our land is going to be subtropical. So if it is going to happen really, it is as it is written here, the species are going to migrate, and of course they're going to be exposed to extinction, and non-native species can increase in Korea, and also we are going to have diseases from those non-native species, and also the agricultural cultivation area is going to be shifted. Then, of course, it's going to have negative impact on yields. So the data that I just showed you is used in these fields. So monitoring and climate change scenarios are provided to governments and regional government agencies. So based on this, governments can come up with climate crisis policies. And also private companies. Because of ESG requirement, businesses have to prepare some data for coming up with their measurements to deal with ESG management criteria. And not only these organizations, but there are a lot of organizations that deal with climate change analysis, and our monitoring data is used here. So on the left side, there is a research called the Future Apple Cultivation Suitability Map. So you can see that based on our scenario, the apple cultivation locations are going to be changing. So based on this, the agricultural area can predict how they need to deal with their futures. And actually, this is our future. So we have a lot of scenarios that are used for coming up with policies. So we want to come up with a more consistent, so we want to support consistent climate crisis policies. So we are trying to have more accurate analysis. So if you look at the left side, there are various scenarios that are being created. So KMA is one of them, and we are trying to actually, we received the request for approval, meaning that individual institutions submit their scenarios to us, and we test whether they are appropriate or not. So we give the approval, and as we collect these approved scenarios, we gather all of them, and just like the right side picture, we give our analysis data to government, public, and companies and universities, so that they can, make consistent climate crisis policies. So yeah, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing your scientific foundation beyond our understanding of this physical risk. In fact, time is actually over our planned time frame, but I need to actually ask one question to each of the speakers. So please try to shorten your answer, to my question. So I give the first question to Ms. He. So we have heard, this kind of investment gap, right, in Asia Pacific area. So given this investment gap, how can the investors apply your AI-driven assessment of this physical risk for their capital allocation or their financial decision making? How can they apply this?
Yeah, I'll keep the answer short. So basically, when we leverage on AI technology, it doesn't mean like we ask AI to run by themselves. So we still need to create like a framework, like what is our strategy. So what is our target? then that will actually drive us to the final strategy in terms of asset allocation. So we introduced this concept called AI agent, right? So you have this AI agent, they can do physical risk assessment. This AI agent can do decarbonization, tracking, monitoring. So we need to set up those, criteria for AI to run through the data that we input. Then this can actually help to create like a more systematic or traceable approach for the strategy and asset allocation. Thank you.
All right, then let's move to the global financial institution on this in this topic. So I know you have been making the huge effort to make your climate risk management framework as robust as possible, right? Then how can these global financial institutions maintain their credible management of this physical climate assessment while avoiding any potential underestimation or overestimation of these risks in the future?
Okay, that's a very good question. So I think two things mainly. I think one is data in itself. I think we've covered that. And the other one is the scenario analysis part, which is really key. And obviously the two go together, but scenario analysis is really determinant in establishing risk appetite for the banks. Obviously it responds to a regulatory requirement as well, and that's really important, but what we're most important in is obviously protecting our bank, our clients, their assets, and so on. The framework that we've built and the scenario analysis that we've done has been a very iterative process, I would say. We've built capacity and capability over several years. We've started out, as I said earlier, with really the low-hanging fruit. We looked at our mortgage portfolios in our home markets. We started with the UK and with Hong Kong and China as well. And then we've expanded to include Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Australia, where really we have these really significant mortgage portfolios there. And we've also increased a lot in determination of robust scenarios. And the scenarios that we use, are really wide-ranging. We look at, the 2-degree Paris Accord scenario. We look at, more extreme scenarios, what we call downturn scenarios for physical risks as well. And then over time, we've also added further components, sort of really localizing the impacts, the hazards, the perils to the different portfolios that we have. Between 2023 and 2024, we've now covered about 91% of our mortgage portfolios in the bank within those stress testing scenarios. We know that for us, flooding is the main concern that we have in terms of the impacts to the values of the properties that we have. But as I said, so we'll continue building on that. And then as I alluded to in my presentation, in order to be credible and to have a correct assessment of the risk, we have to include the other assets that are under our responsibility, obviously our own, and on the wholesale portfolio as well. And that will be very much driven by the data. I'm pleased to hear that we have so much available information for Korea. I'm afraid to say that in other countries, the data is not at all as available or as precise as it can be here.
But that's good to know. Then I give a last question to our last speaker. So I know you have been working on this, the improvement of this scientific framework for this climate change. And then but the point is we are talking about the financial industry. So how can be the effective way to apply your approach or your improving approach to keep up with the robust climate risk management framework for them?
네, 한국말로 하겠습니다. 사실
Let me answer in Korean. That's a very important question, but it's not easy to answer. So in order to make effective mitigation of climate risk, I believe robust data should be in place. So, according to different scenario and different predictive data, we are providing relevant data to the relevant stakeholders, but it is not easy to develop this kind of data in the first place, and it is not easy for these financial institutions to analyze the data with proper understanding. That's why our administration is providing a more easy version of the data, like the map version of these meteorological data. And I think thanks to these easy version of data, the financial institutions and other industrial stakeholders can have better understanding of the meteorological data. And for the physical risks, of course, our administration is developing a variety of data, but I'm afraid these data provision has been very fragmented because there are multiple agencies that are engaging in the development of such data. That's why I believe we need to make an ecosystem where all these relevant agencies can share their own data with each other. Thank you.
Thanks so much for a wonderful answer. So let me just wrap up this session because time is up. As you can see, this is not just simply the regulator job alone. So we need a kind of collaboration, from global financial institutions and the model vendors, credit rating companies, public side effort, and also me from academia, the scientific community, to come to a kind of a common effort, to push ourselves for the next level. So in that sense, this session is wonderful to share all these perspectives. And then I believe we just keep going on in the future to improve our discussions, right? Okay, on behalf of this organization, organizers, I would like to sincerely thank all of you here, our distinguished speakers, for their wonderful contribution today. And thanks so much for our audience. Thank you.
We sincerely thank Professor Zhang and panelists for guiding us through session 1. We will now take a short 10-minute break and resume with session 2. Refreshments and drinks are provided at the back of this room, so please feel free to help yourselves. I look forward to welcoming you again. International Conference. Session 2 will be moderated by Professor In So-young from KAIST and feature presentations and a panel discussion with distinguished experts from MUFG, Bloomberg NEF, ING Korea, and the Financial Supervisory Service. Now, let us welcome Professor In So-young and the panelists onto the stage with a big round of applause.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So our lunchtime will start from 12:30, and then my job one is to moderate this wonderful panel. At the same time, keep you on time so that you can have your lunch and then on time and get out of this door by 12:30. So first of all, my name is So-young In. I'm a professor at KAIST. And then I'm very honored to moderate this session on transition risks. Without further ado, I will let the presenters to go on to their presentation first, and then we'll open up the discussion. So yeah, please introduce yourself to start your presentation. Thank you, Tomo-san.
Thank you very much. My name is Tomo Ishikawa, Chief Regulatory Engagement Officer at MUFG. So, okay, my presentation is up. Can I, first of all, thank the organizer for inviting me to this wonderful event. I've been traveling a lot. I was in Hong Kong yesterday. I just flew in this morning. My flight was like 3 hours, so I didn't have sufficient time. But let's hope my brain's working. Can I also say, so I travel a lot. I was in Europe last month. I spend more than 50% of my time outside of Japan, so I'm traveling. And when I have 2 daughters, I tell my daughters and my wife, I'm going to Europe, I'm going to London, I'm going to New York. They kind of said, okay, good luck, go, and come back at some point. And I told my elder daughter, I'm going to Seoul. And she was like, okay, I thought she would say, okay, go and come back with something interesting. But this time, when I said to her, I'm going to Seoul, she said, oh, Daddy, you're going to Seoul? I need to talk to you. I was like, okay, what's the matter? And she was like, oh, you have to buy this K-Cosme. I was like, what the hell is that? She's like, K-Cosme, K-pop, her favorite is Baby Monster and whatever, Pink, Black, or Black Pink, I forgot what the, anyways. So she says, K everything. Korea is the best on pop, cosmetics, everything. And I asked her why. I mean, there's like French and Italian, a lot of brands. And she said, oh, because I'm Asian, right? If you're Asian, you need to use Asian. And what about Japanese? And she was like, Japanese, it's not good. Koreans are best. And therefore, if you go to Seoul, go and buy these K-Cosme. And Olive Young is the shop I need to find in the next hour or so before I go back to Tokyo. So I hope somebody will help me finding the right place. But why am I talking about this? Because not just in the Cosme or K-pop, but in transition too, which I'm going to talk in the next 10 minutes or so, it's all about region specificities, right? We talk about risk management, as we heard a few minutes ago, or the data. At the end of the day, we're talking about this planet-level climate issues, and therefore, we all have to take actions. However, when it comes to transition, which I'll talk to you, is very region-specific. And that's why, whether it's Japan, whether it's Korea, whether it's ASEAN, you need to understand what is transition, what is the right, or what are the key enabling technologies that will help this region to transition to where we want to. And of course, France may have their views, which is fine. UK may have their views, which is completely fine. But I do not think there is one-size-fits-all solution, but rather you need a region-specific solution, and that's exactly what I'm going to discuss in the next, 9 minutes. I was given 13 minutes, but because of this K-Cosme I touched on, I will have to skip some of the slides. Okay, that's me. I'm going to skip. If you're interested, come to me later on. So I know we have some students here too. So just for the purpose of your understanding, when we talk about this climate mitigation, and I think we heard from the French ambassador a few hours ago about this Paris Agreement. So this was agreed back in 2015. Anybody read this Paris Agreement? No? Oh, okay. That's a good start, okay? So it's, maybe 10 pages or so of agreement, but it's worth reading, right? There are a lot of interesting texts in the Paris Agreement, but one thing that confuses me a lot is this Article 2.1c. I'm going to read this, okay? Making finance flow consistent with a pathway toward low greenhouse gas emission climate resilient development. What does that mean? That sounds like all of us need to deploy capital consistent with the Paris Agreement outcome. But what does that mean? What does that mean, especially for private financial institutions like MUFG, ING, HSBC? What is our role, right? And that's what I'm trying to get to. At the same time, as you heard from Thomas, risk management is important, right? Why? Because we manage your money. You're our customers. I mean, maybe not MUFG's customer, but I'm sure you have deposits somewhere, right? And I assume you as a depositor, you want to make sure banks properly manage your money. We can certainly go and just lend money and say, we're going to save planet, right? HSBC, MUFG go out and save planet. And as you heard from Thomas, we may lose some money. Can I come to you and say, I'm sorry, your money is gone, but we tried to save the planet? Is that the type of bank that you want to deal with? I assume the answer is no, right? So you have to balance, right? You have to balance risk management, and because of your deposit sitting in our bank, we need to properly manage the risk. At the same time, we want to support transition of the economy for the purpose of saving humanity, saving the planet, but at the same time, it's also making our business model sustainable. The question I have for you, and I want you to also think with me, which is risk management is important. You heard from John from ACPR. I met him a lot, and I often have a good discussion with him. The question I have is, if you focus on risk management, at some point, do you think the finance gap will be addressed? If you focus on transition risk, physical risk, and as you heard, there's huge financing gap, and we're talking about $1 trillion. If we pursue risk management, at some point, can we address the financing gap or not? That, I think, is a fundamental question. So when you hear people like me or later on presentation, you need to ask always, what is this guy trying to talk about? What's the outcome? Is this about risk management, which Thomas discussed, and I completely agree his approach makes a lot of sense. But at the same time, if you're really serious about saving the planet or enabling transition, you also need to think about what kind of financing do you want to proactively pursue while managing risk. And I'll come back to this point later on. I'll quickly go through the transition finance in each region. And as I said earlier, it's very region specific. I'm going to start with EU because you often hear EU is a leader. True, they're being a leader. However, EU's approach is very, how should I say, regulatory driven. And I may want to say stick driven, not carrot, but stick. So they have what's called taxonomy. They're encouraging banks to do more green lending and less brown lending. it's not clear. It's not like legally binding that you cannot lend to brown sectors, but you're encouraged to do more green lending using the taxonomy and using disclosure. Next is the US. Of course, under the Trump administration, things are changing, but at least in the previous administration, there was what's called the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, where more tax incentives were given to green activities. And when I say green, it's not like renewables only, right? There are a lot of long list of technologies where the US government gave tax incentives. So it was basically providing tax incentive to encourage more investment. So what's key here in the US, it was making green technologies business viable or basically profitable. That's how they encouraged investment in what's called green areas. What about Asia? And that's where things get interesting. So EU, as I said, it was more of a stick approach. US, it was a tax incentive, so it was more a carrot approach. Whereas in Asia, it's quite different because, of course, China is part of Asia, India is part of Asia. More than 50% of population is in this region, right? But still, you see population growing, economy growing, and energy demand growing. And you have a lot of young coal power plants. How do you deal with it? It's, to some extent, easy to copy and paste EU approach or US approach. I do not think that will work. And I'll come back to this point later. But what's key in this region, especially for ASEAN, some of the emerging economies, is enable industrialization or allowing economy to grow while making sure you reduce the CO2. So how do you balance that is a key question. So what are we doing, MUFG? We are one of the largest global institutions, but here I'll focus on Japan. Japan, it's interesting because how we see this transition finance is not just about the supply or carrot or stick, because at the end of the day, we can only finance when there's a demand. And demand can only be created through policies, government policies. Demand meaning demand for funding, right? We can certainly have, as Thomas explained, risk appetite or a lot of tools. But if none of our clients come to us and say, we want to do CapEx on this or that, there's no financing need and there's no transition finance. So what's happening, how we are encouraging transition finance in Japan is you have the government, you have the industries, and you have the finance like us, working very closely in partnership and collaboration to find demand and also the supply of finance, and you connect the dots. And when businesses are not necessarily making sufficient profit, like green cement or green steel, there's the subsidy using the government transition bond. So making those businesses profitable, as I said earlier, it's similar to IRA, but making sure we have the sufficient risk appetite to fund those CapEx. That's how transition finance is conducted in Japan. What are we doing exactly? What we have is transition plan and what we call transition white paper. I call them, this is the two sides of the same coin. Transition plan is more about how do we get from here, where we are today, and where we want to be 2050, which is net zero goal. But at the same time, that's just about us, right? MUFG can do X or Y. We have these loans, we have this risk appetite, but that's not enough. We need to serve our clients. It's a real economy, and Japan's industry is very similar to Korea. So you have a lot of industries, you have automakers, consumer electrics. You need to encourage the real economy side to come up with the demand. And that's exactly what we did through this transition white paper. I'm gonna skip this slide. I can come back to this point. But so this is a transition white paper, which I actually started 3 years ago. Every year we've been publishing this. We spending more than 100 hours with our clients and articulate what is transition strategy of like Japanese steel company, auto company, glass, chemical, cement, paper, to really understand their strategy. And we are building or developing risk appetite, as you heard from Thomas, following our client transition strategy. So at the end of the day, how we think about transition finance is serving our client transition strategy. And ideally, adding that up, you come up with Japan's transition strategy. And we're trying to use this model in Asia, the rest of Asia too, because you see a lot of companies in this region still relying on fossil fuel related energy, but in the next 2 to 3 decades, you want to see more transition in the energy system and also providing low carbon solutions. So rather than like EU style where you have the green, non-green taxonomy, or where US style where you have a very strong tax credit incentives, I think what's needed in Asia, including Japan, I believe including Korea, which is a mixture of EU's approach, which is stick-driven, but also incentive-driven. At the end of the day, this journey is a long, several decade journey, and we know that this is not just about CO2 reduction. This is also about industrialization. This is also about economic growth. This is also about just transition, right? All of us need to win, need to become a winner as a result of this journey, rather than some of you win and a lot of others will lose. That's not the type of journey we want, at least in this region, I believe. And that's exactly the type of transition finance we have. So we have a lot of risk management kind of framework in place, a lot of product tools for the purpose of enabling our client to transition. But key is that Asia needs Asian transition strategy. And we are willing to serve and enable that strategy in this region. Maybe I'll stop here. I hope we have some time for question and answers later on, but given I had to skip some slides, I had some key takeaways which I wanted to come back to, but maybe I'll stop here for the moment and maybe later on if I have some time. Thank you very much.
안녕하십니까. 반갑습니다. 알리입니다. And that's the extent of my Korean. Apologies for that. I'd like to begin by thanking FSS and Ewha University for hosting this conference and giving me the opportunity to present to you analysis my colleagues around the world do on energy transition. We just heard from Ishikawa-san the approaches of one major financial institution to transition. What I'll try to do from my side is focus a little bit more on the real economy, and then what do we need from the world of finance to make transition to our goal possible. Let's start with the positive news. If you look at actual investments in the physical assets for energy transition, over the last 20 years, every year we have seen continued growth. And for the first time ever last year, the total investment in energy transition technologies exceeded $2 trillion US. And by geography, this region is the largest. This region is actually the first region to reach $1 trillion. And if you compare this number to amount of investment that has been going on to fossil fuel energy supply, we are now at a point that the energy transition annual investment is exceeding fossil fuel supply by roughly a factor of 2. Now, this was the rosy part. Let's get to the challenges. The very first challenge is, if we focus solely on energy supply, and we look at the ratio of the clean supply to the fossil fuel supply, we've just barely reached a ratio of over 1. That's positive, it's improving, but in a moment, as I'll show you, we're very, very far from the trajectory that we need to be on to be able to meet the Paris Agreement goal. Now, what about financial institutions? As many of you will remember, in the run-up to COP26 in Glasgow, many different types of financial institutions came together under the umbrella of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, committing to be Paris-aligned. Now, as Ishikawa-san pointed out, in many cases, if I may be blunt, I don't think these financial institutions really knew what that means. And once they made this commitment, then many of them started to think about, okay, what does this mean? And as a research provider, we have tried to help them out with that question. One of the things we've done is we've analyzed over 1,000 commercial banks looking at the amount of equity, debt, and project finance they've provided to energy supply projects, and then looked at the ratio of clean to fossil fuel. As you can see, compared to the actual energy transition investment ratio, the banks are lagging a little bit behind, but the number is improving. Now, the reason they're lagging behind, part of it is not all energy transition funding comes from banks. That's fair. But also, in many cases, fossil fuel projects tend to be more dependent on bank financing than some of the, for example, clean tech projects that are more driven by venture capital and private equity. If you look at this energy supply banking ratio, we can see clear regional differences. As Ishikawa-san pointed out, in the EU, due to regulations, on average, the ratio for banks headquartered in Europe is higher. Similarly, if you look at Latin America, partly due to availability of more clean power supply in that market and a lower ratio of fossil fuel upstream projects there, again, Latin American banks tend to have a higher ratio. On the other hand, if you look at for Asia, the ratio unfortunately doesn't look that good. I mentioned we've done over 1,000 bank. Just as I was sitting down before coming up, I thought I would look up the ratios we calculated for MUFJ, HSBC, and ING. Maybe no surprise from what you're saying here, HSBC being headquartered in London has the highest ratio today. So the numbers that we ran for 2023, that ratio was 1.49. ING also has a fairly high ratio, it's 0.77, and MUFJ is 0.57. But for all three banks, the ratio has improved over the period of 2021 to 2023. And the reason, by the way, I keep talking about a ratio, initially when the Paris Agreement came to force and then transition finance became a priority for many banks, one of the ways a lot of financial institutions thought about improving their alignment with the Paris Agreement goal was to focus on financed emissions. Now, if you focus solely on financed emissions, the easiest way as an individual bank you can improve your position is to simply stop lending to brown industries and start divesting from emission-intensive industries. Now, if you do that, your own numbers will improve, but you're actually not really doing much in helping with the transition. In 2050, we're still gonna need steel, we're still not gonna need electricity, we're still gonna need cement. So what's more important is not the denominator, rather is the numerator. So increasing that numerator is much more important in terms of helping the transition. And that's why we've tried to look at it as a ratio rather than solely focusing around the financed emissions, which would be a reflection of investment in the denominator. Now, when we go back to the technology question, of that $2.1 trillion, majority of it was invested in technologies that are mature. This is solar, wind farms, increasingly energy storage, as well as electric vehicles. In many markets globally, these technologies are fully competitive, and as a result, the risk level is fairly low, and depending on the market, most of these projects get financed relatively easy. On the other hand, if you look at technologies that we need for so-called hard-to-abate sectors, so your steel, your cement, aviation decarbonization, shipping decarbonization, those technologies and clean fuels are still today very expensive. When there are government support mechanisms available, the investments grow, and you can see the number for 2022 and 2023 was doing really well, but then you can see a significant decline in 2024. What happened in 2024? A major development was that, as Ishikawa-san mentioned, the US Inflation Reduction Act that was providing a lot of incentives all of a sudden became uncertain. And of course, the administration change in the US has now really sealed the fate of the Inflation Reduction Act, and many of the original incentives that were available are no longer available for these sectors. For mature technologies, thanks to increased investment in both manufacturing capacity and deployment, we have seen significant cost decline. So you can see for solar, wind turbines, and batteries, prices over the last 15 years have significantly come down. And if you look at, for example, one measure that many project financiers and developers look at, which is levelized cost of electricity generation, essentially looking at your financing cost, your capex cost, and your operational cost over the economic lifetime that you're assuming for that power plant, and then calculate the global benchmark. Since the second half of 2017, the global average benchmark for renewables has been lower than thermal power plants. This means in most places, if you build a renewable power plant, you're going to be more economically competitive than a thermal power plant. Now, this of course depends on geographical factors. So the numbers will vary by geography, but also it is a function of power market design. And here what I want to highlight, often when I go around in Northeast Asia, specifically here in Korea, Japan, and Taiwan, I hear people say, oh, we don't have much renewable resource potential, it's really expensive, we don't have space to build it. Lots of reasons that people point out. And if you look at the LCOE numbers for Northeast Asia, they're relatively higher. But the reason they're higher is not simply because of geography. A lot of it comes back to regulation and permitting. South Korea today has one of the most strictest land clearance rules for building renewable projects anywhere in the world. You have to site them very, very specifically away from major roadways, major public buildings. All of these restrictions, what they do is they limit the amount of land that's available for renewable project development, and then inadvertently inflate the value of that land. There are additional challenges, which due to time I will skip for now. But what I want to say is that please don't think that you don't have enough renewable resource potential. You actually have a lot of renewable resource potential. It's just not being utilized well because of legacy permitting and regulatory issues. In many parts of the world now, building a renewable project is even more competitive than running existing thermal power plants, meaning if you have a competitive power market, you naturally start to see some of those existing thermal power plants get phased out. Now, if we go back on geographic basis, we can see that some countries are doing far better than others. Globally, since 10 years ago, China has been leading in energy transition investment. As a share of GDP, last year, China invested 4.5% of its GDP in deployment of these energy transition technologies. In absolute volume terms, China's investment more than doubles the next leading economy, which was the US last year. US, there are already signs that investment is falling. In the rest of APAC, we're actually seeing emerging markets, in particular India, do really well. India's ranking globally increased from 9th in 2023 to 6th in 2024. Japan, on the other hand, is sliding back because, again, there are a lot of regulatory challenges. South Korea doesn't make the top 10, but it's actually ranked 11th. And if you think about it in the context of its GDP rank, which today is 13th, is actually a good number. As a share of GDP, South Korea spent about 1.6% of its GDP, so roughly a third of what China did last year. 1.6% to some of you may sound like a high number, but let me remind you of one thing. Pretty much all the energy that South Korea consumes is imported in the form of fossil fuels. And when those fossil fuels get expensive, they are really expensive for the Korean economy. In the decade from 2010 to 2019, on average, South Korea spent 8% of its GDP to import fossil fuel. Cumulatively, that was over $1 trillion US, so an average of annually $100 billion. Last year, investment in energy transition was only $27.6 billion. And by the way, most of that energy transition investment actually benefits Korean companies because its technology is manufactured by Korean companies. Whereas when you're buying oil, gas, and coal, you're basically paying other countries. And that dollar value doesn't get recycled in the local economy. On the technology side, as I mentioned earlier, the mature technologies are doing well, but even here, there are some discrepancies even globally. Renewables continue to attract a lot of investment, particularly the solar sector. Energy storage in many markets is booming, but the grid, which is what we really need if you want to increase the amount of clean power supply and increase also provision of electrification to other final energy demand sources, is underinvested. The reason the grid is underinvested, again, it goes back to regulation. In many markets, the regulatory environment for grid investment is very restrictive. For example, in markets such as Europe, grid investment is open to direct private investment, including from overseas. So there are some Japanese financial institutions that already have equity and stakes in, for example, grid companies such as TenneT in Europe. In this part of the world, in Japan, in Korea, in Taiwan, you're not legally allowed to own a part of the grid. Only specific companies are allowed to own it, and then foreign direct investment is also not allowed. So the best you can do is, for example, in the case of Korea, buy KEPCO's stock or buy the debt that KEPCO has issued. But those are not necessarily the best way to raise funding for more grid investment. Now, AI has been a hot topic, and I know we need to be addressing that in this panel. One of the things that has been discussed a lot about AI is the increased impact on power demand. So there's been a lot of headlines, very alarming headlines, talking about that all these data centers are going to drive up electricity demand and we're going to have challenges with them. One thing to note, yes, it's true, some of the initial models were very, very computationally intensive and required a lot of data center capacity. But as we saw earlier this year, there are also efficiency gain opportunities. So the model that DeepSeek launched, the R1 model, was a lot more efficient than some of the earlier large language models. And that did raise some questions around maybe some of these projections are not correct. Now, as a research entity, we spend a lot of time counting things and making sure that they're real. So one of the first things we wanted to do is say, let's go and actually look at the data, look at the data center capacity, both historical, but also the projects that are under construction or already post-final investment decision. And it's certainly true that the average data center capacity is significantly increasing. We are going from the average data center being in single-digit megawatts to now hundreds of megawatts and in some cases even gigawatt scale. And if you look at this trend on an aggregate, already the historical numbers have grown in all regions. Yes, US leads the world by far, but you can see that elsewhere here in Asia Pacific, but also in EMEA, we're also seeing rising growth in the electricity capacity required by data centers. So where do we go from here? We did a lot of work on computing how much electricity has been used by data centers, and then what do we expect to happen over the next 10 years. Last year, data centers for all applications, not just AI, for all applications, consumed globally 400 terawatt hours of electricity. This number may sound like an abstract number to many of you. To put it in context, Korea's overall annual electricity consumption last year was 558 terawatt hours. So this roughly corresponds to 72% of what Korea consumed. If data centers were their own country, they would be comparable to what Saudi Arabia consumed last year. And by 2035, we expect this annual electricity consumption will grow to reach 1,600 terawatt hours. That would be equivalent to combining the amount of electricity that Japan and South Korea used last year. So a sizable number. What does this mean for the supply side? If we just purely do economic modeling, ignoring our climate goals, ignoring any emission targets, then the incremental electricity demand that comes from these data centers, roughly 2/3 of that ends up being met by fossil fuel thermal power plants, and then 1/3 by renewables. So that means if we don't optimize for it, then indeed it could lead to higher emissions. But there are good news. One, the hyperscalers that are driving the AI revolution, many of them have very, very aggressive emission reduction goals. So the likes of Google and Microsoft, they want to be net zero scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 by 2030. And they're putting a lot of effort to make sure that their data centers are powered by clean power. The other thing we should pay attention to is that as a share of electricity demand by market, the impact of data centers will be very different. By and large, in OECD markets such as Korea, such as Japan, such as the US and the European economies, because there are not that many other sources of electricity demand growth, as a share of overall demand, data center will be a significant number, and this needs to be taken into account. On the other hand, in emerging economies, because the electrification of economy is still in a relatively early stage and their populations are growing, the contribution from data centers is relatively smaller. Now, when we look at other drivers of electricity demand in the context of energy transition, we should also remember that we have to also make sure that we serve electric vehicle charging, but also increasingly, unfortunately, due to the changing climate, you're gonna see higher and higher demand for air conditioning, and hopefully in many places that will be met by heat pumps that are more efficient. If you combine all of these things, there will be more demand for electricity, and we need to take into account how we can serve this demand without exacerbating our challenges in terms of climate change. The primary way to do that, yes, there are many technologies, but if you look at short term, I would go back to the mature technologies that I highlighted earlier. It's about increasing affordable clean power supply, which means primarily combination of solar and wind and batteries. Yes, it does require green investment. And then on road transport, it's about accelerating the EV transition. The plus side of this is that then we can actually start reducing our fossil fuel consumption. The lines on these charts, the solid lines are our economic transition scenario. This is what the model does if you just tell it to optimize for least system cost and don't take into account any emission reduction goals, and in jurisdictions that there's no compliance carbon market, don't put in any carbon price. The dotted line are a Paris-aligned net zero scenario. By the way, that Paris-aligned net zero scenario is one of the reference scenarios that HSBC has used in its transition planning. You may wonder, well, how much will this cost? And here I'm showing you the comparisons of the global annual investment across the different components of the energy system, both in terms of CapEx, OpEx, and fuel cost, between the economic transition scenario on the left, the net zero scenario in the middle, and then the differential between the two of them. You'll notice that the differential, first of all, is not that big. By the way, these are global numbers. And actually, if we do this right, in the 2040s, then the net zero scenario is even cheaper than the economic transition scenario. Now here, I haven't shown you the cost to the real economy of the physical damage due to climate change. If you may remember Mr. Shims from KMA's earlier presentation, he already showed us that climate catastrophes are causing damages to physical infrastructure in trillions of dollars. So what I want to point out is that while, yes, the net zero scenario is on aggregate more expensive than the economic transition scenario, the difference between the two is actually a lot less than if you don't mitigate climate change. By the way, that economic transition scenario would translate to a warming temperature of 2.6 degrees Celsius. Our net zero scenario is 1.75. 1.5, to be frank, is increasingly, unfortunately, implausible, at least on this side of the century. If you look up by geography, again, the numbers will be fairly different. In economies such as China, where they've already achieved very competitive renewables, energy storage, and EV prices, the cost to the transition is lower. On the other hand, in economies that they lack access to those competitive low-price technologies, then the cost would be higher. But the silver lining here is also for fossil fuel import-dependent nations, such as South Korea, on a net basis, the benefits of the net zero scenario are actually more positive because, as I mentioned earlier, you get more of the investment, more of your consumption of the energy dollars staying within your economy rather than going outside of the economy. Now, at the beginning, I showed you that $2.1 trillion of investment that may have seemed like a pretty impressive number. If we want to get onto the pathway to net zero scenario, globally that number would have to reach $5.5 trillion by the end of this decade. That might seem like a tall order. By market, the amount of increase that needs to happen is a little bit different. For China, as well as larger European economies, such as Germany and the UK, the multiplier is a little bit lower, so they're closer to being on the net zero pathway. In the case of South Korea, it's a little bit in the middle. We need to see roughly 4 times the current levels of investment to be able to get on track. We could use the same numbers to again go back to the financial institutions and then look at where their ESBR is today and then where they need to go. One thing I want to emphasize in closing is, again, this is not about quitting financing fossil fuels today, because obviously our energy system today is still powered by fossil fuels. Rather, it's about increasing the investment in the clean energy supply, in the technologies on the demand side first, and then you can gradually start reducing the investment on the fossil fuels. Thank you very much for your attention.
It's really bright if I'm standing here with the, I just want to check how many minutes do I have. I don't want to interrupt. 10 minutes. Okay, sure. I will be short and concise because Ali already covered some points that I wanted to talk as well. So good, it's not morning anymore, so good morning and some mirror and like good lunch soon. So my name is Louise Kim. I'm the Director of Sustainable Solutions Group of ING Bank based in Seoul, Korea. So my role would be a little bit different from our colleagues in other banks because I'm actually working with clients and structuring deals that's relating to sustainability. So that can include data center, renewable energy, or some other social project as well. So today I want to talk about how banks like ING really need to take a transformative role to scaling up this energy market through innovation as well. So this will be the brief agenda of today. So I will be talking about what we are doing as a bank, and then later on I want to talk about the relationship between AI and sustainable energy from more like banker's perspective because I'm not the scientist, so I can't go into the details. Then at the end, I want to talk about the green data center, so that will be the main theme of today. So this is more like the journey of ING. Long before I joined, honestly. So we actually started to publish ESG report back in 1995. That was about 30 years ago. And during the last 30 years, there has been a lot of additions on what we've been doing. And this year, we became the first globally systemically important bank to have those climate reduction target validated by SBTi as well. So what I want to emphasize, the 30 years is a long journey. So it's making a baby to be more like the full-grown adult. So the sustainability is not like 3 to 5 years. So it's long commitment, and you need to have a strong will from top, and also the willingness to work together from the bottom as well. So during those 30 years, we've been able to actually kind of engrave sustainability into the DNA of our bankers. Some may don't like it initially, but now this became the part of ING bankers' DNA. So we have 3 differentiators that makes us a little bit different from other banks, and sustainability is one of the pillars that we are presenting to the clients as well. So what we are doing in more concrete term or more tangible way, first of all, we want to make our operation as carbon neutral, and we are proactively supporting the clean energy tech and the renewable energy as well, and we are engaging with clients who are working towards the low carbon transition and energy in various sectors as well. So what this means is that putting sustainability at the heart, and why we need to do it as a bank, because clearly we are a private bank still chasing to maximize profit as well. But at the same time, sustainability is not somebody's work, because it's really affecting the planet and every people in this room and also the other area as well. So you cannot ignore, because this is also the way you can sustainability operating your banks in longer term. So how we do it, because it's just like Ali said, all people in financial institutions, they really love to have some numbers. So we also have our KPI tied to sustainable finance. So we have this commitment to deliver 150 billion euro by 2027. So that's kind of annual funding that we are aiming to do it. And last year, we actually delivered sustainable finance deals well above 800 deals globally. That was around 130 billion euros as well. That includes some of those notable deals in Korea as well. So what I have been talking so far may be a little bit weird to some people, because this is not the traditional roles of banks. Banks is typically the one, the intermediary of the transaction. But for this era and the beyond, the banks actually need to take an additional role that's more beyond the traditional roles of FI. So first one is the capital allocation to green AI and green infrastructure as well. For this one, I'm not just talking about the solar and wind, because that's obviously really green one, but there are a lot of other technology that's more likely indirectly supporting those areas as well. So that's the area that we need to include as the part of the ecosystem as well. And the second one is that we need to develop the innovative financing solution to support those transactions, because some transaction may be, we sometimes call it as not bankable, meaning the bank cannot put up money because it's too risky. Then we need to figure out some other structure, how we can support those type of product as well. And also the third thing is that we need to have some advocacy with the regulation and the other stakeholders. And for me, being here is also part of this engagement with the stakeholders as well. So I just want to come to the definition of sustainable finance, because for some people this may be a bit kind of new concept. So a lot of banks have a different way of defining sustainable finance. So there's no dictionary to define it, and there's no legal binding on the sustainable finance as well. But we kind of agree that this is the interaction between sustainability and the finance. What we mean is that sustainable finance is the way to stir investment into the companies or project that's more sustainable. Then using this financing traditional tool with innovative sustainable finance tool, we are trying to support those companies, and also at the same time we believe that those companies will be the winner in 5 to 10 years, and you want to be the best friends with the winners of the future market as well. This is some of the product we are offering as well. So you may be familiar with green loan. So that's more like the loan dedicated to the green projects, such as renewable or EVs as well. But we also have sustainability linked loan. That's more like using the KPI of the companies relating to ESG. So if they achieve their performance, we are reducing our margin. If they don't achieve, we are increasing the margin. It's more like penalizing and incentivizing the company based on the ESG performance as well. And we also do ESG advisory. We can even link this to derivatives and some other type of banking product as well. So that was more like what I'm doing in daily life. And the second session is about the relationship between AI and sustainable energy. And this graph actually shows the scale of the challenge. And when I was actually doing research on this part clearly, I was looking at the BNEF and some other really famous researches from academics and other industry. There's no single number predicting what would be the percentage of AI from this total energy consumption. So some say that it will be around 2%, some say it could be 5 to 10% by 2030, but there is already some state in the US, such as Virginia, using 25% of their energy on the data center because data center tend to be clustered in certain areas. So the Virginia was kind of famous to have multiple big hyperscale data center. So you cannot predict with our kind of common sense how AI development can actually consume the energy. And that's most volatile and the critical part. And we need to be aware of that as well. So this is the paradoxical cycle of AI that everyone is aware. In a positive note, AI actually can enable smarter renewable energy. They can actually help to predict this volatility of solar and the wind as well. It can also enhance the efficiency of energy and resources. So that's more like the positive note. And the negative side is really direct. AI-driven data center will consume more. So as a bank, what we need to do is we need to figure out the project that can kind of balancing the economic growth with the sustainability in a net basis. So that is the kind of agenda of today for me. So I want to start with the negative thing first. As a Korean, this is always easy to talk about the kind of gloomy side. So we all know that training the data consumes a lot. And actually, I read an article about the DeepSeek and ChatGPT and Perplexity. They are increasingly using the chain of thought as their own kind of like the Beijing methodology that can consume like 10 times more than those kind of average AI methodology as well. So even among AI methodology, there is variation of energy consumption because we are requesting more and more to these AI tools, and they are interacted with a lot of other things. There is kind of demand for this company to develop more sophisticated model that will consume more energy as well. So that's something we have never been there. So that is also the scary part of AI. And the other thing is that in terms of operational side of data center clearly use a lot of energy, but they use a lot of water as well. So they need cooling systems, so they need a lot of water. It's more like the semiconductor. They are one of the major kind of water consumer in the industry. So that's something we need to take account when we are evaluating this product as well. And my best slide, this is the positive side of AI. AI will be clearly the accelerator of renewable energy because it can help forecasting and grid management. I know that there are some specific faculty within Ewha Women's University dedicating on this type of study as well. And also they are also supporting energy storage optimization and prediction and maintenance. So Mr. Shim has been doing a lot of this work, I assume. So this is the brighter side of this AI. Then I want to talk about the green data center. So why this became my main topic initially, this is not shown in my title. The reason why is that you cannot stop company putting their money on AI because that will be commercially attractive for them and there is strong demand. Then we cannot also say that you can't use energy as well. So human nature, if say no, they will do more. So that's not the solution as well. So what we can only do is we need to actually develop and design and operate the data center that can be energy efficient. So in a way, in a net sum, we can kind of assuming that this AI development can be beneficial for the economy and at the same time does not harm the environment as well. So this is the main metric that globally a lot of companies are using when they build and operate the data center. There are many things, but there is this kind of red box that is the metric used for the operation side of data center. So you can actually see a lot of jargons like PUE, WE, and cooling system. This is the metric the banks are using as well. So when we structure sustainable finance with the data center project, we are also using this kind of as a metric, sometimes for sustainable linked loan or sometimes as a green loan. So this is something kind of interaction with this industry metric with the banks, the lending policy as well. So these are the famous examples of green data centers. So I think I already mentioned the Googles and Microsoft. And there's also other companies like Equinix and Edge Connect, it's more like Australian company, and Singapore company. They are doing things. So the primary purpose of them is to be carbon neutral in their scope 1 and 2. So trying to rely on the renewable energy. But more fundamentally, what they are trying to do now is to design their operation to be more energy efficient. So that's more like the two things, they are doing it together. And at the same time, I haven't included in here, but like chip makers like and NVIDIA, they are also putting a lot of research on trying to make a chip that is more energy efficient itself. So it's trying to make every part of this kind of the ecosystem of AI to be energy efficient. So overall, it will consume less energy. So that's more like this horizontal kind of movement from the industry as a whole. So lastly, I want to show what we are mostly using currently for calling data center as green. So we are using mostly PUE. So you can actually see that there is the market standard like 1.4. So if the data center has design and operation PUE less than 1.4, it can be considered as green. So there are a lot of good examples in Korea. So for example, Naver did the data center that's about 1.12. So it's exceptionally energy efficient. And there was also another data center in the Gyeonggi area. They also did like 1.3, and we provided the green loan for those companies as well. And these are the standard for those companies in APEC using it and publicly kind of like announcing that that would be their target for. And for more specifically, PUE can be can be varying depending on whether the data center will be in humid kind of climate or whether it will be cold climate, because there will be the different fundamental. So that's more like the aggregate number. And increasingly, there is more advanced company trying to achieve 1.2, 1.1, and even lower as well. So, and additional metric would be the WUE, so it's kind of incorporating water as the second point as well. So that is my end of slide. I hope that I finish within 10 minutes. I just want to kind of finish with the statement from ING officially. So it's not my word, this is more like from our website, but I think it makes sense. So the low carbon transition cannot happen overnight. So it is about making progress together step by step. And my sentence will be, all the audiences here are part of the journey, so there will be no one singled out from this journey as well. Thank you.
I'm always very excited to be a last presenter, so my role is always timekeeping. And in order to maximize my presentation within very short time, so I would like to say that we already distributed all the presentation slides to the FSS website. You can download freely, so you don't need to use a cell phone. And the other thing is that I'm very much thankful for all the speakers today. That they are very inspiring to me, particularly in the work, what I do. So I would like to organize this conference as for my work. So each individual presentation is more than excellent, but I would like to invite you all to put yourself in my shoes. So one of the most interesting and one of the most exciting job as a financial regulator, the financial supervisor in charge of climate risk management. Well, I started my talk, the climate-related financial risk supervisory strategy in Korea. My talk is composed of two parts. First of all, supervisory environment and supervisory strategies. First of all, the environment. So we have very sad events because of natural disasters in Korea and the other world. Even in this year, we have lots of events. But one thing significant is that we are having the record high losses, say, each year, and that make the huge impact to financial markets and the real economies. How about the numbers? So I just want to say, mention that just your left part. So at the top is the frequency of natural disasters. The line is showing the 2023 and 2024.
cost is the same. So if even with a glimpse of to see it, so we have very evident upward trend. John introduced this graph, so I think that ECB, the European Central Bank, is very proud of this one, so I kind of envy. Well, and the European banks have been aligning with the supervisory expectations. And how with Japanese banks? The Ishikawa-san shared the approach of the MUFG, but this is not just a story of the MUFG. So Mizuho and Sumitomo BC, SMBC, I luckily had a meeting with those three mega banks in Tokyo. They are very well prepared to provide transition finance. The energy market, Ali already showed that. I don't want to add anything, but we need to focus on the renewables. That is the supervisory environment. So what should we do as a supervisor for the supervisory strategies? Our focus, first of all, is enhancing low carbon transition investment. We will do the transition finance guideline publications and incentivizing policies, and we'll make some infrastructures for sustainable finance. Maybe some of you have a problem. Why a supervisor to try to give some focus about the enhancing low carbon transition investment? That is, in the long term, to reduce the transition risk, because we can transition the brown asset to the green assets. But our approach is not just one time. It was based on all the efforts we did already in the box. And I just want to show that the figures at the bottom. So we call it the gap analysis, but Europeans said that they are surveys. So we did similar things. We produced our climate risk management guideline in 2021. We did our gap analysis in 2022. At the moment, we have very low compliance levels. But next year in 2023, we see that the rapid increase. But last year, we just focused on the climate stress testing. But this year, we will do one more time, the gap analysis. I'm expecting, actually I believe we will have a jump from year 2023. And climate stress testing is one of the biggest one of the biggest challenge we have. But we would like to focus on the find the potential risk areas and transmission channels. And we have sent the warning messages to financial markets and entire economic agents. And we did also enhance proactive measures. For that, we did in-depth research, and we did lots of collaborations and cooperation with the expertise here in KEMA and the central bank and other foreign institutions. We have lots of things considering indoors. One thing is that the AI applications to climate risk management and the sustainable finance in financial markets. And everybody is very much interested about the climate disclosures. But we have very nice examples already. But we have some polarized examples. So we would like to support the small and medium-sized financial institutions. And ETS and transition plan and sectoral pathways also we are very much interested in, and we are making. Key takeaways is that transition finance is one of the key topics, and climate risk management guideline compliance will be checked in the half of this year. And the climate stress testing will be done with the variation of the scenarios and lots of different methodologies. But still long way to go. But finally, the FSS has built several blocks since 2022, which means we are doing the consistent effort in this area. Thank you very much. We have enough time for this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Jae-Hak. Would I have 10 minutes for the Q&A? Let me ask at least one question because I'm here on the stage. Thank you. So thank you for the speakers. I'd like to convene everyone to the very short discussion before the lunch. So our session is entitled Next Generation Climate Risk Management with AI and Technology, especially on transition risks. And then according to the TCFD's guideline, the transition risk is defined as it is a risk arising from the shift toward a low carbon economy, and that include policy and legal risks, market risks, technology risks, and reputation risks. And listening from 4 presenters today, I think we have pretty much comprehensive and in-depth discussion of all those categories. So again, thank you. Let me quickly kind of summarize what my main takeaways from each of the presenters. So from Ali from BNF, you showed us how the global energy transition investment has been surpassed $2 trillion, which is rosy. But at the same time, you warned that AI-driven electricity demands might push back the grid back to the thermal unless investment keeps up the pace, and then also the proper regulation supports. Luis from ING, you walk us through your sustainable finance practices, and also highlighted the paradox that we are having with the AI, that we are seeing the demand from the AI, but at the same time it is contributing to enabling the smarter grids and so on. And Tomo-san from MUFG, very interesting insight on how the transition approaches are differed by the region, the EU, US, and then Asia, and then briefly walk us through the framework on the transitionality-based assessment. And then lastly, Jae-hak, you explained us, gap analysis and stress testing will be guiding the, financial supervision services and so on. So that was my main takeaways. And then now that I want to underscore, because our session is about the AI and technology, one global disruption, which is the rise of the AI. And then we've been discussing this as a part of the demand shock that largely unforeseen a few years ago even. And then it's actually reshaping the transition risk in this era. So on that regard, maybe I have a question to Ali on your overlook on how this like a rise of the AI and then AI-driven electricity demands will be reshaping or at least influence the new outlook of the energy transition investment. And then you also mentioned briefly at the last, what are the policy major levers that can, like most urgent to keep this, the progress that we have made so far, and then not letting this, like a new disruption to, derail the progress that we have made.
Thank you very much. So as Luis pointed out with the example of Virginia, the impact of AI data centers in most countries, it won't show up nationally, rather it will be very localized. And that's why it requires careful consideration then to ensuring that where you're deploying the data center, you can also provide the clean power to it. Now, to achieve that, regulatory environments can help. There are 2 examples I can share that are already happening. Germany already has a requirement that data centers have to use at least 50% of their power be green, and that requirement every year goes up. And then China has also introduced requirements. China has actually done multiple different regulations around this topic. One of them is they have nationally identified 8 data center hubs. Some of these are in places which is relatively easy to get clean power, but one of them, for example, the Greater Bay Area of Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, is relatively challenging still for these 8 hubs that they've identified. If you're building a data centers in these hubs, you have to start off by at least having more than half of the power come from green sources. And again, every year that has to increase towards 100%. And then everywhere else, there's a requirement that data centers have to match the national clean power average, regardless of where they are. And the national clean power average for China is already around 40%. So if you put in these sort of requirements, and then of course have the supporting enabling environment for it, you can manage the demand. In South Korea specifically, part of the challenge right now is the renewable power supply growth is far slower than the corporate demand growth for clean power. And yes, concepts such as the energy highway that we heard earlier in the morning from the Prime Minister can help, but fundamentally it requires further consideration of power market reform. This is something that, by the way, Japan has already done. Korea is a bit behind.
Thank you, Ali, about the regulatory support. And then that actually lead to my question to Luis, that you mentioned about, like those rise of the green data centers. And then that is a kind of linked to the German and China examples that Ali just mentioned. Then, like as a financial institutions, are you seeing any risk in investing in those green data centers or the green infrastructure that supports the AI? And then you also introduced some of the innovative tools that can mobilize the investment capital toward those green infrastructure. What do you see as like the most effective tools to de-risk, if there's any, those infrastructure investments?
So this is sharing experience. So I think it depends on which country you are talking about. So like for US and some of those developed countries in Europe, there is already really strong corporate. They have their own agenda to drive their data center to be carbon neutral. So that's relatively easier for them to actually attract private capital as well, due to their high credit rating and the market presence. But if you are thinking about more emerging market with really growing demand on energy and AI, it's extremely hard for banks to put a lot of money on that project. It's partly because of that kind of like high risk on that countryside and some of those volatility. And in that regard, we need some kind of protection mechanism, such as like insurance protection or PPA, like public-private partnership would be one thing, or blended finance, meaning that the banks with more like, IBRD, IFC, like kind of putting money together, so they will take more riskier part, and bank will be more like the senior lender. It's kind of the typical structure, but more fundamentally, there should be some type of policy incentives for company to consider green data center, because right now it's mainly driven by those pioneers who are doing and who want to be the best in the market. But if you want to kind of like cascading into the mid to the down kind of rating of company, you need to provide some incentive for them to consider green rather than the kind of like conventional data center, because there will be more costs of designing and operating initially, but eventually the cost will be outweighed by the benefit of saving money. But you need to have some kind of subsidy or some other type of incentive to boost those activities as well.
Thank you, Luis. I'm going to switch a little bit of our tone to my view to the rise of the AI is also not only the demand shock, but also the technological disruption. And then, like AI has enabled us, like something that we haven't done so far, right? And especially for the financial sector, it is so. So that actually lead to my question to Tomo-san. First, I want to hear more about the transitionality screening assessment one that you had to skip because of the time. But at the same time, I wonder how that works in hearts of a sector and then how you actually then mix the utilize the AI technology to run those, transitionality assessment in those sectors.
Sure. Let me start by reframing the discussion. We often talk about hard-to-abate sector. I engage with many of our clients. I do not think they're hard-to-abate sector. I would say they're too expensive to abate sector. So technologies are there, like green steel, green cement. The technology is not the challenge. It's the price, right? And as we all know, whether it's green steel or normal steel, you don't see the difference, right? But the difference is there. Are you willing to pay extra 20%, 30% for green products? Yes or no? And all of you saying no, meaning it's no, right? So it comes down to pricing. It comes down to business viability of low carbon solutions. So I don't think it's about whether the technology is there or not. It's about the ability of these corporates. It's not about finance, but it's the companies willing to invest in low carbon products, and can they sell it? It's simple as that. And I think how the US tried to address this was the tax incentive, as I discussed earlier. I do not think the carrot approach, I do think carrot approach is necessary, not only the stick, because at the end of the day, stick approach, the disclosure, taxonomy, et cetera, will not solve this green premium. The other thing I might want to touch on is inflation. Transition is inflationary, and this is something we haven't been discussing, but I think all of us at some point will feel this, which is, again, green products will be more expensive. How can we, as a bank, be comfortable in financing these new technologies? Ideally, we want all of us to finance these technologies, right? But if the cash flow will decrease as a result of higher price and more difficult technologies and competing with the traditional technologies, nobody will finance. So we often talk about this transition finance from a supply side, stress testing, risk management, as John explained. All of that is important. But no matter what we do as a bank, unless businesses become comfortable in investing in new technologies, whether it's AI, whether it's green steel, this is not going to happen, right? So I encourage FSS, and something we've been discussing in Japan, something I've been discussing with the ASEAN colleagues too, ASEAN government, that it's very, very important that you have the financial sector policy, regulation, disclosure, supervisory expectations, and industrial policy linked. Because when they're not linked, transition will not happen. And I'll come back to this, Thomas, your story about these two houses. We can certainly have a better, stronger risk management following ECB or FSS guideline, but when the world is burning, what's the point of having risk management, right? When other houses are burned and dead, you're the only house that remains. What's the point of having strong risk management? So strong risk management must be for the purpose of financing real transition, not risk management for the purpose of risk management, because that's not what we're supposed to be doing, right? We're supposed to be doing this for the purpose of supporting transition. So let's focus on the real transition, which is reducing the real emission rather than just looking at the finance emission or risk management, because that's just part of the jigsaw, not the entire story. Maybe I don't know whether I answered your question, but something I wanted to touch on. Thank you.
Perfectly Sitten. Thank you, Tomo-san. Actually, that was my recap from listening to what you just have said, and also attending to many of the FSS conferences, and here that, like the trend that I'm reading is actually our discussion and then our focus is actually shifting from just focusing on the taxonomies and regulations toward more concrete action. And then, then I think your gap analysis and then those type of assessment is a kind of status quo check. So that's what I kind of read the broad trend here. And then Tomo-san just like tossed that one. That is tossing my question to Jae-Hak, is that from your gap analysis and then also your the regular climate stress testing, where would you see the biggest the weakness among the financial institution resides today? Like, is that strategy, governance, or risk or disclosure? What is it? And also, my other question is how the AI can play a constructive role in improving those kind of weaknesses that we are seeing today.
Thank you very much. But I think that my question is the most difficult one, I think. I think we normally provide the 4 pillars for the climate risk management requirement. First of all, governance and disclosure and the risk management and sometimes the metrics or some things. But I think one of the most important things is governance. Because I think all the institutions, all the organizations is the same. We need to be decided by the top levels, which means the governance is one of the most important things. So in my presentation slide, I just skipped one. But the most important point I would like to say that which one is the most powerful or efficient, voluntary risk management or regulated-led risk management. As the supervisors, we may have very strong regulations. We can make some changes, but is it a real climate risk management? I'm not sure at the moment. So the voluntary, which was determined by the CEO level or the top levels, which is very important part. And AI technologies is, I've seen a few examples which was voluntarily conducted by the financial institutions. I think this is the problem of time. The many financial institutions implement AI-based technologies. So I introduced the K-taxonomy supporting system, which was IT-based system to help the practitioners in the bank to determine which one is green or not. But some banks are trying to apply their own, they developed their own the AI-based taxonomy application system, which is one of the very interesting examples. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jae-hak. So I know that we are going over time, and then sorry to put you in the very hard spot on the asking the most tough question. However, that becomes our discussion have like a clear deliverables. So what I see from our discussion and also presentation is 3. The first thing is a transition risk is a systematic. So we are seeing that the regulators and the financial institutions and technology providers are deeply interconnected, and those risks are actually travel through the investment flow or credit exposures or supervisors capital impacts and so on. So that's very obvious. And then the second one is a new observation is AI is reshaping the curve, like the demand curve and all the risk curve and also the supply of the capital. That's a new observation. And then above all, execution matters. Whether through credible borrowers, transitionality is important, supervised service like a climate stress testing, and also some green finance covenants and so on. So those are the messages that are that I kind of summarize from our session. So so thank you for all our panelists and also audience to stay with us and then engaging with our discussion. Again, please give a big applause to our panelists. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the 2025 International Conference. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to all speakers, moderators, and participants for being with us today. Later in the afternoon, we will continue with the finals of the 7th Future Finance AI Challenge, where creative ideas for future finance using AI will be demonstrated. And afterwards, we will host a career seminar joined by people in charge of HR and major financial companies. We look forward to your continued interest and active participation. Thank you very much.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 KB국민은행이 주최하고 금융감독원과 이화여자대학교가 함께하는 2025 인터내셔널 컨퍼런스 2부 네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 세상을 바꾸는 금융, 고객의 행복과 더 나은 세상을 만들어가는 KB국민은행이 주최하고 금융감독원과 이화여자대학교, 네이버 클라우드, NCAI가 혼하는 제7회 퓨처 파이낸스 AI 챌린지 본선 지금부터 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 인사 올리겠습니다. 저는 오늘 제7회 퓨처 파이낸스 AI 챌린지 파이널 라운드를 진행할 아나운서 조수아입니다. 반갑습니다. 네, 오늘 이렇게 AI 혁신의 최전선에 오신 여러분들 뜨겁게 환영합니다. 서로를 향해서 힘찬 환영의 박수부터 시작해 보겠습니다. 네, 이곳은 대한민국 AI의 미래를 이끌어갈 주역들의 열기로 가득 차 있습니다. 복잡한 알고리즘과 씨름하며 보냈을 수많은 밤, 그리고 세상을 바꾸겠다는 뜨거운 열정이 없었다면 아마 오늘 이 자리는 없었을 겁니다. 올해는 예선부터 아주 경쟁이 치열했다고 들었는데요. 신청자가 역대 최대였다고 합니다. 130여 팀, 309명의 참가 신청을 기록했습니다. 또 신청자가 많을 뿐만 아니라 올해는 특히 돋보이는 아이디어가 참 많았다고 하는데요. 자, 여러분 이제 증명할 시간입니다. 여러분의 코드가 얼마나 강력한지, 여러분의 아이디어가 얼마나 세상을 놀라게 할 수 있을지 마음껏 보여주시기 바랍니다. 결과에 대한 부담감은 잠시 내려놓고 이 순간의 도전을 즐겨주시기 바랍니다. 실패마저도 값진 데이터가 되는 이곳에서 여러분의 모든 시도를 응원하겠습니다. 자, 여러분 준비되셨을까요? 네, 좋습니다. 여러분의 무한한 가능성을 지금 바로 이곳에서 펼쳐주십시오. 자, 힘차게 시작하겠습니다. 네, 그럼 대회 시작에 앞서 KB국민은행 조영섭 부행장님의 인사 말씀을 먼저 청해 듣도록 하겠습니다. 조영섭 부행장님을 무대 위로 모시도록 하겠습니다. 힘찬 박수로 맞이해 주십시오.
네, 안녕하세요, 여러분. KB에서 국민은행에서 AX와 DX를 맡고 있는 조영서라고 합니다. 오늘 이렇게 뜻깊은 자리에 다들 참석해 주셔서 진심으로 감사의 말씀 전하고요. 특히 먼저 굉장히 바쁜 일정에도 불구하고 우리 금융감독원의 이상짐 팀장님, 그 다음에 이화여자대학교의 박성현 학사 부총장님, 그 다음에 네이버 우리 클라우드의 유경범 상무님, 그 다음에 NCAI의 이준수 상무님께서 참석해 주셔서 실제로 또 여러분들을 심사위원으로서 또 좋은 의견들 많이 주실 텐데요. 다시 한번 바쁜 일정 속에서도 같이 해주신 여러 상무님들과 금감원의 팀장님께 감사의 말씀 드립니다. 아까 우리 조수아 아나운서가 얘기했듯이 올해는 지원자가 되게 많았던 것 같아요. 보통 평균 10대 1이었지만 이번에는 한 13대 1 정도 되고 이제 최종으로 10개 팀들이 이제 선발이 됐는데 다시 한번 이 자리를 빌어서 큰 축하의 말씀 드리겠습니다. 저희 그 AI 챌린지 경진대회는 벌써 19년도에 시작해서 올해가 7번째로 맞는 경진대회였는데 그동안 상당히 좋은 아이디어들과 금융 AI에 있어서 실제로 저희가 실무에 적용해 볼 좋은 그런 작품들이 많이 나왔던 것 같습니다. 실제로 이때까지 수상자들을 다 해보면 한 7, 80명 정도 되는데 그중에서 한 18분 정도는 저희 KB에 와서 지금 핵심 인재로 성장해 가고 계시고요. 특히 저희가 하는 AI 쪽에 있어서는 한 7분들이 직접 AI 센터에 오셔가지고 요즘은 이제 생성형 AI가 굉장히 핫하고 에이전트 AI라고 그러는데 직접 금융에 쓰일 그런 PB 에이전트라든지 금융 콜센터에서 상담 에이전트들을 만들고 계십니다. 확실히 저희가 이제 한 2022년 11월 30일인가요? 챗 GPT가 세상에 나온 다음부터 저희도 굉장히 AI 쪽에 많은 투자를 하면서 에이전트들을 만들고 가고 있는데 이 근래 한 2년 반에서 엄청난 변화가 금융 쪽에 많이 있었던 것 같습니다. 그 전에는 저희가 AI를 한다 그래도 뭐 ML 모델 지금도 많이 쓰긴 하지만 특정 데이터를 굉장히 많이 모아가지고 학습을 오래 시켜서 굉장히 일부분에만 그런 것들을 적용할 수 있었는데요. 지금은 저희의 그 모든 어플리케이션에 거의 AI가 다 접목하는 그런 시대가 된 것 같고 AI도 단순히 챗봇 형태를 넘어서 실제로 그 저희 어플리케이션과 연결되고 내부에 있는 데이터와 연결돼서 추론도 하고 액션도 취할 수 있는 굉장히 중요한 금융에 있어서의 향후의 플랫폼이나 고객의 인터액션이 완전히 변하는 그런 환경에 들어가고 있는 것 같아서 굉장히 중요한 시기라고 생각하고 오늘 여기 계신 여러분들이 또 그런 것을 향후에 한국 금융의 AI를 리드하실 그런 핵심 인재가 아닐까 이렇게 생각을 해봅니다. 오늘 그래서 다시 한번 이 자리에 함께해 주신 여러분들께 깊이 감사드리면서 또 서로 배워가면서 너무 또 경쟁에만 치우치지 말고 즐겁게 행사 진행했으면 좋겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
네, KB국민은행 조영석 부행장님의 따뜻한 말씀 감사드립니다. 이어서 오늘 이 챌린지를 공정하게 심사하고 평가해 주실 심사위원님들을 소개 올릴 텐데요. 한 분 한 분 소개 드릴 때마다 따뜻한 박수로 맞이해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 먼저 외부 심사위원 분들입니다. 금융감독원 ESG 시스템 리스크 분석팀 이상진 팀장님이십니다. 이어서 네이버 클라우드 유경범 사업개발 전략총괄 상무님이십니다. NCAI 이준수 상무님이십니다. 네, 이어서 국민은행 심사위원 분들이십니다. KB국민은행 조영서 AI DT 추진그룹 부행장님이십니다. KB국민은행 최종진 AI 데이터본부 본부장님이십니다. KB국민은행 김병집 금융 AI 1센터 센터장님이십니다. 네, 그리고 KB국민은행 이경종 금융 AI 2센터 센터장님이십니다. 오늘 심사해 주실 분은 이렇게 7분이십니다. 언제나처럼 공정한 심사를 부탁드리겠습니다. 심사평가는 10팀의 발표가 모두 끝난 뒤에 수상자를 발표하게 되는데요. 심사 기준에 대해서 잠깐 설명드리자면 첫 번째, 문제 해결 능력 10점, 아이디어의 참신성 20점, 아이디어의 효과성 20점, 기술적 완성도 40점, 발표 및 전달력 10점으로 심사위원 점수 100% 반영돼 수상자를 선정하게 되는데요. 동점의 경우에는 기술적 완성도, 아이디어의 효과성, 아이디어 참신함 순으로 높은 점수를 받은 순서로 선정됩니다. 시상은 대상인 금융감독원상 한 팀은 상금 1,000만 원, 최우수상인 KB국민은행상 그리고 이화여자대학교상은 각 상금 600만 원, 우수상인 네이버 클라우드상, NCAI상은 각 상금 300만 원이 지급됩니다. 그리고 오늘 우수상 이상 수상팀 한 팀 전원에게는 KB국민은행 신입행원 ICT 부문 지원 시 서류 전형 및 코딩 테스트 면제 특전이 제공됩니다. 자, 이제 본격적으로 파이널 라운드 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 팀별 발표 시간은 10분입니다. 10분이 경과하면 마이크가 자동으로 꺼지니까 시간 내에 발표를 맞춰주시면 감사하겠습니다. 첫 번째 팀부터 만나볼 시간입니다. 첫 순서라서 많이 떨릴 텐데 뜨거운 격려의 박수와 함께 크래커 팀 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 주제는 KB의 신뢰를 더하다. 설명 가능한 신용위험 모니터링 AI 에이전트 KB 크랙입니다. 여러분, 크래커 팀을 큰 박수와 함께 맞아주시기 바랍니다.
설명 가능한 기업 신용 위험 모니터링 AI 에이전트 KB 크랙 발표 시작하겠습니다. KB국민은행이 올해 5월부터 신용 RWA를 기존 월 단위에서 주 단위 체크로 전환하고 기존 본점에서 진행하던 위험 자산 관리를 영업점 단위로 세분화하였습니다. 기업 신용 위험 관리는 금융산업의 핵심입니다. 그러나 방대한 정보 속에서 중요한 신호를 놓치기 쉽고 맥락을 충분히 반영하지 못하거나 담당자의 숙련도에 따라 편차가 발생할 수 있다는 문제점이 있습니다. 만약 AI가 그 역할을 대신한다고 하더라도 AI의 분석 결과를 완전하게 믿을 수 있을까요? 기존의 AI는 추론 과정을 설명하지 못한다는 블랙박스의 문제점을 가지고 있습니다. 때문에 저희는 AI의 설명 가능성과 투명성을 추가하였습니다. 바로 설명 가능한 기업 신용 위험 모니터링 AI 에이전트 KB크랙입니다. KB크랙은 3단계 분석을 통해 기업 신용 위험 모니터링을 수행합니다. 먼저 재무 데이터를 분석해 신용 위험 신호가 되는 이상 지표를 탐지하고 이에 대한 근거를 분석합니다. 또한 공시보고서에 포함된 경영진의 전략적 판단, 향후 계획 등과 같은 비재무 정보를 분석합니다. 마지막으로 기업 관련 뉴스를 실시간으로 분석해 신용 위험 징후가 감지될 경우 알림 리포트를 제공합니다. 최종적으로는 모든 분석 결과를 리포트와 대시보드 형태로 제공합니다. 먼저 재무지표 분석 프로세스입니다. 기업명을 입력하면 주요 재무지표를 동종업계 그리고 과거 동일분기와 비교해 신용 위험 신호라고 판단되는 이상 지표를 탐지합니다. 금융감독원과 한국거래소 API를 활용해 분기별 재무지표를 수집합니다. 이때 주요 재무지표는 여러 논문과 실무 기준을 참고하여 선정했습니다. 동종업계 필터링의 경우 산업분류 코드, 시장 구분, 기업 규모, 업력을 고려하여 정확히 비교하도록 했습니다. 분기별 주요 지표를 동종업계 평균과 비교하여 상대적인 위치를 파악하고 과거 동일분기와의 시계열 분석을 통해 변화 추이를 파악합니다. 예를 들어 어느 한 기업의 ROE가 동종업계 평균 ROE 대비 하회하고 있다면 이를 이상치로 탐지하여 신용 리스크 신호를 생성합니다. 다음 비재무 분석 프로세스입니다. 공시보고서를 분석해 나이스 평가 기준에 따른 5가지 기준으로 정량화하여 신용 위험을 평가합니다. 먼저 데이터베이스 구축 과정입니다. 금융감독원 API를 활용해 최근 4개의 분기에 대한 정기 보고서를 수집한 후 임베딩하여 페이스벡터DB에 저장했습니다. 저희가 사용한 MMR 리트리버는 질문과 관련성이 높은 정보를 찾아줌과 동시에 중복 없이 다양한 정보를 찾아주는 알고리즘이며 실험 결과 성능이 가장 좋았습니다. 분기 정보를 쿼리에 추가하고 관련성과 다양성을 균형 있게 설정해 1차 리트리버를 진행했습니다. 이후 분기 하드 필터로 해당 분기에 대한 정보만 정확히 남기고 관련성보다 다양성에 집중하게끔 조정해 2차 검색을 진행합니다. 마지막으로 중복 문서를 제거하고 출처를 명시해 최종적으로 신뢰할 수 있는 문서 내용들을 컨텍스트로 묶습니다. 이렇게 뽑아낸 컨텍스트를 포함해 하나의 프롬프트를 조합하고 이를 AI 에이전트의 입력으로 넣어줍니다. AI 에이전트는 이러한 입력을 기반으로 각 지표에 대한 신용 위험 점수, 근거 요약, 정보에 대한 신뢰도, 그리고 출처를 포함한 응답을 생성합니다. 다음은 비재무 정보와 뉴스를 활용해 재무제표상 이상치가 왜 발생했는지 근거를 탐색하는 과정입니다. 먼저 비재무 정보에서의 근거 분석입니다. 전반적인 워크플로우는 앞선 비재무 정보 분석과 유사하게 진행되지만 가장 큰 차이점은 검색 쿼리의 내용입니다. 입력된 이상 지표를 버킷 분류한 뒤 키워드를 추가한 최종 쿼리로 변동 원인을 더 잘 포착할 수 있게 구현해 성능을 높였습니다. 다음으로 뉴스에서의 근거 분석 과정은 랭그래프 형식으로 동작합니다. 먼저 쿼리로 뉴스를 검색하고 이상 지표와의 관련성을 확인합니다. 여기에 조건부 분기를 두어 관련성이 높은 뉴스를 찾을 때까지 쿼리 생성과 뉴스 검색을 반복합니다. 전체 과정은 다음과 같습니다. 미리 탐지된 이상 지표를 입력받아 해당 기업명을 위험 키워드와 조합해 검색 쿼리를 생성합니다. 이후 타빌리 API를 통해 뉴스를 수집한 뒤 정량적 유사도와 AI 에이전트 기반 의미 분석을 융합해 관련성을 검증합니다. 최종적으로 이상 지표 원인에 대한 비재무 정보와 뉴스 기반 근거를 종합한 종합 분석 결과를 제공합니다. 다음은 데일리 신용위험 분석 모니터링 프로세스입니다. 최신 뉴스를 수집하고 현재 기업 신용 상태를 반영해 신용 위험이 될 만한 뉴스를 분석하여 신용 위험 리포트와 알림을 제공합니다. 먼저 재무, 비재무 키워드로 쿼리를 생성해 이와 관련된 뉴스를 검색합니다. 그 후 AI 에이전트가 각 기사의 관련성 여부를 판별합니다. 이때 프롬프트에 기업의 재무, 비재무 이상치를 포함해서 잠재적인 신용 위험 징후를 파악할 수 있도록 했습니다. 수집된 기사들은 내재 의미를 파악하는 프롬프트와 퓨샷 프롬프트를 제공해 AI 에이전트가 정밀하게 분석할 수 있도록 했습니다. 또한 평가 기준을 구체적으로 명시하여 출력의 일관성을 강화했습니다. 최종 분석 결과는 리포트 형태로 제공됩니다. 기업의 현재 신용 상태를 기반으로 탐지된 위험 뉴스, 상세 분석, 신용 등급 변화 전망 등의 정보를 제공하고 위험 점수와 판단 근거 등 설명 가능한 결과를 도출합니다. 분석을 원하는 기업명을 입력하면 API를 활용해 재무제표와 공시보고서를 수집하고 지표를 계산합니다. 각각 비재무 정보와 재무 지표에 대해 분석을 진행한 후 이상 지표에 대한 근거는 비재무 정보와 뉴스를 분석하여 생성하며 기업 관련 데일리 뉴스 중 이상 지표와 관련성이 검증된 뉴스만을 기반으로 신용 위험 모니터링을 진행합니다. 이렇게 KB클에게 최종 대시보드가 생성됩니다. 여러 개의 기업이 나와 있고 하나의 기업을 클릭하면 AI 종합 분석 요약과 현재 신용 등급, 분석 결과를 통해 예상되는 신용 등급, 종합 위험 점수가 표시됩니다. 밑으로 내리면 해당 기업의 최신 공시 분석 결과를 한눈에 볼 수 있습니다. 특히 비재무 분석에서는 분석에 활용된 보고서 출처를 볼 수 있도록 해 설명 가능성을 높였습니다. 링크를 클릭하면 관련 보고서를 바로 확인할 수 있습니다. 재무지표 이상치 분석의 경우 이상지표 변동 원인에 대한 뉴스와 비재무 정보를 종합해 AI 에이전트가 최종 분석 결과를 제공합니다. 이때 관련 뉴스와 공시보고서에서의 근거 문장을 제시해 어떤 근거를 사용했는지 직접 확인할 수 있도록 했습니다. 이러한 정보들을 기반으로 최종 분석 리포트가 작성됩니다. 최종 분석 리포트에는 AI 에이전트의 분석 결과와 분석 결과를 뒷받침해주는 근거, 그리고 출처를 함께 명시하여 설명 가능성과 투명성을 향상시켰습니다. 마지막으로 뉴스에서 신용 위험 징후가 감지될 경우 이를 분석한 결과를 뉴스의 데일리 리포트로 생성해서 신용 위험 모니터링 서비스를 제공합니다. KB클에게 모바일 예시입니다. 실시간으로 감지된 신용 위험 정보를 알림 형태로 제공하고 앞서 말씀드린 바와 같이 최종 리포트를 받아볼 수 있습니다. 또한 데일리 리포트까지 제공해 주어 신용 위험 모니터링 기능을 제공합니다. KB클에게 기대 효과는 크게 3가지로 정리할 수 있습니다. 첫째, 분석과 리포트를 자동화하여 효율성을 높이고 실시간 모니터링을 통해 빠른 대응이 가능합니다. 둘째, 제공하는 정보와 이에 대한 근거, 출처를 명시해 분석의 투명성과 신뢰도를 강화합니다. 셋째, KB클액은 모듈형 구조로 설계되어 있기 때문에 새로운 기준, 기능을 쉽게 추가할 수 있어 다양한 금융 서비스로 확장이 가능합니다. 담대한 혁신을 통해 은행의 경쟁력을 한층 더 강화하는 신용위험 모니터링 AI 에이전트 KB클액. 이것이 저희가 KB와 함께 만들어가고 싶은 혁신의 시작입니다. 감사합니다.
네, 크래커팀 잘 들었습니다. 첫 번째 발표라서 많이 떨렸을 텐데도 발표의 시작을 아주 잘 열어주었습니다. 좋은 점수 기대해 보겠습니다. 그리고 심사위원분들은 제공된 평가표를 실시간으로 작성해 주시면 되겠습니다. 자, 이제 두 번째 팀 만나볼 시간입니다. 두 번째 팀은 비스킷 팀인데요. K-리스킷, 국내 주식시장 특화 리스크 관리 및 해칭 에이전트를 주제로 발표한다고 합니다. 자, 역시 큰 박수와 함께 비스킷 팀 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 국내 주식시장 특화 리스크 관리 및 해칭 에이전트 제안드릴 비스킷의 박채연입니다. 국내 주식시장은 매년 1천만 명 이상이 참여하는 거대한 무대입니다. 누구나 전문가처럼 투자 리스크를 관리할 수 있는 세상을 꿈꾸고 있지만 기관, 외국인 투자자들이 전문적인 리스크 고도화 체계를 쓰는 것과 달리 개인들은 여전히 무방비 상태입니다. 저희는 여기서 기회와 차별성을 발견했습니다. 현재 국장은 코스피의 높은 변동성과 개인 투자자들의 높은 레버리지 성향으로 인해 리스크 노출이 상시화된 상황인데요. 여기에서 특히나 고통을 받고 있는 건 역시나 개인 투자자들이었습니다. 저희가 153명의 투자자들을 대상으로 설문조사한 결과 이들은 리스크에 대해 대부분 인지하고 있었지만 이를 구체적인 전략으로까지 수립하는 것에는 어려움을 겪고 있었습니다. 결국 중요한 것은 더 많은 정보, 더 편리한 서비스가 아닌 투자자의 근원적인 리터러시 역량을 올리는 것이 중요했지만 현재의 AI 뉴스 요약 알림 시스템이나 로보 어드바이저의 자동 리밸런싱과 같은 기능만으로는 이 투자자의 이해력을 확장하는 데 한계가 있었습니다. 따라서 저희는 리스크를 인지시키는 서비스가 아닌 이해시키는 서비스가 될 것입니다. 최근에는 경쟁사 남우증권에서 투자 전문 에이전트를 만들고자 하는 시도가 있었습니다. 그러나 자세히 보시면 정량적인 분석이 결여되어 있었고 해칭 추천 또한 단순히 테마주를 나열하는 식의 피상적인 결과를 보이고 있었습니다. 저희는 5가지의 투자자가 관리해야 하는 리스크 위험 요소를 기반으로 구체적이고 고도화된 리스크 관리 시스템 K-리스킷을 개발했습니다. 투자 전문 에이전트에서 가장 중요한 것은 정보의 정확성, 그리고 무수히 많은 데이터 중에서 어떤 데이터를 사용자에게 보여줄지 매치하는 것이 가장 중요한 판단 기준이었습니다. 따라서 저희는 지표, 데이터, 렉, 이 3가지의 차별성을 기반으로 구현의 완성도를 높이고자 하였습니다. 그 첫 스텝은 리스크가 무엇인지를 정의하는 일이었는데요. 저희는 5가지의 대표적인 리스크 지표를 선정하여 이들을 코드화하고 국장에 맞추어 변형하는 과정을 거쳤습니다. 예시로 수익률 변동성의 경우 1년치 일별 수익률에 대해 코스피 지표를 연동하여서 범위를 다시 재조정하였습니다. 이를 통해 SK텔레콤은 0.18, 에코프로비엠은 6.13과 같은 리스크 각각의 값을 산출할 수 있었습니다. 그리고 이 값들은 그냥 값으로 존재하는 것이 아닌 어떤 위험 지표에 따라 리스크를 등급화하는지까지 정의하였는데요. 이 등급화 기준 또한 저명한 투자기관의 지표뿐만 아니라 실제 증권사 현직 자본의 크로스 체크를 통해 데이터 신뢰성을 확보하고자 하였습니다. 해칭 또한 상관계수 기반의 로직을 취하고 있으며 히스토리컬 시뮬레이션을 통해 투자자에게 예상 손실 축소를 제공하고 있는데요. 투자자는 보시는 것과 같이 특정 종목에 대한 해칭 종목을 추천받을 수 있을 뿐만 아니라 그것을 해칭했을 때 구체적인 리스크 감소 효과가 몇 주 매수했을 때 몇 % 감소하는지까지 받아볼 수 있습니다. 저희 개발 전체적인 구조를 설명드리겠습니다. 문서를 통해 확보한 데이터는 텍스트로 변환하는 과정에서 이미지까지 추출하여 확인할 수 있도록 하였고 이렇게 처리된 데이터들은 청킹과 벡터 임베딩 과정을 거쳐서 저희 레그 과정을 거치게 됩니다. 앞서 설명드린 정량 지표와 해칭 알고리즘 또한 저희 레그로 통합되고 끝으로 이 모든 데이터들은 하이퍼클로바 X라는 한국어에 특화된 모델을 활용하여 클로바 라우터를 통해 분류된 사용자의 질문에 맞는 답변을 생성하게 됩니다. 저희 데이터 처리 방식에 대해 알려드리겠습니다. 다음과 같이 시장 데이터, 전문가 분석 리포트, 공시 데이터, 뉴스 데이터 이 모든 것들을 종합해서 다음과 같은 유형의 데이터를 확보할 수 있었는데요. 이 데이터들은 각각 정형 데이터와 비정형 데이터로 분류되어 이원화 처리하였습니다.
특히 데이터를 처리하는 과정에서 몇 가지 문제가 있었습니다. 예시로 다트의 문서를 불러오는 과정에서 회사마다 손익계산서의 포맷이 불일치하는 등의 문제가 있었는데요. 이에 대해서는 기업의 규모라든지 계열사의 유무 등의 조건값을 걸어서 따로 처리할 수 있도록 하였습니다. 다음으로 엑셀, PDF 등 각각 별도로 존재하는 여러 가지 텍스트 데이터를 벡터화하는 과정에서는 배치 임베딩이라는 병렬 배치 처리 모델을 활용해 속도를 높였고, 또 보시는 것처럼 텍스트 임베딩 3 large라는 모델을 활용해 금융 도메인에 최적화된 답변을 뱉을 수 있도록 설정하였습니다. 이제 이렇게 모두 전처리된 데이터들을 어떻게 금융 특화된 에이전트로 만들었는지 설명드리겠습니다. 사용자가 질문을 입력하면 저희의 데이터는 4가지의 단계를 거쳐 답변으로 생성되게 되는데요. 이 중 하이브리드 리트리벌은 사용자 질의에 맞추어서 어떻게 유사도 있는 문사를 가져올지에 대한 4가지의 기준을 가지고 있습니다. 첫 번째는 스파스 리트리벌로 정확한 키워드 매칭 기반의 검색 기술입니다. BM25 알고리즘을 활용하여 예시로 삼성전자 매출을 입력하면 각 키워드 단위로 분해해서 정확하고 빠르게 문서를 찾습니다. 다음으로 댄스 리트리벌은 삼성 매출 증가와 같이 꼭 의미적으로 유사한 것들도 같이 포괄할 수 있는 확장성 있는 모델입니다. 이건 저희가 국장 전문 에이전트를 만들기 위해 추가로 가중치를 부여한 부분인데요. 먼저 최신성이 중요한 투자 상황을 고려하여 3개월 이내의 문서에 가중치를 부여했습니다. 다음으로 전문가의 그래서 결국 매수냐 매도냐를 원하는 사용자들을 고려하여 전문가의 투자 권유 관련된 내용이 포함된 것에는 또 추가적인 가중치를 부여해서 우선 선별될 수 있도록 하였습니다. 이렇게 각 스코어로 합산된 것은 최종적으로 탑 K 문서로 변환되게 되고, 매트릭 인젝션을 통해 앞서 설명드린 정량 지표까지 저희 레그에 통합되게 되면 다음과 같이 정량 리스크뿐만 아니라 시장, 재무, 사업, 법률, ESG 각각으로 나누어진 정성 리스크까지 통합되어 리스크 요약을 제공할 수 있습니다. 끝으로 크로스 인코더 리랭킹을 통해 파이널 프롬프팅으로 완성된 저희의 데모 영상을 함께 보시겠습니다. 저희는 리스크 요약 에이전트가 아닌 해석 에이전트입니다. 보시는 바와 같이 단순히 어떠한 리스크가 발생했다가 아니라 연간 변동성은 몇 퍼센트 급간에 위치해 있는지, 그에 따른 리스크 레벨은 높은지 매우 높은지까지 정교하게 판별할 수 있는 모델입니다. 해칭 또한 종목에 대한 추천뿐만 아니라 해당 종목에 대해 해칭을 했을 때 얼마만큼의 리스크 감소의 효과가 있는지까지 제공할 수 있습니다. 저희 에이전트, 기존 서비스의 단면적이고 단방향적이고 사후적인 서비스와 달리 리스크 인지부터 정보를 탐색하고 전략을 수립하고 해칭과 모니터링까지 모두 가능할 수 있는 범용성이 높은 모델이라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 금융 전문 에이전트는 이미 해외에서 업스타트와 같은 나스닥 상장 모델이 있을 만큼 검증된 사업 모델인데요. 저희는 KB가 국장 특화된 국내 주식시장에 특화되고 한국어에 최적화된 모델을 활용함으로써 투자 전문 에이전트를 만들 수 있을 것이라 생각합니다. 이를 통해 KB 투자자들은 저희 에이전트를 통해서 실제로 투자 수익률이 향상되고 리스크가 감소하는 효과를 얻는 것, 그것이 저희 팀의 목표이자 KB가 추구하는 고객 중심 사명과도 맞닿아 있는 부분입니다. 네, 이상으로 발표 마치도록 하겠습니다. 저희 개발 관련된 자세한 사항과 뒤에 저희 에이전트를 활용한 각종 모바일과 대시보드와 같은 구체적인 서비스 활용 방안은 뒤에 어펜딕스로 첨부드렸으니 참고해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
네, 비스키 팀 잘 들었습니다. 수고 많으셨습니다. 이어서 바로 세 번째 팀 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 세 번째 팀은 민원 헌터스 팀인데요. 주제는 로우체인 단계별 멀티 에이전트 기반 금융 분쟁 민원 작성 어시스턴트라고 합니다. 그럼 힘찬 박수와 함께 민원 헌터스 팀 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 저는 단계별 멀티 에이전트 기반 금융분쟁 민원 작성 어시스턴트 로우체인이라는 주제로 발표를 하게 될 이하준입니다. 프로젝트 개요 먼저 살펴보겠습니다. 현재 금융감독원에서는 금융과 관련된 분쟁을 소송 없이 해결하기 위해서 금융분쟁 조정기구를 설치하고 있습니다. 이러한 금융분쟁 조정기구의 회부 건수가 꾸준히 매년 증가하고 있고 이로 인해서 관련 인력의 부담도 증가하고 있는 상황인데요. 따라서 금융분쟁을 빠르게 처리하기 위해 매년 주요 분쟁 사례와 검색 시스템을 제공하고 있습니다. 특히 민원을 신청하는 과정에서 검색 시스템을 참고하도록 유도할 정도로 이 검색 시스템이 매우 중요한 역할을 차지하고 있는데요. 그럼에도 불구하고 기존의 검색 시스템은 다음과 같은 한계가 존재합니다. 오른쪽에 보시는 것처럼 주로 저희의 민원 질의는 자신의 상황을 표현하는 서술형으로 이루어지기 때문에 이 안에서 어떤 키워드를 추출해서 검색해야 될지 매우 애매해집니다. 만약 키워드를 선택했다고 해도 왼쪽과 같은 상황이 벌어질 수 있는데요. 이는 저희가 실제로 검색 시스템에 같은 뜻이지만 다른 표현인 질문표와 질문서로 검색을 했을 때 매우 다른 결과가 나오는 것을 확인한 것입니다. 이렇기 때문에 기존의 키워드 검색 방식으로는 유사 판례를 찾는 데 한계가 존재한다는 것입니다. 만약 유사 판례를 찾았다고 해도 법률 지식이 부족한 민원인이 이 방대한 길이의 사례문을 일일이 분석하고 관련 서류를 찾아내기 어렵기 때문에 민원 작성에 부담감을 느낀다는 한계 역시 있습니다. 이에 대한 해결을 위해서 저희는 다음과 같이 세 가지의 목표를 세웠습니다. 먼저 첫 번째는 기존에 있는 검색 시스템의 보완, 두 번째는 대화형 법률 챗봇을 통해서 유저의 정보 수집, 마지막으로는 민원 상담 보고서 도출입니다. 이 과정에서 저희는 에이전트라는 개념을 적극적으로 활용하였습니다. 아무래도 법률 분야의 특성상 단일 LLM만으로 이 전 과정을 처리하기에는 문제가 있기 때문에 역할 특화 에이전트 구조를 통해 질의를 제작성한다거나 상담 보고서를 도출하는 전 과정을 전문화하고자 하였습니다. 다음은 서비스 구성 단계입니다. 저희의 오버뷰를 살펴보면 다음과 같이 크게 4단계로 나눌 수 있는데요. 먼저 첫 번째는 분쟁 판례와 QA를 구축하는 데이터셋 구축 단계, 구축된 데이터셋을 토대로 유저의 쿼리와 알맞은 판례를 찾는 검색 시스템 단계, 유저와의 대화를 통해 쟁점을 도출하는 단계, 마지막으로는 보고서를 작성하는 단계입니다. 이 과정에서 저희는 총 5가지 에이전트를 활용하였습니다. 데이터셋 구축에서 요약과 쟁절을 하는 서머라이징과 이슈 에이전트, 검색 시스템에서 유저의 쿼리를 재구성하는 리라이팅 에이전트, 유저와의 대화에서 쟁점을 도출하는 쟁점 도출 에이전트, 마지막으로는 보고서를 작성하는 어시스턴트입니다. 이 에이전트의 동작 방식은 단계별로 설명하는 과정에서 조금 더 자세하게 설명드리겠습니다. 먼저 첫 번째인 데이터셋 구축 단계입니다. 웹상에 존재하는 분쟁 판례와 분쟁 QA 데이터셋을 브리플습 API를 통해서 다음과 같이 변환하였습니다. 특히 아래쪽에 있는 분쟁 상담 QA 같은 경우에는 저희가 지식인의 엑스퍼트 답변 중 최근 3개년의 실제 손해사정사 노무사의 답변을 엄선해서 고품질의 데이터셋을 구축하고자 하였습니다. 그 다음은 구축된 데이터셋을 요약하고 정제를 하는 과정인데요. 이는 켈러라는 논문에서 아이디어를 얻게 됐습니다. 이 논문에서는 법률 검색이 일반적인 검색과 다르게 매우 그 양이 방대하기 때문에 왼쪽과 같이 5가지의 핵심 성분으로 재구성해 줄 필요가 있다고 주장하였는데요. 따라서 저희는 이러한 동작 방식을 저희의 에이전트에도 똑같이 적극적으로 활용하고자 하였습니다. 따라서 구축된 판례와 QA 데이터셋 요약을 서머라이징과 이슈 에이전트를 통해서 요약하고자 하였는데요. 우선 왼쪽에 있는 서머라이즈 에이전트는 약 10페이지 분량의 방대한 PDF를 다음과 같은 쟁점, 결과 요약, 관련 법률, 특이사항 4가지의 성분으로 재구성하였습니다. 오른쪽의 이슈 에이전트는 QA 데이터셋을 기반으로 쟁점에 도출이 될 만한 질문을 팔로우업 질문 형태로 재생성하였는데요. 이는 추후에 쟁점 도출 에이전트가 실제로 사용자의 쿼리를 분석할 때 참고할 수 있는 예시로 제공하고자 하였습니다. 그 다음은 저희의 두 번째 단계인 검색 시스템 단계입니다. 본격적으로 유사 사례를 검색하기 전에 저희는 쿼리를 재구성해 줄 필요가 있다고 생각했습니다. 그 이유는 보시는 것과 같이 원본 질의가 조금은 일반적이고 법률 지식이 부족했다고 생각을 했기 때문인데요. 따라서 LLM을 통해 법률 지식 검색에 도움이 될 만한 핵심 키워드를 추출했습니다. 그 후에는 구글 서치 API를 통해서 법령 사이트와 기사에서 법률 지식을 검색하고 리라이팅 에이전트를 통해 검색 결과를 반영하게 되면 다음과 같이 법률 지식 기반으로 재구성된 리리튼 쿼리가 완성되게 됩니다. 다음으로는 유사 사례를 검색하는 단계입니다. 저희는 이 과정에서 레그라는 개념을 활용하였는데요. 레그는 기존 키워드 검색이 놓칠 수 있는 맥락과 의도까지 반영해 그 정확도를 높일 수 있는 방법입니다. 따라서 오른쪽과 같이 유사 사례 검색을 통해 탑 K개의 유사 판례와 소비자 분쟁 QA가 도출되게 됩니다. 다음은 저희의 세 번째 단계인 보고서 생성 과정입니다. 저희는 단순하게 유사 사례 검색을 하는데 그치지 않고 사건 판단에 필요한 핵심 쟁점이나 사실관계인 컨시더레이션을 질문 형태로 생성하고자 하였습니다. 따라서 지금까지 에이전트가 도출한 인풋 정보를 바탕으로 쟁점 도출 에이전트를 통해 아웃풋으로 변환하게 됩니다. 아웃풋에 있는 컨시더레이션을 보시면 다음과 같이 축구 경기 중 일어난 부상 행위가 다소 통상적인 행위였는지 혹은 가입한 보험에서 해당 상해를 보장하는지에 대해서 확인하고자 하였는데요. 이에 대해서 정보를 수집할 수 있는 가장 효과적인 수단은 저희는 대화라고 생각했습니다. 따라서 유저와의 대화에서 볼 수 있듯이 쟁점 도출 에이전트가 다음과 같은 질문을 하게 되면 유저는 자연스럽게 자신의 상황과 정보를 도출하게 되고요. 그로 인해서 단순하게 유사 사례를 검색하는 것이 아닌 유사 사례에 맞춰서 본인의 상황으로 개인화할 수 있게 되는 것입니다. 그 다음은 민원 상담 보고서를 생성하는 단계인데요. 지금까지 모든 에이전트가 도출한 정보를 통합하고 분석하는 최종 보고서 생성 에이전트를 통해 다음과 같은 종합 보고서가 생성되게 됩니다. 종합 보고서는 유사 판례를 정리하고 공통점, 차이점, 쟁점 등 민원 작성에 도움이 될 만한 정보로 구성되어 있습니다. 시스템 아키텍처를 다시 한번 전체적으로 살펴보면 다음과 같습니다. 먼저 아래에 있는 판례 PD와 데이터셋을 에이전트를 통해 벡터DB로 구축하게 되고 리리튼 쿼리를 검색기에 넣게 되면 탑 K개의 유사 판례와 그리고 분쟁 QA가 도출되게 됩니다. 그 두 가지의 데이터를 리리튼 쿼리에 합쳐서 쟁점 도출 에이전트가 유저와 대화를 바탕으로 정보 수집을 하게 되고 최종 보고서 생성 에이전트를 통해 마지막으로 종합 보고서가 생성되는 것으로 마무리됩니다. 다음은 결론입니다. 우선 시연 영상 보시겠습니다. 지식에 있는 실제 사례를 다음과 같이 챗봇에 입력을 하게 되고요. 그렇게 되면 유저의 질문에 관련된 탑 3개의 판례가 다음과 같이 시각화됩니다. 그 후에는 다음과 같이 질문을 통해서 최종 보고서 작성에 필요한 정보를 수집하게 되는데요. 이 과정은 자료에 대한 출처나 혹은 의사소견서와 같은 자료를 갖고 있는지에 대해서 정보를 추가적으로 수집을 하고자 하였습니다. 이렇게 수집된 정보를 바탕으로 다음과 같은 최종 보고서가 작성되고 이는 아까 설명드렸듯 핵심 쟁점과 같은 민원 작성에 도움이 될 만한 정보로 구성이 되어 있습니다. 마지막으로는 기대 효과입니다. 저희는 이러한 맞춤형 보고서 제공을 통해 법률 접근성을 강화할 수 있다는 장점이 있으며 이 모든 과정을 자동화해 처리 시간을 단축하고 민원 처리의 효율성을 향상시킬 수 있다는 장점이 존재합니다. 마지막으로는 의미론적 유사도 기반 검색을 통해 판례 검색 정확도를 향상시킬 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다. 네, 발표 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
네, 민원 헌터스님 잘 들었습니다. 수고 많으셨습니다. 이어서 네 번째 팀 바로 만나보도록 하겠습니다. DNK 팀인데요. 사장님의 꿀벌 비서, 사장님을 위한 KB금융도우미, 금융상품부터 지원사업까지 맞춤형 금융비서 챗봇을 주제로 발표를 준비했다고 합니다. 큰 박수와 함께 DNK 팀 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 사장님의 꿀벌 비서 서비스를 제안한 DNK팀의 발표자 김혜윤입니다. 발표 시작하겠습니다. 발표 순서는 다음과 같습니다. 먼저 제안 배경입니다. 우리나라 기업의 99.9%는 중소기업과 소상공인으로 이루어져 있습니다. 따라서 이들의 성장을 지원하기 위한 다양한 정책과 금융상품이 제공되고 있지만 정보가 분산되어 있어 이를 탐색하는 데 시간이 소요되고 필요한 정보를 놓치는 경우도 발생합니다. 이와 동시에 나에게 맞는 정보를 빠르게 추천받고자 하는 수요 또한 꾸준히 존재해 왔습니다. 이러한 문제를 해결하기 위해서는 금융상품과 지원사업에 특화된 전문가와 사용자 상황에 맞는 맞춤형 추천 서비스가 필요합니다. 또한 새로운 정보가 들어왔을 때 이를 신속하게 반영하는 것 또한 중요합니다. 이에 따라 저희는 맞춤형 금융 정보를 제안할 수 있는 AI 기반 챗봇을 제안하게 되었습니다. 다음은 서비스 개요입니다. 이러한 배경에 따라 저희가 최종적으로 제안하고자 한 챗봇의 이름은 사장님의 꿀벌 비서입니다. 이 서비스는 다음과 같은 핵심 기술을 기반으로 제안되었습니다. 먼저 분산된 금융 및 지원 사업 정보를 한 곳에 모아 통합 제공하고 지속적인 업데이트를 통해 최신 정보를 반영합니다. 또한 레그와 LLM을 활용한 분석으로 고객 상황에 맞는 맞춤형 추천 리포트를 생성합니다. 또한 사용자 친화적 페르소나를 부여하기 위해 GPT를 이용해 생성한 꿀벌 캐릭터를 사용하였는데요. 이는 열심히 일하는 꿀벌의 상징성, 그리고 KB 대표 색상인 노란색과의 연결성, 그리고 고객들과 좀 더 친근하게 다가갈 수 있는 이미지 등을 고려해서 생성한 이미지입니다. 결론적으로 사장님의 꿀벌 비서는 소상공인과 중소기업 사장님들이 가장 필요한 정보를 빠르고 정확하게 얻을 수 있도록 돕는 맞춤형 금융 및 지원 사업 추천 서비스입니다. 다음은 데이터 수집입니다. 먼저 수집 출처 및 선정 이유에 대해 짧게 말씀드리면 지원 사업은 중소벤처기업부 공식 포털인 기업마당에서 그리고 금융상품은 금융감독원과 서민금융진흥원에서 수집했습니다. 세 기관 모두 신뢰성, 정책성 가치, 그리고 최신성을 충족했기 때문에 핵심 데이터 기반을 제공할 수 있다고 판단하여 해당 출처로부터 데이터를 수집했습니다. 먼저 지원사업 데이터 수집 과정인데요. 화면과 같이 기업마당의 금융 탭 내 공고를 크롤링해서 상세 정보를 수집하고 첨부 파일을 다운로드했습니다. 또한 다양한 공고 파일의 확장자에 맞춰 텍스트를 추출하는 전처리 또한 수행했습니다. 다음은 금융감독원의 금융상품 한눈에 사이트에서 개인 사업자 대출과 관련된 금융상품 정보를 크롤링하고 JSON 파일로 저장했습니다. 이후 아래 예시와 같이 각 금융상품의 상세 정보를 텍스트로 변환하여 줄글로 변환하여 텍스트 파일로 저장했습니다. 마지막으로 서민금융진흥원에서 제공하는 금융상품 정보를 공공데이터 포털의 API를 통해서 수집했습니다. 해당 데이터가 월 단위 갱신 데이터임을 고려해서 가장 최신 정보인 25년의 정보만 활용했습니다. 또 마찬가지로 줄글로 변환하는 전처리 과정을 수행해 주었습니다. 다음으로는 이러한 전체 데이터 수집 과정을 자동화하기 위해서 크롤링 스케줄러를 구현했는데요. 먼저 스케줄러가 시작되면 각 실행 주기 조건에 맞춰서 업데이트 작업이 자동으로 실행됩니다. 이때 성공과 실패 로그를 기록함으로써 업데이트 현황을 보다 편리하게 관리할 수 있도록 했습니다. 또 데이터 소스마다 업데이트 주기가 다르기 때문에 오른쪽 표와 같이 크롤링 스케줄러를 실행하는 주기도 다르게 설정했습니다. 이러한 스케줄러는 서버 및 클라우드 환경 내에서 24시간 안전하게 운영이 가능합니다. 다음은 주요 기술입니다. 먼저 챗봇에 사용된 가장 주요한 기술인 레그에 대해서 설명드리면 왼쪽 그림과 같이 사용자의 질문에 대해서 외부 지식 베이스에서 관련 정보를 실시간으로 검색하고 이를 기반으로 LLM이 답변을 생성하는 구조입니다. 이 방식은 새로운 정보를 반영하고 파인 튜닝 없이도 정확한 답변을 생성하여 기존 LLM의 한계였던 환각 현상을 보완해 줍니다. 그리고 저희가 사용할 데이터가 한국어와 금융 도메인임을 고려하여 이에 적합한 임베딩 모델을 사용하고자 했습니다. 따라서 오픈 AI의 기본 임베딩 모델 외에 한국어 검색에 특화된 코이오나 큐어 V1 그리고 금융 도메인에 특화된 모델인 KF 디버타 모델을 활용하여 비교해 보았습니다. 인베딩 비교 과정은 랜덤 청크 선택, 질문 생성, 관련 문서 검색, 그리고 평가 지표 계산의 순서로 진행되었습니다. 이때 평가 지표로는 리콜 K를 사용했는데요. 이는 쉽게 말해 질문에 대해서 관련된 정보를 얼마나 잘 가져오느냐를 평가하는 지표입니다. 이 지표값을 계산해서 비교해본 결과 한국어 검색에 특화된 큐어VO 모델이 가장 성능이 좋았기에 이를 최종 모델로 선정했습니다. 이후 벡터 스토어를 구축했습니다. 왼쪽 그림과 같이 텍스트에 줄바꿈이나 특수문자를 제거하는 전처리를 수행하고 이를 숫자 벡터 형태로 인베딩했습니다. 이렇게 인베딩된 문서들은 랭체인의 파이스를 이용하여 로컬 벡터 스토어로 저장되게 됩니다. 다음은 본격적인 챗봇 구현 과정입니다. 먼저 노란색 박스 안의 내용과 같이 데이터를 수집하고 전처리하고 벡터 스토어를 구축하는 과정을 거쳤습니다. 그 다음이 본격적인 답변 생성 과정인데요. 먼저 사용자가 질문과 개인 정보를 입력하면 벡터 스토어에서 관련 문서를 검색합니다. 이후 사용자 정보와 일치하는 문서만 필터링하고 GPT-4.5를 활용하여 해당 문서의 요약을 생성했습니다. 이렇게 필터링된 문서와 요약을 LLM에 전달하면 최종 프롬프트를 통해 사용자 맞춤형 답변이 생성되게 됩니다. 이때 LLM은 GPT-4 미니를 사용했습니다. 그리고 전체적인 레그 프레임워크는 랭체인, 벡터 스토어는 파이스, 그리고 챗봇의 최종적인 UI는 스트림릿을 이용해 구현했습니다. 다음은 구현 결과 영상입니다. 네, 이러한 구현 결과를 좀 더 자세히 설명드리면 왼쪽에 사이드바를 이용해 사용자 정보를 입력받음으로써 맞춤형 정보를 제공할 수 있도록 했습니다. 또 예시 질문을 넣어보았는데요. 먼저 이 질문과 가장 유사도가 높은 지원 사업에 대해 추천 이유와 상세 정보를 제공합니다. 이후 오른쪽과 같이 그 다음으로 유사도가 높은 지원 사업에 대한 추가적인 추천 상품 리스트와 요약 정보를 제공합니다. 마지막으로는 추천 상품에 대한 유의사항과 선택 가이드 또한 제공하도록 하였습니다. 마지막으로 이러한 서비스를 구현했을 때 기대되는 효과입니다. 먼저 분산된 금융상품을 한 대로 모으고 지속적인 업데이트를 통해 정보 접근성과 최신성을 강화했습니다. 또한 고객 맞춤형 정보를 제공함으로써 의사결정을 지원할 수 있습니다. 마지막으로 자동 크롤링으로 운영 효율성을 높이고 금융 접근성을 확대함으로써 소상공인과 중소기업의 경영 안정과 성장을 지원할 수 있습니다. 마지막으로 추천 알고리즘 고도화, 지속적 성능 검증 및 개선, 그리고 연계 서비스 활용 등을 이용해 추후 더 나은 서비스를 제공할 수 있을 것이라고 예상됩니다. 이상으로 발표 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 네 번째 팀 D&K 팀의 발표까지 잘 들었습니다. 이어서 준비하고 있는 팀은 해시경 팀인데요. 발표는 KB 레규스타 금융규제 및 법규 준수 모니터링 AI 에이전트를 주제로 준비한 해시경 팀 힘찬 박수와 함께 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 금융규제 및 법규준수 모니터링 AI 에이전트 KB 레규스타 발표를 맡은 해시경의 박혜선입니다. 네. 목차는 다음과 같습니다. 여기 계신 분들이 모두 한 번쯤은 금융권에서 발생한 금융사고에 대한 뉴스를 한번 보신 적이 있으실 텐데요. 금융사고가 많고 다양하게 발생하나 그 중에서 금융규제 위반으로 인한 금융사고는 사고 자체로 인한 비용도 있겠지만 수십억 원의 과태료로 경제적 리스크가 발생합니다. 더하여 기업의 신뢰도가 흔들리는 사회적 리스크 또한 안게 되죠. 문제는 지켜야 하는 규제가 너무나도 많고 또 복잡하고 빠르게 변화한다는 점입니다. 이렇게 변화하는 금융규제 환경 속 준법 리스크 예방을 위해 금융회사에 필요한 해법이 바로 레그테크입니다. 레그테크는 규제와 기술의 합성으로 인공지능을 활용하여 금융 관련 법규를 준수하고 실시간으로 규제에 대응하고 보고하는 기술적인 접근입니다. 이 중 컴프테크는 회사가 법률을 잘 지키고 있는지 감시하는 기술인데요. 그러나 현재 레그테크 기술은 걸음마 단계에 머물러 있습니다. 준법을 위해서는 내부 통제 강화가 핵심인데 말이죠. 더하여 은행은 실시간으로 규제 변경을 파악하고 그에 맞는 전략을 수립하기 위해서 과도한 시간과 인력을 소모하고 있습니다. 또한 관련 부서 간에 정보를 전달하는 과정에서 지연과 누락이 발생할 수도 있다는 위험성을 가지고 있죠. 따라 소개합니다. KB국민은행만의 레그테크 서비스 KB 레규스타입니다. KB 레규스타는 세 가지 해결 방향을 제시합니다. 먼저 첫째로 AI 기반 실시간 규제 분석 및 모니터링을 수행합니다. 둘째, 맞춤형 준법 전략 설계를 통해 효율성을 제고합니다. 마지막으로 셋째, 규제 변경 시 즉시 알림을 통해서 전달의 지연 및 누락을 최소화합니다. KB 레규스타는 국민은행의 내부 통제 역할을 맡는 효과적인 금융규제 및 법규 준수 모니터링 AI 에이전트입니다. 다시 한번 강조드립니다. KB 레규스타는 단순 규제 변경 알림을 넘어 개정 법령에 맞춰 내부 규정을 어떻게 수정해야 할지 우리 회사 맞춤형 전략 설계를 제시하며 더하여 실행 전략을 이행하지 않을 시 어떤 리스크가 따르는지까지 제공하며 AI 기반의 실행 전략 제시와 업무 자동화를 실현하는 KB국민은행을 위한 효과적인 AI 에이전트입니다. 자, 그렇다면 저희의 해결 방안을 구현한 핵심 기능들에는 어떤 것들이 있을까요? 현재 보고 계시는 화면은 KB 레규스타의 실제 대시보드입니다. 저희는 먼저 금융당국의 실시간 정보를 API로 받아 규제 문서 모니터링을 수행합니다. 그에 기반하여 사용자의 금융 관련 질문에 대응하는 대화형 법령 해석 챗봇을 제공하며 만약 법령 변경이 발생했다면 대시보드에 요약 카드를 생성해서 띄우고 변경된 법령이 만약에 사규 문서와 충돌했을 경우에는 그에 맞게 수정을 제안합니다. 이제 이런 기능들을 어떻게 구현했는지 그 방법에 대하여 소개해드리겠습니다. 먼저 전체적인 기술 아키텍처입니다. 이 아키텍처를 저는 두 가지 데이터 처리와 기능 구현의 두 파트로 나누어서 설명드리도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 첫 번째 파트 데이터 처리입니다. 저희 KB 레규스타는 대표적으로 두 종류의 데이터를 학습했는데요. 하나는 금융규제 법령 데이터로 2024년 국민은행 사업보고서 회사 사업 영위의 근거가 되는 법률에 기반하여 법령과 행정규칙을 선별하였습니다. 다음으로 감시의 대상이 되는 사규문서로 KB금융그룹 내부 통제 규정을 활용하였습니다. 이 두 종류의 데이터를 사용하여 MySQL 기반 소스 데이터베이스를 구축하고 이후 오픈소스 임베딩 모델인 멀티링구얼 E5 모델을 활용하여 벡터 데이터베이스를 구축하였습니다. 저희는 이런 과정들이 사람의 개입 없이 자동화되길 바랐는데요. 하여 서버에서 진행되는 작업들을 웹 애플리케이션에 즉각적으로 연동해주는 플래스크 기반 REST API를 활용하였습니다. REST API는 서버 시작의 트리거 역할과 데이터베이스 업데이트 및 요약 정보를 생성하는 백그라운드 작업을 자동화합니다. 또한 대시보드를 생성하고 아까 말씀드렸던 대화형 법령 해석의 답변을 전달하는 과정을 거칩니다. 더하여 AP 스케줄러를 활용해 하루에 2번 데이터 업데이트를 자동으로 실시합니다. 다음으로 두 번째 파트인 기능 구현으로 넘어가기에 앞서 KB 레규스타의 모든 기능에 적용된 검색 증강 생성 RAG에 대해서 이야기해 보겠습니다. GPT처럼 일반적인 LLM은 외부에 공개되지 않는 사내 정보나 전문 금융 법률 지식에는 낮은 답변 품질을 보이는 경향이 있습니다. 이때 KB 레규스타는 레그 기술을 활용하여 앞서 보여드렸던 두 데이터, 금융규제 법령 데이터와 사규 문서를 LLM에 직접 전달하여 금융 도메인 질문에도 높은 품질의 답변을 생성하도록 하였습니다. 이제 본격적으로 두 번째 파트, 기능 구현의 첫 번째 기능인 재계정 요약 기능에 대해서 설명해 드리겠습니다. KB 레규스타는 법령 변경이 감지되면 업데이트된 데이터베이스에서 재계정 내용과 그 이유를 제미나이에게 넘깁니다. 이 제미나이는 두 자료에 기반을 하여서 세 가지 항목으로 요약 내용을 작성을 하는데요. 첫 번째, 핵심 키워드, 두 번째, 계정 배경 및 주요 골자, 세 번째, 주요 변경 내용, 이렇게 세 항목으로 요약하여 요약을 생성합니다. 이렇게 생성된 요약은 대시보드와 슬랙 알림을 통해서 사용자에게 전달되는데요. 결국 사용자는 직접 법령 변경을 확인하지 않아도 간편히 슬랙 알람을 받고 보이시는 대시보드 바로가기 버튼을 통해서 이렇게 요약 카드를 확인하실 수가 있습니다. 다음으로 두 번째 기능, 사규 수정 제한입니다. KB 레규스타는 법령 변경 발생 시 그 내용을 실시간으로 인베딩하여 데이터베이스를 업데이트합니다. 이후 변경된 법령과 의미가 가장 유사한 내부 규정을 찾습니다. 코사인 유사도 기반으로 가장 높은 유사도를 보인 규정과 함께 법령을 이제 제미나이에 전달을 하여 만약 내부 규정이 변경된 법령과 충돌하였을 경우에 사규 수정 제한과 미수정 시 리스크를 함께 제시합니다. 이 역시 슬랙 알람을 통해서 실제 대시보드에서 확인이 가능합니다. 마지막으로 세 번째 기능, 법령 해석 챗봇입니다. 이 챗봇은 사용자의 다양한 질문에 답변하는데요. 사용자가 질문을 입력했을 경우 먼저 해당 질문의 의도를 두 카테고리로 분류합니다. 질문의 해석, 의미와 같은 키워드가 포함되었을 경우 법률 해석 카테고리로, 대응, 리스크와 같은 키워드가 포함되었을 경우 실무 대응 카테고리로 분류합니다. 만약 키워드 기반 분석에 실패했을 경우에는 2차적으로 제미나이 기반 분석을 수행하여 분류하며 이런 과정을 통해서 사용자의 질문은 두 가지 의도로 분류가 되게 됩니다. 동시에 리랭킹 기법을 사용하여 챗봇은 사용자 질문과 관련 있는 문서를 탐색하는데요. 이때 의미 기반인 코사인 유사도와 키워드 기반인 BM25의 가중합을 계산을 하여 상위 5개의 문서를 추출하는 방식으로 유사 문서 검색 품질을 높였습니다. 이렇게 앞선 두 가지 방식으로 추출된 탑5 유사 문서와 사용자의 질문, 그리고 분류된 의도에 맞는 적합한 추가 문서들을 제미나이에게 넘겨 질문 의도에 맞는 답변을 생성합니다. 이렇게 생성된 답변들 역시 대시보드에서 확인하실 수가 있는데요. 이처럼 대시보드에서 질문 입력 및 답변을 바로 받아보실 수가 있습니다. 마지막으로 저희의 모든 기능을 확인하실 수 있는 시연 영상 확인해 보시겠습니다. 이처럼 KB 레규스타는 사람의 직관에 의존하는 방식이 아닌 AI 기반 유서 문서 검색으로 의사결정의 전화확도를 향상시키며 모니터링 자동화 시스템으로 규제 대응의 신속성을 확보하고 규제 위반 예방, 문서 처리 자동화 효과로 업무 효율성 증대 및 비용 절감의 효과를 보입니다. 지금까지 KB 레규스타였습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 해시경 팀 잘 들었습니다. 수고 많으셨습니다. 이렇게 총 10팀 중 5팀의 발표가 끝났는데요. 나머지 팀도 참 기대가 됩니다. 반짝이는 아이디어 기대해 보겠습니다. 그 전에 쉬는 시간을 잠시 가지고 다음 팀 발표 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 2시 20분까지 10분 정도 쉬는 시간을 가지고 저는 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 퓨처 파이낸스 AI 챌린지 파이널 라운드 6번째 팀 발표 바로 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 6번째 팀은 그로우 팀이 준비를 하고 있는데요. 주제는 소상공인 맞춤형 컨설팅 및 금융상품 추천 서비스 AI 그로우라고 합니다. 역시 힘찬 박수와 함께 그로우 팀 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 소상공인을 위한 맞춤형 컨설팅 및 금융상품 추천 서비스 AI 그로우를 주제로 발표를 진행할 그로우 팀입니다. 발표는 서론, 서비스 소개, 실현 및 발전 가능성, 비즈니스 효과 순으로 진행하겠습니다. 최근 생성형 AI의 비약적인 발전과 함께 금융업계에서는 AI를 활용한 서비스들을 적극적으로 개발하고 있습니다. 그런데 기존의 AI 서비스들은 주로 대화형 챗봇 기능을 지원하거나 또는 AI의 분석 능력을 활용해서 일방적으로 정보를 전달하는 것에 한정되는 경우가 많았습니다. 저희가 제안하는 서비스는 단순한 정보 전달의 범위를 넘어 AI와 고객 간의 적극적인 상호작용을 통해 새로운 금융 문화를 제공하는 것을 목표로 합니다. 또한 최근 최저임금조차 받지 못하는 자영업자들이 증가하면서 많은 소상공인들이 존립 위기를 겪고 있습니다. 이러한 기조 속에서 LLM과 금융을 연결해서 소상공인들에게 실질적인 도움이 되는 서비스를 개발하는 것이 필요하다고 느꼈습니다. 그럼 이제 저희가 제안하는 서비스를 소개해드리겠습니다. AI 그로우 서비스는 다음과 같은 과정으로 실행됩니다. 먼저 맞춤형 컨설팅의 베이스가 되는 소상공인 MBTI를 진단합니다. 다음으로 소상공인 MBTI를 바탕으로 AI가 사용자와 대화하며 업장의 페인 포인트를 탐지합니다. 이후 AI와 사용자의 적극적인 상호작용을 통해 개인화된 맞춤형 컨설팅을 진행합니다. 마지막으로 컨설팅을 통해 도출된 솔루션을 실현하기 위한 현실적인 비용을 산정하고 최적의 금융 상품을 추천합니다. AI 그로우 서비스는 어려움을 겪고 있는 소상공인 고객들에게 실질적인 도움을 제공하기 위한 목적으로 AI와 고객의 적극적인 상호작용을 통해 새로운 금융 문화를 제공하는 서비스입니다. 그럼 이제 KB 스타뱅킹 앱 내에서 AI 그로우 서비스가 구현된 가상의 프로토타입을 통해 구체적으로 서비스를 살펴보겠습니다. 먼저 스타뱅킹 앱을 실행해 보겠습니다. 우측 상단의 메뉴 사장님 플러스에서 AI 그로우 서비스를 쉽게 찾을 수 있습니다. AI 그로우 서비스를 처음 이용하는 고객도 알기 쉽도록 단계별로 직관적으로 안내합니다. 그럼 이제 본격적으로 서비스를 이용해 보겠습니다. 먼저 사업장명, 지역, 업종과 같은 기본 정보를 입력합니다. 다음으로 소상공인 MBTI를 진단합니다. 소상공인 MBTI는 기본 역량, 재무 역량, 디지털 역량, 리스크 안정성 4가지의 기준을 사용해서 사업장을 16가지 유형으로 구분합니다. 다음과 같이 진단 검사를 진행합니다. 문항은 각 기준마다 10문항씩 총 40문항으로 구성했습니다. 검사가 끝나면 다음과 같이 16개 분류 중 하나의 유형으로 소상공인 MBTI가 진단됩니다. 다음으로 AI는 사업장 기본 정보와 소상공인 MBTI를 바탕으로 사용자와 대화를 진행하며 사업장의 페인 포인트를 탐지합니다. 사용자는 AI와 충분히 대화가 진행되었다고 판단한 시점에 문제점 확정하기 버튼을 눌러서 다음으로 진행할 수 있습니다. 다음과 같이 페인 포인트 탐지 AI 에이전트가 찾아낸 사업장의 페인 포인트가 나타납니다. 이제 탐지한 페인 포인트에 관해 컨설팅 AI 에이전트가 맞춤형 솔루션을 제공합니다. 이때 소상공인 365 API를 호출해 상관 환경 정보를 자동 수집합니다. 그리고 사업장 기본 정보와 소상공인 MBTI, 사용자와의 대화 내용을 종합적으로 고려해서 솔루션을 더욱 개인화합니다. 솔루션은 필요 자금 규모와 기간에 따라 즉시 실행 전략, 중단기 실행 전략, 그리고 장기 실행 전략으로 구분하여 제공합니다. 마찬가지로 사용자는 대화를 반복하며 솔루션을 구체화한 뒤에 컨설팅 종료하기 버튼을 누릅니다. 이렇게 사용자 맞춤형 솔루션이 적용 규모에 따라 3가지로 구체화되었습니다. 마지막으로 상품 탐지 AI 에이전트는 지금까지의 내용을 바탕으로 솔루션 실행에 필요한 자금 규모와 기간에 따라 가장 적합한 상품을 탐지합니다. 이때 정책이나 상품 정보가 포함된 문서에 레그를 적용해서 보다 정확한 정보를 바탕으로 최적의 상품을 탐지하도록 유도합니다. 구체적으로 해당 상품이 사용자에게 왜 적합한지 이유를 제시하며 서비스가 종료됩니다. 다음으로 서비스의 실현 가능성과 발전 가능성에 대해 말씀드리겠습니다. 먼저 망분리 규제에 관한 실현 계획입니다. 2013년 도입된 금융권 망분리 규제에 따라 금융사는 내부망과 외부망을 분리해서 운영해 왔습니다. 최근 AI의 발전과 함께 망분리를 개선하기 위한 다양한 논의가 진행되는 상황 속에서 AI 서비스 론칭과 관련해서 KB국민은행의 주요 고민은 내부망에서 외부망의 모델이 통신하는 것에 관련될 것으로 예상합니다. 이와 관련된 저희의 의견은 다음과 같습니다. 작년 8월 발표된 금융 분야 망분리 개선 로드맵에 따르면 가명 처리된 개인 신용 정보에 한하여 생성형 AI를 활용할 수 있도록 망분리 규제 특례가 허용되었습니다. 또한 같은 해 12월에는 금융 분야 투트랙 AI 체계가 허용되며 금융업계의 AI 규제가 완화되는 추세에 있습니다. 따라서 저희는 우선안으로 클라우드 기반의 하이브리드 방식을 통한 서비스를 제안합니다. DLP, 즉 데이터 손실을 방지하기 위해 개인 신용 정보와 관련된 데이터를 마스킹 처리한 뒤 직접 모델에 송출하는 방식으로 샌드박스 규제를 신청한 뒤에 모델 공급사에 비용을 지불합니다. 이 경우 모델이 업데이트됨에 따라 더 높은 성능 개선이 가능하고 자체 구축 대비 비용이 절감될 것입니다. 그러나 사내 데이터셋으로 모델 훈련이 어렵고 샌드박스 규제 신청과 승인까지 시간이 소요된다는 단점이 있습니다. 차안으로는 온프레미스 모델을 활용한 서비스를 제안합니다. 이 경우 내부 원장이나 구매 데이터 등과 연계할 수 있는 자체 서비스를 사용해서 망분리 규제를 준수하게 됩니다. 이때 온프레미스 모델을 구축하기 위한 벤더사와 계약을 체결하거나 또는 자체적으로 구축하는 과정에서 비용이 발생합니다. 차선안에서는 사내 데이터셋으로 모델 훈련이 가능하고 모델의 답변을 일정 부분 통제할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다. 그러나 단기적으로 비용이 발생하며 답변이 획일적일 수 있다는 단점이 있습니다. 다음으로 마이 비즈니스 데이터와의 연계를 통해 시너지 효과를 기대할 수 있습니다. 마이 비즈니스 데이터란 마이 데이터의 개인 사업자 버전으로 개인 사업자의 금융 정보와 상거래 정보 등을 통합해서 조회하고 관리하는 시스템입니다. 금융위원회는 지난 7월 마이 비즈니스 데이터의 도입 방안을 연내에 확정하겠다고 밝혔습니다. 마이 비즈니스 데이터가 도입되면 AI 그로우 서비스의 절차를 상당 부분 간소화할 수 있을 것으로 예상합니다. 특히 많은 문항의 응답으로 이용자의 부담 요소가 있었던 소상공인 유형 분류 검사의 문항을 대폭 줄일 수 있을 것입니다. 또한 유형 분류 검사 결과 이후 마이 비즈니스 데이터에 기반해 업장의 현 실태를 더욱 정교하고 직관적인 대시보드 형태로 제공할 수 있습니다. 추가로 AI 그로우 소상공인 커뮤니티 구축을 제안드립니다. 소상공인 유형 분류 검사 결과를 바탕으로 유사한 MBTI와 업종의 개인 사업자들이 소통할 수 있는 창구를 마련함으로써 앱 체류 시간을 높일 수 있을 것입니다. 이 과정에서 인기 게시글이나 투표를 상단에 노출하고 푸시 알림을 보내는 시도 또한 가능합니다. 또한 커뮤니티 내에서 사용자 행동과 피드백 데이터를 수집해서 서비스 개선을 위한 KPI로 활용할 수도 있을 것입니다. 마지막으로 비즈니스 효과입니다. AI 그로우 서비스를 론칭함으로써 다음 4가지 관점에서 비즈니스 효과를 평가할 수 있을 것입니다. 먼저 고객은 새로운 방식을 통해 의사결정 시간과 비용을 절감하고 경영 안정성을 향상시킬 수 있습니다. 다음으로 당사는 국내 500만 명 이상의 소상공인 집단에서 신규 고객을 유치함으로써 마켓 쉐어를 적극적으로 확대하고 리텐션을 높일 수 있습니다. 또한 소상공인 폐업이라는 사회적 문제를 해결하려는 시도로 상생 금융 문화를 추구하는 KB의 브랜드 이미지를 제고할 수 있습니다. 마지막으로 앞서 소개했던 AI 그로우 커뮤니티를 활용해서 유형별
네, 발표 시간을 아주 꽉 채워서 준비한 그로우팀 수고 많으셨습니다. 잘 들었습니다. 이번 순서는 깨비와 할머니 팀이 준비하고 있는데요. 발표팀 중에 주제가 가장 간단 명료한 것 같습니다. 주제는 깨비 할머니 통장을 주제로 발표한다고 하는데요. 깨비와 할머니 팀 큰 박수와 함께 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 깨비와 할머니 팀 박민서입니다. 오늘 저는 깨비 할머니 통장을 통해 어르신들이 마주한 디지털 장벽을 허무는 현실적인 해결책을 제안하고자 합니다. 지금 대한민국 어르신들은 이중고에 시달리고 있습니다. 첫째, 금융 소외입니다. 20대는 94%가 모바일 뱅킹을 쓰지만 70대 이상은 28%에 불과합니다. 그런데 이분들이 의지하던 은행 점포는 5년 새 700개나 사라졌습니다. 둘째, 복지 정보의 단절입니다. 매년 수조 원의 복지 예산이 주인을 찾지 못하는데 그 이유는 제도를 몰라서 신청 방법을 몰라서입니다. 가장 큰 장벽은 자격이 아닌 정보였던 것입니다. 저는 이 문제를 현장에서 확인하기 위해 흑석동 어르신들을 직접 만났습니다. 그분들의 목소리는 명확했습니다. 기존 뱅킹 앱은 화면이 복잡하고 눈에 보이는 게 없으니 못 믿겠다고 하셨습니다. 매달 기초연금이 잘 들어왔는지 확인하기 위해 무려 64%가 직접 은행에 가서 통장을 찍어본다고 답하셨습니다. 다른 복지 혜택 정보 역시 오른쪽 그래프처럼 TV나 주변 지인 등 전통적인 경로를 통해 얻고 계셨고 설문 응답자의 45%가 정보를 몰라 받을 수 있었던 혜택을 놓친 경험이 있다고 하셨습니다. 이를 통해 이분들께 필요한 것은 더 많은 기능이 아니라 평생 써온 방식처럼 익숙하고 신뢰할 수 있는 경험이라는 확신을 얻었습니다. 그래서 저는 깨비 할머니 통장을 개발하였습니다. 3가지 핵심 기능은 익숙한 종이통장 인터페이스, 손글씨 이체 서비스, 그리고 복지지원금 관리입니다. 첫 번째 기능은 어르신들께 가장 친숙한 종이통장 그대로의 화면입니다. 앱을 열면 실제 종이통장과 동일한 위치에 정보가 배치되어 있어 어르신들이 새로 배울 필요가 없도록 디자인했습니다. 또한 실제 통장에서 보던 활자 느낌을 그대로 재현하여 내 통장이 맞다는 시각적 신뢰감을 드리고자 했습니다. 혹시 모를 실수를 막기 위해 화면의 금액을 터치하면 실제 지폐 이미지와 매수를 함께 보여주어 누구나 명확하게 금액을 인지할 수 있도록 직관성을 높였습니다. 두 번째 기능은 손글씨 이체 서비스입니다. 이 아이디어는 어르신들께서 평생 사용해 오신 은행 창구의 이체전표에서 영감을 얻었습니다. 빈 종이에 이체전표와 같이 왼편에는 본인 계좌와 금액, 오른편에는 받는 계좌, 마지막으로 서명을 하신 후 스마트폰으로 촬영만 하시면 AI가 손글씨를 정확하게 읽어 이체할 수 있습니다. 저의 설문조사 결과에 따르면 어르신들은 스마트폰 화면 터치를 매우 두려워하십니다. 손글씨 이체 서비스는 기존 이체 방식으로 계좌번호를 입력하는 데 발생하는 14번의 화면 터치를 익숙한 손글씨 작성과 한 번의 촬영으로 이체할 수 있도록 했습니다. 손글씨 인식에 적합한 기술을 찾기 위해 네이버 클로바 OCR과 챗 GPT API를 비교 테스트하였습니다. 클로바 OCR은 단순 텍스트 추출에 적합했지만 저희 서비스처럼 문맥과 의미를 파악해야 하는 데에는 한계가 있었습니다. 반면 챗 GPT API는 별도의 위치 정보 없이도 이것이 은행명이고 저것이 계좌번호라는 의미를 자동으로 인식했습니다. 챗 GPT API를 이용해 다양한 필기체로 총 189건, 약 1,300개 이상의 단어를 직접 테스트했습니다. 그 결과 계좌번호는 98.2%, 예금주 이름은 94.5%, 금액은 97.8%라는 높은 인식률을 확인했으며 핵심 정보의 평균 인식률은 96.8%에 달했습니다. 건당 약 0.04달러라는 비용 역시 충분히 상용화 가능한 수준입니다. 손글씨 이체 과정의 마지막은 이체전표에서 그랬던 것처럼 바로 서명입니다. 하지만 개인의 서명은 쓸 때마다 미세하게 달라질 수 있어 특히 어르신들의 경우 일관된 인증에 어려움이 있었습니다. 저희는 이 문제를 풀기 위해 조금 특별한 이름의 AI 모델을 사용했는데요. 바로 샴 네트워크입니다. 이름에서 짐작하시겠지만 이 명칭은 몸이 붙은 쌍둥이, 샴 쌍둥이에서 유래했습니다. 샴 네트워크는 분류가 아닌 비교에 특화된 AI 모델입니다. 이름처럼 두 개의 동일한 신경망이 쌍둥이처럼 움직이며 두 서명이 얼마나 비슷한지를 비교하여 수치로 알려줍니다. 이 과정에서 CNN 네트워크로 각 서명의 고유한 특징을 추출하기 때문에 쓸 때마다 미세하게 달라지는 진짜 서명의 차이는 허용하면서도 위조 서명과의 핵심적인 차이점은 정확히 구별해낼 수 있습니다. 학습 데이터로 6,000개의 데이터쌍을 구축했습니다. 포지티브 페어 3,000개는 같은 사람의 진짜 서명쌍입니다. 네거티브 페어 3,000개는 진짜 서명과 위조 서명쌍 1,500개와 서로 다른 사람의 서명쌍 1,500개로 필체 특징을 더 정교하게 학습하였습니다. 학습 후 결과를 보면 첫 번째, 본인 서명 비교입니다. 쓸 때마다 조금씩 달라지는 필기 변화에도 불구하고 재현율 98.6%로 모두 본인으로 인식했습니다. 두 번째, 위조 서명 판별입니다. 타인이 의도적으로 흉내낸 서명을 정확도 96.2%로 위조로 판별했습니다. 마지막으로 타인 서명과의 비교에서도 99.1%의 정확도로 다른 사람의 서명과 명확하게 구분하여 오인을 방지했습니다. 이를 통해 어르신들의 자연스러운 서명 습관의 차이는 허용하면서도 의도된 위조는 완벽하게 차단하는 안전한 이체 환경을 개발할 수 있었습니다. 이뿐만 아니라 안전한 이체를 위한 추가적인 장치도 마련했습니다. 첫째, 예금주 실명 확인입니다. AI가 인식한 계좌번호와 예금주 이름이 은행 시스템에 정보와 일치할 때만 송금이 진행되어 엉뚱한 사람에게 보낼 실수를 원천 차단합니다. 둘째, 금액 교차 확인입니다. 이체전표에 적었던 것처럼 금액을 숫자와 한글로 함께 기입하여 이를 교차 검증함으로써 금액 입력 실수를 막습니다. 마지막 세 번째 기능은 복지지원금 자동 관리입니다. 어르신들께 가장 중요한 돈은 바로 나라에서 매달 들어오는 기초연금입니다. 하지만 내 기초연금 잘 들어왔나 궁금해하며 통장을 일일이 확인하는 것조차 어려웠습니다. 깨비 할머니 통장이 있으면 기초연금처럼 소중한 돈이 입금되었는지 통장 내역에서 한눈에 확인하실 수 있습니다. 만약 기초연금이 들어오지 않았을 경우에는 구청 전화 연결하기 버튼을 눌러 담당자에게 문의할 수 있습니다. 더 나아가 교통비처럼 카드로 지급되는 혜택도 놓치지 않도록 관리해드립니다. 만약 혜택을 받을 카드가 없으시다면 KB 국민카드 신청하기 버튼으로 전화 신청이 가능합니다. 지금까지 제가 개발한 기능들에 대해 설명해 드렸습니다. 저의 설문조사에 응해주신 어르신 한 분의 실제 사용기를 보시겠습니다.
이진숙 어르신, 올해 81세, 깨비 할머니 통장으로 통장 내역을 확인합니다.
이거 종이 통장이랑 똑같네.
깨비 할머니 통장에서는 이체전표를 쓰던 것처럼 손으로 써서 이체합니다. 왼쪽에는 보내는 사람의 계좌, 금액, 오른쪽에는 받는 사람의 계좌, 마지막으로 서명을 합니다. 먼저 계좌번호와 금액을 적은 부분을 카메라로 찍어주고요. 그 다음 본인 확인을 위해 서명을 찍어주면 이체가 완료됩니다.
이체가 이렇게 쉽네.
매달 25일에 기초연금이 제대로 들어왔는지 자동으로 확인해서 알려줍니다.
이제 은행에 안 가도 되겠네. 기술이 좋다.
익숙함은 그대로, 편안함은 AI로. 깨비 할머니 통장.
국민은행과 함께 열어갈 깨비 할머니 통장의 미래를 말씀드리겠습니다. 첫째, 경쟁사가 놓치고 있는 거대한 시니어 시장을 선점하여 새로운 성장 동력을 확보할 수 있습니다.
둘째, 불필요한 창구 방문을 줄여 비용을 획기적으로 절감하고 어르신들의 디지털 생활 동반자로서 강력한 신뢰를 구축하게 됩니다. 셋째, 깨비 할머니 통장은 단순한 금융 앱을 넘어 다른 어떤 은행도 따라올 수 없는 정부와 국민을 잇는 국가복지 플랫폼이 될 것입니다. 금융과 복지에서 단절되었던 어르신들께서 이제 익숙한 통장 속 AI 기술로 그 혜택을 누리실 수 있을 것입니다. 경청해 주셔서 감사합니다.
네, 깨비와 할머니 팀 잘 들었습니다. 수고 많으셨습니다. 이번 순서는 우홍이 팀이 기다리고 있는데요. 주제는 맞춤 정보를 필요한 만큼만 Just Fit It입니다. 큰 박수와 함께 우홍이 팀 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
여러분, KB는 생활금융의 역사 그 자체입니다. 1963년에 국민은행이, 1967년에 주택은행이 각각 창립된 이후 국민의 희로애락을 KB는 함께 해왔습니다. 하지만 최근에 핀테크를 기반으로 한 토스, 카카오뱅크 등과 같은 회사들이 너무나도 빠르게 성장을 했습니다. 개인화가 늦어짐에 따라 저희 고객님들은 핀테크를 찾아 떠나가게 될 것입니다. 바로 오늘 저희는 그 흐름을 KB 안으로 반드시 되돌려 놓겠습니다. 안녕하십니까? 팀 우홍이 발표 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 저희는 20대부터 60대까지 다양한 연령층 137명을 대상으로 설문조사를 진행을 했는데요. 현 증권사 어플에 대해 자유응답 110건 중에서 전문 용어 장벽에 대한 개선, 난이도 맞춤 설명 등과 같은 수요를 확인할 수 있었고 137명 중 약 81.8%는 개인 성향 맞춤형 데일리 리포트를 원하고 있다라고 답변을 했습니다. 그렇다면 현재 KB에 좋은 서비스가 없을까요? 그럴 리가요. KB증권에서 최근에는 스톡GPT 베타 버전이 출시가 되었고 MPTI, WMTI 같은 투자 스타일 분석, 자산관리 레포트까지 정말 훌륭합니다. 그런데 왜 아직까지 이런 문제들이 해결이 안 됐을까요? 바로 개인화의 연결성 부족 문제라고 저희는 판단을 했고 이를 해결하기 위해 다음과 같은 3가지 방향성을 제시하는 바입니다. 우선 첫째, 기존의 챗봇에서는 투자자들의 난이도나 성향이 어떻든 간에 획일적인 응답이 제공되었습니다. 그래서 저희는 투자자들의 난이도와 성향을 기반으로 한 맞춤형 대화형 챗봇을 제안하는 바입니다. 둘째, WMTR을 더욱더 살려서 맞춤형 데일리 리포트를 제시하겠습니다. 셋째, 기존의 투자자들은 본인들이 원하는 정보나 기능을 수동적으로 탐색했습니다. 저희의 레포트 안에 이런 시뮬레이션 기능을 탑재함으로써 이런 불필요한 과정을 모두 없앨 수 있었습니다. 저희는 실제 투자자 인터뷰를 바탕으로 페르소나를 설정했습니다. 먼저 좌측부터 김국민 씨로 용돈, 알바를 통해서 돈을 모으고 있는 청년 대학생으로 초보 투자자이고 현재 해외여행을 준비하고 있어서 돈을 모으고 있다고 합니다. 가운데 박든든 씨는 프리랜서로 소득 편차가 심하며 투자 경험은 약 3년으로 현재 결혼을 준비하고 있다고 합니다. 마지막으로 홍깨비 씨는 전문직 고소득층으로서 투자 경험은 약 20년 이상 된 금융 전문가이며 현재 노후 대비를 위해서 돈을 모으고 있다고 합니다. 이렇게 보시면 알 수 있듯이 각각의 상황이 천차만별입니다. 이렇게나 배경이 다른 투자자들에게는 개인화 맞춤형 레포트가 필수적으로 제공되어야 합니다. 저희 서비스 흐름 살펴보시겠습니다. 챗봇 대화와 설문을 통해서 투자자의 난이도와 관심 종목이 분석이 되고 해당 분석을 바탕으로 개인화 레포트가 제작이 됩니다. 그리고 해당 레포트 안에서 추가적인 탐색 없이 이렇게 시뮬레이터 기능을 만나볼 수 있습니다. 즉, 저희 서비스의 핵심은 이런 모든 개인화 요소들이 연결되어 있다는 것입니다. 전체 서비스 아키텍처 살펴보시겠습니다. 데이터 수집, 전처리, 에이전트, 사용자 UI로 구조화가 되어 있고 데이터부터 살펴보겠습니다. 사용자, 기업, 종목, 정책 데이터를 수집을 했고 전처리 단계에서는 사용자의 대화 및 행동 로그를 바탕으로 투자자의 레벨, 성향, 관심 종목을 세팅했습니다. 공시는 금융감독원의 다트 오픈 API를 통해서 문서를 파싱했고 시장 및 뉴스 데이터는 GPT 기반 요약 그리고 감정 분석을 진행했습니다. 상품 데이터는 금융위원회의 공공 데이터와 금융감독원의 파인, 금융상품 한눈에를 통해서 수집했고 연율 변동성과 같은 지표를 기반으로 리스크 스코어와 베이스 스코어를 산출했습니다. 그리고 해당 산출물은 RAG, 레그라는 구조로 저장을 했습니다. 다음으로 에이전트 살펴보시겠습니다. 최상단에 오케스트레이션 에이전트를 둠으로써 파이프라인 실행 순서를 관리하도록 했고 이제 하위에 프로필 세분화 에이전트는 유저의 온보딩과 유저 데이터를 꾸준하게 트래킹하도록 했습니다. 정책 탐색 에이전트는 공공기관의 정책 데이터를 크롤링한 후 유저에게 맞춤 정책을 매칭하도록 했고 현금 및 흐름 세무 에이전트는 납입 여력, 지출, 소득 등을 바탕으로 앞으로의 방향성을 제시하도록 했습니다. 분석과 추천 묶음 에이전트는 각각 더 하위에 종목 분석과 종목 추천 에이전트로 구성이 되어 있고 시뮬레이션 백테스트 에이전트는 AI 추천 포트폴리오 기반으로 백테스팅을 가능케 했습니다. 레포트 합성 에이전트는 이런 모든 내용들을 다 합쳐서 사용자들에게 전달을 해주는 기능입니다. 이렇게 처리된 결과물은 챗봇, 레포트, 시뮬레이터로 등장하게 됩니다. 다음으로 구체적인 내부 로직, 챗봇부터 살펴보겠습니다. 우선 프로필 세분화 에이전트가 사용자 입력 데이터를 받아서 의도를 정제합니다. 이 이후에 분석 및 추천 묶음 에이전트는 파이시스라는 벡터 DB에서 검색을 한 후 투자자 맞춤 프롬프트를 기반으로 LLM을 호출하게 됩니다. 그렇게 생성된 결과 함께 보시겠습니다. 먼저 좌측부터 레벨별 맞춤 응답입니다. 투자자의 레벨에 따라서 응답의 난이도가 상이한 것을 확인할 수가 있고 우측처럼 성향별 맞춤 응답입니다. 투자자의 성향에 따라서도 응답이 달라지며 시각화 지원까지 되는 것을 확인할 수 있겠습니다. 다음으로 레포트 내부 로직입니다. 프로필 세분화 에이전트가 투자자의 관심 종목 탑3 그리고 투자자의 성향 등을 추출합니다. 다음으로 분석 에이전트가 GPT-4 기반으로 요약과 분석을 생성하고 추천 에이전트는 베이스 스코어와 리스크 스코어를 기반으로 추천 종목 후보를 생성하게 됩니다. 다음으로 정책 탐색 에이전트가 고객 속성 기반으로 맞춤 정책을 매칭을 해주고 최종적으로 레포트 합성 에이전트는 이 모든 것을 다 합쳐서 사용자에게 전달하게 됩니다. 구체적인 레포트 UI 살펴보시겠습니다. 투자자 난이도별로 해설이 달라지고 투자자 상황에 맞게 매크로 시장 분석, 포트폴리오 추천, 맞춤 정책 지원이 이루어졌습니다. 그리고 사용자 피드백 입력을 통해서 단 한 번의 리포팅으로 끝나는 구조가 아니라 사용하면 사용할수록 더욱더 고도화된 레포트를 받아볼 수 있게 됩니다. 지금부터 구체적으로 저희 페르소나별로 어떻게 개인화가 이루어졌는지 한번 살펴보겠습니다. 먼저 좌측부터 김국민 씨는 분산 투자 위주의 안정적인 전략을 선호하는 조급 투자자이고 가운데 박든든 씨는 중간 리스크와 가치주 중심의 중급 투자자, 마지막으로 홍깨비 씨는 높은 리스크를 감수하며 수익 기회를 탐색하는 고급 투자자입니다. 먼저 매크로 시장 분석입니다. 김국민 씨는 안정적인 패시브 형태 ETF를 보유하고 있어서 해당 맞춤 뉴스와 시장 분석이 이루어졌고 가운데 박든든 씨는 삼성전자라는 개별 주식이 홍깨비 씨는 미국 채권에 대한 시장 분석이 이루어졌습니다. 다음으로 맞춤 추천입니다. 김국민 씨는 레벨 1이기에 리스크 스코어 기반 필터링을 통해서 어렵지 않으면서도 안정적인 상품이 추천되었습니다. 가운데 박든든 씨는 중간 리스크와 가치주 중심의 프로필을 기반으로 홍깨비 씨는 공격적이면서도 전략적인 상품이 추천되었습니다. 맞춤 정책입니다. 김국민 씨는 청년 내일 저축계좌와 같이 청년들을 위한 정보가, 박든든 씨는 신혼, 신생아, 전세 임대 주택과 같이 결혼을 앞둔 분들을 위한 정보가, 홍깨비 씨는 노후 준비 지원 센터와 같이 노후 대비를 위한 정보가 제공이 되었습니다. 리밸런싱 시뮬레이터 살펴보시겠습니다. 좌측 화면은 AI 기반 리밸런싱 뿐만 아니라 사용자가 직접 조절을 할 수가 있고 해당 결과를 우측 화면과 같이 시각화 및 성과지표 비교를 추가적인 탐색 없이 직관적으로 확인할 수 있겠습니다. 네, 지금까지 AI 에이전트 기반의 챗봇, 레포트, 시뮬레이터까지 상세하게 알아봤습니다. 이 모든 게 구현이 된 시연 영상 함께 보시겠습니다. 초기 온보딩 설문을 통해 투자자의 관심 종목, 성향, 난이도가 분석됩니다. 이렇게 분석된 결과를 확인할 수가 있고 이 결과는 곧바로 챗봇에 적용이 됩니다. 이렇게 투자자 난이도인 레벨 1 응답이 제공된 것을 확인할 수 있겠습니다. 그리고 투자자의 성향에 맞춰서도 응답이 제공되며 시각화 지원까지 되는 모습을 확인할 수 있겠습니다. 유저 프로필에서 내 정보를 확인할 수 있고 하단 내비게이션 바를 통해 리포트 페이지로 이동할 수 있겠습니다. 레포트 또한 투자자의 난이도와 성향에 맞춰 매크로 시장 분석, 포트폴리오, 추천 상품, 맞춤 정책 지원으로 구성된 것을 확인할 수 있겠습니다. 그리고 추천 상품 상세 보기를 통해 추가적인 탐색 없이 시뮬레이터 페이지로 이동할 수 있습니다. 마지막으로 사용자 피드백 입력을 통해 더욱 고도화된 레포트를 받아볼 수 있겠습니다. 네, 지금까지 우홍이었습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 시간을 아주 정확하게 맞춰준 우홍이 팀이었습니다. 잘 들었습니다. 수고 많으셨습니다. 벌써 9번째 팀을 만나볼 시간인데요. 베라 팀은 임상시험의 성공 확률을 예측해 투자 위험을 관리해주는 제약 바이오 기업 분석 AI 리포트를 주제로 발표를 준비했다고 합니다. 힘찬 박수와 함께 베라 팀 맞아주시기 바랍니다.
안녕하세요. 임상시험 결과를 예측해 제약 바이오 기업 투자 리스크를 관리해주는 기업 분석 AI 리포트 베라에 대해 발표할 노현서입니다. 오늘 발표에서는 제안 배경과 저희가 개발한 시스템 그리고 결과물 순으로 발표하겠습니다. 제약 바이오 산업은 최근 10년간 국내외 증권시장에서 가장 빠르게 성장하고 있는 산업 중 하나입니다. 따라서 고수익을 추구하는 개인 투자자들의 이목도 집중되고 있습니다. 그러나 이 시장에는 극심한 정보 비대칭이 존재합니다. 따라서 막연한 기대만으로 투자를 했다가 큰 손실을 보는 경우가 빈번합니다. 제약 바이오 분야의 투자는 왜 이렇게 어려운 걸까요? 제약 바이오 산업은 실적 기반 산업과 근본적으로 다릅니다. 실적 기반의 산업은 매출과 이익이 있어 재무제표로 기업의 가치를 평가할 수 있습니다. 그러나 제약 바이오 산업은 10년에서 15년간의 개발 기간 동안 매출이 거의 없습니다. 따라서 기업 가치는 임상 성공 여부에 달려 있습니다. 하지만 임상시험 평균 성공률은 9.6%로 매우 낮습니다. 이렇게 불확실성이 크기 때문에 전통적인 재무 기반 리스크 관리가 불가능합니다. 하지만 최근 금융정보시장에 AI 도입이 확대되고 있습니다. 이에 더해 수십만 건의 임상시험 데이터가 축적되면서 패턴 분석을 통한 결과 예측이 가능해졌습니다. 따라서 제약 바이오 투자 리스크 관리에 임상시험 결과 예측 AI를 활용할 수 있는 가능성이 대두되고 있습니다. 저희는 제약 바이오 투자자 60명을 심층 인터뷰했습니다. 그 결과 핵심 페인 포인트 3가지를 확인했습니다. 첫째, 생명과학, 의학 등 전문 지식 위주의 정보가 많다 보니 일반 투자자들은 이를 해석하기 어렵습니다. 둘째, 리포트가 발행되지 않는 기업이 많고 임상 결과의 실시간 반영이 어렵다 보니 투자 정보의 사각지대가 존재합니다. 셋째, 약물과 임상, 공시 데이터가 모두 분산되어 있다 보니 이들을 통합하여 분석하기 어렵습니다. 저희는 투자자들의 유형을 구분하여 더 심층적으로 분석해 보았습니다. 그 결과 공통적으로 복잡한 데이터를 직관적으로 이해하고 바로 활용할 수 있는 분석 자료를 원한다는 것을 확인할 수 있었습니다. 투자 정보 시장은 빠르게 변화하고 있습니다. KB증권을 비롯한 주요 증권사들에서 AI 투자 정보 서비스를 경쟁적으로 출시하고 있습니다. 하지만 지금 존재하는 제약 바이오 특화 AI 서비스는 기존 고객들의 페인 포인트를 해소하지 못하고 있습니다. 따라서 저희는 베라를 만들었습니다. 베라는 1시간 안에 투자 판단을 가능하게 하는 AI 분석 도구로 임상 리스크 지표를 숫자로 보여주고 모든 상장사의 정보를 통합하여 실시간으로 분석하며 리포트를 AI로 자동 생성해 제공합니다. 구체적인 구조를 설명드리겠습니다. 베라는 크게 3가지 모듈로 나뉘어 있는데요. 약물과 임상, 재무 데이터를 통합하여 정보를 가공 및 수집합니다. 이를 바탕으로 임상시험 결과를 예측하고 직관적인 리포트를 자동 생성하여 제공합니다. 이 모든 과정은 엔드투엔드 자동화로 구축되어 높은 비용 효율성을 가지며 동시에 제약 바이오 투자자의 위험 관리 수요도 충족합니다. 또한 신뢰도 높은 데이터만 사용하여서 정보의 오염도 막았습니다. 이제 각 모듈에 대해서 구체적으로 설명드리겠습니다. 첫 번째 A 모듈은 데이터 가공 모듈입니다. 한국은 다트, 미국은 에드가에서 기업의 공시 자료를 확보한 뒤 이를 LLM을 이용해 연구 개발 현황을 구조화합니다. 미국 국립보건원 데이터베이스에서 임상시험 설계 메타데이터를 확보하고 펍캠과 캠블 데이터베이스에서 약물명을 약물의 분자구조 데이터로 변환합니다. 이때 저희는 정기적으로 업데이트되고 신뢰도 높은 공개 데이터베이스를 활용함으로써 객관적인 연구 개발 정보를 확보할 수 있었습니다. 또한 LLM으로는 제미나이 2.5 플래시 모델을 사용해서 동급 모델 대비 10% 미만의 비용으로 빠른 속도를 확보할 수 있었습니다. 이에 더해 임상 표준 및 약물 거대 데이터베이스의 API를 활용해 40만 건 이상의 임상 데이터와 1억 개 이상 화합물의 정보를 빠르고 저렴하며 정확하게 처리할 수 있는 인프라를 구축했습니다. 두 번째 B 모듈은 임상시험 결과를 예측하는 핵심 엔진입니다. 임상설계 데이터는 GRAM과 바이오벌트로 인베딩 처리하고 스마일스 분자구조는 MPNN 인베딩으로 처리합니다. 과거 임상시험 통계와 독성 및 대사 데이터를 엔코더로 처리하고 이 모든 정보를 계층적 상호작용 그래프로 통합하여 분석합니다. 그 결과 임상시험 결과를 예측할 수 있습니다. 저희는 이러한 인베딩을 통해 약물의 생물학적, 기능적 유사성을 효과적으로 반영하고 자연어 처리에 최적화했을 뿐만 아니라 질환 특성까지 효과적으로 추출할 수 있었습니다. 이에 더해 여러 엔코더를 사용하여 예측의 한계점도 보완하였습니다. 이 모든 인베딩을 연동하고 관계 패턴 기반으로 학습하여 더 정확한 결과를 예측할 수 있도록 학습시켰습니다. 저희는 검증된 예측 결과 알고리즘을 활용하여 우수한 예측 성능과 활용성, 사용 편의성을 확보했습니다. 또한 학계 표준인 17,538건의 실제 임상 데이터를 사용하여 모델을 효과적으로 훈련시켰습니다. 성능평가에서도 AUC 0.65, F1 스코어 0.7 수준의 우수한 예측력을 확인하였고 임상시험 성공 확률 예측 분포를 보여주는 아래 그래프에서도 실제 성공 사례인 초록색과 실제 실패 사례인 빨간색 그래프와 확률 분포가 일관되는 것을 확인하였습니다. 마지막 C 모듈은 리포트 생성 모듈입니다. 앞선 모듈에서 생성된 결과들을 LLM으로 통합 분석한 뒤 구조화된 JSON 리포트 형식으로 출력합니다. 그리고 이를 HTML 서식으로 자동 변환하여 PDF로 다운로드 받을 수 있습니다. 이때 LLM으로는 제미나이 1.5% 모델을 사용하여 동급 멀티모달 AI 모델 대비 30% 이하로 저렴한 가격으로 효과적으로 처리할 수 있도록 하였습니다. 또한 섹션별 맞춤 프롬프트 엔지니어링을 도입하여 리포트 품질을 향상시켰습니다. 이렇게 해서 나온 리포트는 다음과 같습니다. 보시는 것처럼 주요 임상시험과 가치 비중, 성공 확률을 한눈에 확인할 수 있고 과거 발표된 주요 임상 결과 및 주가 흐름표도 시각화하여 제시합니다. 저희는 고객들의 요구사항을 적극적으로 반영하기 위해 소액 주주연대 2,000명에게 리포트를 제공하였고 피드백을 반영하였습니다. 그 과정에서 소액 주주의 요구 안건 가결을 지원하는 등 성과를 이루기도 했습니다. 그런데 정말 중요한 질문이 있습니다. 과연 이 리포트에 담긴 투자 정보가 고객들의 자산 관리에 얼마나 유용할까요? 저희는 이 투자 정보의 경제적 가치를 검증하기 위해 백테스트를 진행했습니다. 세계적인 데이터 파이프라인을 구축하고 엄격한 규칙을 적용하여 편향을 최소화하였습니다. 임상 결과 예측에 따른 주가 변동을 확인하기 위해 임상시험 개시일로부터 성공 예측 그룹과 실패 예측 그룹의 주가 변동을 추적했습니다. 그 결과 샤프 레이시오와 인포메이션 레이시오 등 주요 지표에서 성공 예측 그룹이 실패 예측 그룹보다 우수한 위험 관리 능력을 보이는 것을 확인했습니다. 수익률 측면에서도 유의미한 차이를 확인하였는데요. 여기 파란색 글씨를 보시면 12개월부터 48개월까지 성공 예측 그룹이 실패 예측 그룹 대비 2배에서 5배 이상의 누적 수익률을 기록했습니다. 이에 더해서 저희는 슬리피지와 거래 비용을 고려한 예측 정보 기반 투자 전략의 성과도 검증했습니다. 아웃 오브 샘플인 2013년부터 2018년까지 벤치마크 ETF 대비 2배에서 최대 6배의 누적 수익률을 기록했습니다. 위험 도정 성과 지표도 2배에서 4배 이상 높게 나왔습니다. 또한 미국의 바이오텍 지수인 IBB와 비교를 했을 때에도 연평균 수익률은 2배 이상, 연간 VAR은 5분의 1 수준에 그쳤습니다. 즉 다양한 시장 환경에서도 저희는 일관되고 우수한 수익성과 위험 관리 능력을 확인하였고 리포트에 담긴 AI 분석 정보가 실제로도 유용함을 확인할 수 있었습니다. 이렇게 실행되는 저희의 코드는 정보 수집, 결과 예측, 리포트 생성까지 모두 자동화되어 실행됩니다. 이렇게 수집한 정보는 다음과 같은 앱의 형태로 사용자에게 전달되고 종목, 신약 후보물질 데이터베이스에서는 주요 종목과 임상시험, 성공 가능성을 키워드별로 분류하여 확인할 수 있습니다. 임상 관련 주요 이벤트가 예정되어 있다는 알림이 떠서 종목을 한번 검색해 보겠습니다. 종목 세부 화면에서는 종목에 대한 개요와 진행 중인 임상시험, 그리고 최근 보도 자료를 확인할 수 있고 리포트도 앱에 연동되어 한 번에 확인하실 수 있고 PDF로 다운로드하거나 주변인에게 공유할 수도 있습니다. 이 리포트는 KB VIP 센터와 프라임 클럽의 리포트 형태로 제공되고 더 나아가 다이렉트 인덱싱과 ETF 등의 자산 운용 상품과 연계될 수도 있으며 스타뱅킹 앱에 통합되어 투자 정보 서비스의 형태로 제공될 수도 있습니다. 저희는 이 서비스를 통해 투자자의 리스크를 줄이고 혁신을 이루고자 합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 베라팀 잘 들었고 수고 많으셨습니다. 드디어 마지막 팀이 기다리고 있는데요. 팀명은 분쟁을 부탁해 팀입니다. 주제는 금융 소비자 권익 보호를 위한 AI 에이전트. 마지막 팀 분쟁을 부탁해. 힘찬 박수와 함께 맞아주시기 바랍니다.
오래 기다려주셔서 감사합니다. 안녕하십니까. 분쟁을 부탁해 팀의 발표를 맡게 된 이상민입니다. 저희는 금융 소비자 권익 보호를 위한 AI 에이전트 프로젝트를 진행하였습니다. 오늘 발표 순서는 다음과 같습니다. 여러분, 이 음악 들어보셨나요? 맞습니다. 이 음악은 KB국민은행의 통화 대기음입니다. 저희에게 익숙한 이 음악은 사실 급증하는 금융 민원의 신호입니다. 민원이 늘어날수록 상담사와 연결하기 위해 기다려야 하는 통화 대기 시간도 길어지고 있습니다. 저희는 이러한 문제의식에서 프로젝트를 시작하였습니다. 급증하는 금융 민원은 단순한 불편을 넘어 은행의 신뢰도와 직결되는 중요한 문제입니다. 금융감독원에 따르면 2024년도 금융민원 건수는 전년 대비 24%나 증가한 11만 6,338건에 달합니다. 이러한 금융민원의 증가는 소비자 이해도 저하, 사기 피해 증가, 그리고 불필요한 비용과 시간 낭비를 초래하고 있습니다. 따라서 저희는 급변하는 금융 환경 속 AI 에이전트가 달성해야 하는 3가지 핵심 목표를 정의해 보았습니다. 첫째, 금융 소비자 보호를 위해 강화된 규제와 법률을 준수해야 합니다. 둘째, 신뢰성 있는 정보로 소비자 만족도를 높여야 합니다. 셋째, 금융 민원 및 분쟁 처리 비용 등 비효율적인 운영 비용을 절감해야 합니다. 따라서 저희는 금융 소비자 권익 보호는 단순히 선택이 아닌 필수라는 결론을 내리게 되었습니다. 이러한 목표를 달성하기 위해 각 분야별 특화된 법률, 금융, FAQ 사례 분석으로 각 에이전트가 독립적인 역할을 수행하면서도 유기적으로 연결되어 단일 모델이 모든 질문에 답변하는 방식의 한계를 극복하고 스스로 성능을 개선하는 셀프 임프루빙 루프 구조를 구성하였습니다. 또한 맞춤형 SLM 모델을 활용하여 효율적인 시스템을 구상하였습니다. LLM 대비 낮은 운영 비용을 가진 SLM을 기반으로 레그와 웹 검색을 결합하여 답변 정확도를 보강하였습니다. 마지막 솔루션으로는 프롬프트 엔지니어링 및 피드백 루프 구조를 구상하였습니다. 각 에이전트가 전문 분야에 맞는 컨텍스트만을 처리하여 최적의 답변을 생성하는 동적 프롬프트 엔지니어링 기능을 구상하였고, 또한 답변의 근거를 명확히 제시하는 체인 오브 터트 기술과 1차 답변 이후 상호 피드백을 통해 답변을 개선하는 피드백 루프 인테그레이션 기능을 구상하였습니다. 다음으로 데이터셋입니다. 법률, 약관, 시행령 등을 국가법령정보센터에서 수집하였고, 공공 데이터로는 금융감독원과 KB국민은행의 FAQ, 분쟁 조정 사례, 금융 꿀팁 등을 수집하여 구조화된 데이터로 전처리하였습니다. 이를 기반으로 레그 검색 성능과 SLM 모델을 파인튜닝하였습니다. 이렇게 구축된 데이터셋으로 파인튜닝된 모델이 얼마나 효과적인지 검증하기 위해 체계적인 0점에서부터 10점까지 체계적인 평가 기준을 마련하였고 SLM 모델을 평가하였습니다. 먼저 왼쪽 그래프를 보시면 세 가지 모델을 비교하고 있습니다. 노란색 그래프가 저희가 파인튜닝한 모델입니다. 우선 퀄파카 모델은 한국어 특화된 모델로 FAQ 사례 분석 전문 에이전트로 사용하였습니다. 보시다시피 모델의 크기에 비해 답변 정확도가 높게 측정된 것을 확인할 수 있습니다. 오래전 만든 통장에 관한 질문에 베이스 모델은 환각 현상을 보이는 반면 파인튜닝된 모델은 정확한 답변을 제시하는 것을 확인할 수 있습니다. 다음 라마3 모델은 긴 문맥을 처리하는 데 적합하여 법률 및 매니저 에이전트로 사용하였습니다. 이 모델 역시 모델 크기에 비해 답변 정확도가 크게 향상된 것을 확인할 수 있습니다. 예시 질문에서도 법조문을 직접 인용하며 높은 수준의 답변을 제공하는 것을 확인할 수 있습니다. 마지막으로 킨3 모델은 법령 지식과 지시 이행 능력이 높아 금융 지식 전문 에이전트로 사용하였습니다. 앞선 두 모델과 마찬가지로 모델 정확도에서 크게 향상된 것을 확인할 수 있습니다. 또한 응답 속도 또한 개선된 것을 확인할 수 있습니다. 다음 시스템 아키텍처입니다. 먼저 문서를 효율적으로 처리하기 위한 자동화 전처리 과정으로 법률 체계에 따라 조, 항, 호, 목, 계층으로 문서를 파싱합니다. 이후 각 조각을 인베딩 모델로 벡터화하여 벡터 DB에 적재하여 의미 검색이 가능하도록 구현하였습니다. 사용자 질문을 받으면 엑시오스를 통해 질문을 베스트 API로 전달합니다. 이후 랭그래프 기반 멀티 에이전트 워크플로우로 전달되어 매니저 에이전트가 질문의 의도를 분석하여 단순 질문의 경우 직접 답변을 합니다. 분쟁 관련 질문일 경우에는 각 전문 에이전트가 병렬로 실행됩니다. 코사인 유사도 기반의 검색과 웹 검색을 바탕으로 단계별 추론을 거쳐 1차 답변을 생성합니다. 1차 답변이 생성되면 각 에이전트가 상호 피드백 과정을 거쳐 답변을 개선하고 그 피드백을 축적하여 성능을 향상시킵니다. 이후 매니저 에이전트가 답변을 통합하고 출처를 기록하며 최종 답변을 제공합니다. 다음으로 저희 시스템의 시연 영상을 보시겠습니다.